broadcast. You didn't miss very much. So here is continuing Senate debate on the Senate floor as it relates to coronavirus and so forth.
Pronouncing the wrong state there, but you don't have a problem on this side with a 30-hour waiting. That's never been.
Let me adjust the volume for you.
Anything. That's not where the problem comes from. So everyone thinking that we're going to make everybody stay here for 30 hours, that's not going to happen from the Democrats objecting. We will not. There's not a person that I've spoken to is going to stop it. What they want to do is in good faith get to the bill. And once we get to that bill, and any time they say, well, let's get on the bill, can't we at least get on it and work on it? Usually don't move to that unless there's good faith in the beginning. Right now, there's very little good faith here from the top end of the food chain. That's the sad scenario that we're in. But I can assure you, as soon as there's an agreement, we're moving. Unless somebody on your side would object. There's no objections on this side. So I would hope that you all would not use that 30-hour as obstruction because it's not here. And I'll have a chance to speak about this more. But I just thank you because I know rural and your state rural and my state rural is the same. These people are out there and they're depending on us. And we have to get together here as Americans.
I appreciate your comments. I guess it's okay to call you Joe. And I appreciate your friendship. You did mention something else about there's no objection on your side. Well, about 2 hours ago, when we got this whirlwind or this dust-up going again, when our distinguished leader pointed out that we have a good bill and it was a bipartisan bill, and now we're talking about the footprint that the airlines, the carbon footprint, that we have to, take a look at that, and then on the boards of these corporations that we want to investigate, are they truly diverse, and et cetera, et cetera. I said something about the Green New Deal. That's not pertinent to this particular situation, to say the least. Then when you said an objection, here's what I'm worried about. We have the Democrat leader, who I have known from his House days. We used to play basketball together, for goodness sakes. Both of us very slow. What I was doing on the court at my age, I have no idea. My job was to set blindside picks on Democrats, which I enjoyed, one of which was Chuck Schumer. But here we have the Democrat leader, when Susan Collins, sitting right here, stood up to be recognized, and there were 3 objections to her even talking. That's going back to the days where we really don't want to go back to. This is not the Senate that I came to 24 years ago, or for that matter in the House 16 years ago, or as a staff director for 12 before that, and 2 before that in the Senate. I mean, I've been around here for quite a while. These are not the worst of times. I mean, Washington was on fire when we had the horrible assassination of MLK. Then we went through Watergate. And then we went through the Vietnam War. Well, actually, it was the Vietnam War before Watergate. And that tore the country apart. And here in this Senate, we were able to come together to try to reach bipartisan agreement. I'm telling you that this blanket of comedy and respect is pretty threadbare right now. We're right there. For a lot of reasons. I could go back to the Kavanaugh hearings or the impeachment hearings where one of the House members, me sitting right here, him talking right here, looking right at me, and said, "You're on trial. And if you do not vote for this, it's treachery." I said, "What? Me? I mean, what was that all about?" At that time, by the way, we could have taken first steps with regard to this virus. I know that the assistant or the deputy leader there on your side said, "Everybody take a deep breath." We don't want to take a deep breath anywhere now. But I will tell you that I hope that we could come together on this and see if we can't reach some agreement. Let's get on the bill. We've got 30 hours to do it. The senator from West Virginia said if we could just come to an agreement, I suppose you're meeting beyond those 2 doors. We've been meeting along and along and along. I would ask the senator, the distinguished senator who's sitting right down here, who is about ready to do a speech, how many workshops have we had? I thought there were 3. I guess there's 5. But each one of them worked with our Democrat counterparts. And they got, I mean, they produced a bipartisan agreement. I really don't understand why we can't get to 30, to at least vote for cloture, and then we have 30 hours and maybe we could cut that 30 hours back. I would hope that's the case if we finally come to agreement. But with some of the things that I have heard that you want to put in this bill, A, they don't fit, and two, you know, they're counterproductive. Let me just say this. There's a saying out in Dodge City, Kansas, there's a lot of cactus in the world. You don't have to sit on every one of them. And it appears to me that's what we're doing. I have a nice square saying that's in an 8x10 right next to my desk. It's a quote from Lyndon Baines Johnson. Sometimes you just have to hunker down like a jackass in a hailstorm and just take it. Well, I'm tired of just taking it. I'm tired of the partisanship. I'm tired of all this work that we have put together to address what everybody understands as a national pandemic, a world pandemic. And here we are messing around trying to say, oh, no, we can't vote for cloture and address some of these things with the 5 now working groups that have worked together to produce a product. That's wrong. That's really wrong. So I plead with my colleagues. I don't do this. I don't come down to the floor and make partisan speeches. You do that, introduce an amendment, half of your folks won't vote for it, and same thing other way around. When they say Senator Roberts, I hope they remember that I'm chairman of the Ag Committee, and I worked very well with Senator Stabenow, and we produced a great farm bill. So I don't like doing this, but I have to warn my colleagues. This so-called blanket of comedy that we always have here in the Senate, it's pretty threadbare. I hope we can get past this, and I hope we can vote to get to cloture and then get to a bill as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the senior senator from Kansas for his comments and for his long service on behalf of agriculture. And I want to thank all of my colleagues who have spoken here. These are people that are working every day on behalf of our farmers and ranchers, on Ag Appropriations Committee. We've fashioned something here that works for agriculture. Our message is very simple. We need to make sure that our farmers and ranchers are included in this bill, and we need our colleagues across the aisle to work with us to make sure that's in the bill, and we need to get this bill passed now. And with that, I'd like to turn to our Assistant Majority Leader, also from Ag Country, for concluding remarks, and I appreciate the patience of our colleague from West Virginia.
Thank my colleague from North Dakota,
Majority Whip,
for his great leadership on this issue, and all over here. Senator Roberts, the longtime chairman of the Senate Ag Committee, before that the House Ag Committee, was very instrumental in us getting a farm bill in late 2018, a farm bill that provides a safety net and provides a little bit of stability in agriculture, which, as he pointed out, has been just in the tank, literally since 2013. Our producers, farmers, and ranchers across the country and in South Dakota have been operating with negative cash flows, eating into their equity, trying to keep their operations viable, and that was before COVID-19. Now we got COVID-19, and we saw the bottom fall out of the cattle market in this country. And I don't have to tell you, Mr. President, that agriculture is important. It's the lifeblood of our economy in South Dakota. It's our #1 industry, but it's felt, that ripple effect is felt all across the country. And it is our food supply. Senator Hoeven talked earlier today about the importance of ensuring that we maintain a safe, quality, predictable, and affordable food supply for people in this country, particularly when people are concerned in a time of crisis. We need to maintain that food supply. And so I want to thank him and all of our colleagues here from Farm Country for working together to provide some assistance in this particular bill that would hopefully give some relief to those who are out there day in and day out, grinding it out to make sure that we have the food and fiber to keep this country growing forward and, frankly, for that matter, to feed the world. But unfortunately, again, Senate Democrats don't seem to be willing to do that. I was encouraged to hear just a little bit ago, of course, my friend from West Virginia, who is an advocate for agriculture. We also had the ranking member of the Ag Committee down here earlier saying she's willing to work with us. But unfortunately, we don't have time to waste. We just don't have time to waste. This isn't something that can be put off to another day. We have producers that if we don't do something, we're going to leave them behind, and we need our Democrat colleagues to step up and help get this bill passed. As Senator Hoeven mentioned, the bill would provide $30 billion to replenish the Commodity Credit Corporation and has an additional $20 billion temporary increase in CCC funding to address impacts from the outbreak of COVID. This funding would allow the Department of Agriculture to quickly get assistance to farmers and ranchers in South Dakota and throughout the nation who are facing, as I said, market volatility and declining pricing in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Farmers and ranchers, I might add, Mr. President, as I already mentioned, who were already dealing with a weak ag economy well before this emergency hit. I spoke with the Secretary of Agriculture a couple of days ago and conveyed to him just the incredible amount of hardship and economic pain that's being created across the Farm Belt these days, particularly with our cattle ranchers and the pain that they're feeling as a result of these declining prices and what it might mean to their operations. So I would simply say, in supporting all of my colleagues and what they've said today, Mr. President, is we don't know the full impact of this outbreak across agricultural industry, but we do know this. Our producers are doing their part to keep the grocery shelves stocked and food on our tables. And we need to do our part and provide the resources necessary to support them, which is why it is so important, for many of the reasons we've talked about earlier today, to get on this legislation, get it moving. The national economy is melting down, and of course, as I said, the economy out in farm country is happening well before the national economy. But if we don't do something to stop the bleeding and do it soon, there's going to be a whole world of hurt. Let's get this bill across the finish line. We need help from our Democrat colleagues to do that. I yield the time.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank all my colleagues and truly all my friends that are here and expressing their concerns, because I think we're all on the same side. I think every one of you all and every one of me and every one of everybody within the House and the Senate, we've got this disease in our states. We've got them in our neighborhoods, in our backyards. This COVID-19 basically doesn't know whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent. And people are scared right now, and we have states now that are sheltering in place. My state just announced at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock today that they're going to shelter in place. And I have a very vulnerable population I'm concerned about. I have a very vulnerable healthcare system I'm very much concerned about, because if they're not able to provide the services that we're going to need and that we need now, then help us all. Then good Lord, help us all, because we will be in trouble then. And we're going to protect them, and that's what we're fighting for. I know they're talking about, well, why is the Democrat stopping just to get on the bill? If we just got on the bill, everything would be fine. How many times do we all understand how this process works? We usually have an agreement before we get on the bill if we want to pass something. If there's not an agreement, we make a political posturing. And that's what's happening. The political posturing is going on because they know that there's a difference. So where can the pressure be put? I've been here for 10 years and I've never seen the place work at all. So I appreciate those of you who can give me some historical values of how it used to work. I wish it did. Because I always thought that basically when there was good faith, whether I agreed or not, you should have a chance to amend a bill, to change a bill, to do something to it. We don't get that chance here. So if we start moving before we have an agreement that there is going to be a conciliatory movement towards something, then we can make it happen. So where we are right now, let me just tell you, the $500 billion in that bill, I don't know whether it's 1.3 trillion or 2 trillion, but I know it's moving up rapidly. But 500 billion of it that we can basically kind of identify, this is where I've had some problems and what I understand. First of all, there's no strong language to prohibit the stock buybacks. I know they keep saying corporate bailouts, okay? Forget about the bailouts, but you tell me if this is not pretty favorable, slanted to one side. There's no strong language to prohibit stock buybacks. As written, the buyback limitation can be waived by Secretary Mnuchin. The Secretary Mnuchin can direct funds and loans to whom he sees as necessary with very, very little oversight. No restraints on taking assistance and firing employees at a later time as employers only have to keep employees to the extent possible, which is in the language. These are the concerns. Bill allows a 6-month delay on releasing the names of businesses. Tell me why we would put a 6-month delay on basically releasing the names of businesses that take advantage and get this type of opportunity. Why shouldn't we be transparent? And there's only a 2-year prohibition in increasing executive compensation. We've seen what happens when it runs amok. Those are the concerns that we have. Those are the concerns that I have had. Now, with that, let's look at the things we agree on. We agree on that we should be protecting the healthcare industry. We've agreed on $100 billion. We were way off of that. Finally, by not agreeing to move on to the bill, it's up to $75 billion. I think when we come out this afternoon, there will be $100 billion to take care of our hospitals, our rural, basically all of our healthcare system, so they can survive. Making sure that all of our healthcare providers are protected. These are the things we're talking about and the things that we've asked for. So when they start saying, oh, just get on the bill. Yeah, just get on the bill. And you know what happens? Nothing else happens, because then it's out of our jurisdiction, if you will, because we have a little chance to intervene. The rules are that basically the majority has the rule. They can rule. And that's exactly how it works. So we're trying to get a bill. Now, there was no need for us to take a vote today, as we're still working. I know the Secretary of Treasury's in there working. I know they're all sitting in there working on it. Why did we have the vote when we knew that we didn't have an agreement? But we're getting close to one. And if we get an agreement, I'll tell you, every Democrat will vote to suspend the rules and move. You will move immediately unless there's objections from my friends on the Republican side. That's what we're talking about. So please, let's quit blaming each other. People depending in my state on us taking care of health care workers, taking care of basically people that have been laid off and don't have a paycheck now, no fault of their own. Businesses have had to close, no fault of their own. Those are the people on the front lines right now. And I've got really people scared, sheltered in place right now, an elderly population. So the things that we have agreed on, I heard Senator Langford from Oklahoma, that was speaking on the things that I agree 1,000% with him. And why can't we be on that? If we can't get anything else done in the things we don't, let's vote today on the things we agree on. Let's just move right now and take care of the health care, take care of COVID-19, take care of the healthcare industry and all the workers, take care of the people who have lost their jobs and the businesses. But we're worried about a $500 billion payout and with very little oversight and very little transparency. That's truly the problem in a nutshell. And all we're asking for is basically, shouldn't the people and shouldn't the taxpayers of this country understand where their money is going to, and the people that are going to be able to use it have some type of transparency and some oversight to it? That's all we've asked for, and that's all I've asked for. About all these other things they're saying that's been thrown in, I am not for that. I am not for that, and I think you all know that. I am not for the Green Deal, and I think you all know that. I think there has to be an all-in energy policy approach. I think we all have to have common sense. And we've got to produce affordable, dependable, reliable energy and use everything you can. Renewables, using your fossil fuels in the cleanest possible way. All these things we've talked about. So who's throwing that stuff in, I have no idea. But I can guarantee I wouldn't vote for it. But what I will vote for is exactly what we should agree on. I think we do agree on. So let's come together as Americans. Forget about the Republicans and Democrats. Get this place working again. If we had the amendment process, I was totally opposed when Senator Reid basically kind of shut things down and we weren't able to have amendments. You all were too. And we were promised, no matter who takes over as leadership, by golly, the system's going to open up. And we're going to have amendments and we're going to have debates on the floor. Well, guess what? It got worse. It didn't get better. It got worse. So if you want to know why people basically are throwing everything but the kitchen sink onto a piece of legislation when they get a chance, because we get very little opportunities to do anything here. There's too much power in the two basically leaderships. This much power should not be in this few of people. All of us should be involved. And I believe that you're going to see, and I've said this, we all have that better angel inside of us. I hope you let her fly. I hope you let her fly today. She needs to get out and go a little bit right now. We need her. We need the better angels in all of us to start looking out and taking care of each other. There's a lot of people hurting, a lot of people uncertainty right now. And I want to make sure that we fix it, and I'll stay here all day, all night, whatever it takes to make sure we get it fixed. So with that, I ask all my good friends, and I really mean that, my good friends, I ask you all, let's please work together for the sake of this great country. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just heard my friend and colleague from West Virginia say there was no reason to vote today. There's a lot of reasons to vote today, Mr. President. It's a country affected by disease, people waking up anxious, scared, afraid of the disease and the economic consequences that are there. There are a lot of reasons to vote today. And every member of this Senate needs to stand up and be counted. And for the senator from West Virginia to say, I wouldn't be for this, I don't know where that's coming from. Well, just read the papers that are coming out of the Democrat House. Just read the papers of the demands by the Democrats to muck up a bill that is designed as a rescue operation for the American people. That's where the problem is, Mr. President. We need to vote today, again and again and again, until we provide the relief, the rescue that the American people need. That's why we have a dozen Republicans on this side ready to speak, standing at podiums, ready to speak. And you don't right now have even a single Democrat on the floor to defend their position because it is indefensible. That's where we are. We had Nancy Pelosi flying back from California because she sent the House home a week ago. They're not here. To defeat the work that we've done in a bipartisan way and to say, oh, you've done nice work. Now look at our list of laundry list of things that we are demanding. Tax credits for solar panels, wind turbines, a bailout of the Postal Service. I mean, you can go through this list. Portions of the Green New Deal. Mr. President, I'm a doctor. I've been on the phone with doctors around the country with my colleagues at the Wyoming Medical Center. They are working double time through the weekend, day and night. The nurses, the doctors, the healthcare providers, they need help. They're looking to us for help. They need tests, they need masks, they need respirators. They need hope. Hope that there will be a vaccine. Hope that there will be a treatment. Those things are in this bill that the Democrats voted to block last night, and the Democrats voted to block again today. And that's only the health care component of it. Our economy cannot be unleashed again until after we get the health care component behind it. But our colleagues, our friends, our neighbors, people that we know in our home states woke up today, not being able to go to work, not being able to know if they're going to have a paycheck, not being able if they're going to pay their bills, not being able to know if they're going to feed their families, not being able to know if they're going to get food, if it's available, if they can have the money to pay for it. And yet we're ready to provide relief. They need it immediately. They don't need it after the Democrats block again and again and again. So when the senator from West Virginia said, I don't know why we voted today, that's why we voted today. That's why we need to keep voting. Because the American people need relief and they need it now. This is our duty station, and we're prepared to stay here until we get this done. But to go through all of this, I mean, I've talked to a small business owner, has a restaurant, been there for 37 years. She doesn't know how she's going to make payroll. Never closed her door other than for snowstorms in Wyoming. Successful restaurant, very good, great to the people that work there. She didn't know how she's going to pay for the food that was delivered at the end of last week. She doesn't know how she's going to pay the help. This bill takes care of so much of that. Blocked by the Democrats today. We have a good program for small businesses. It's really good. It was worked on in a bipartisan way. But yet it's being blocked by the Democrats who block even the motion to proceed to the bill. Businesses all across the country employ people, regardless of the size. It's the people that need the jobs, the people that like this. A job is part of somebody's identity. It's their people who work realize how important it is to who they are. They feel a sense of productivity. People I know aren't looking for a check. They just want a job. They want to work. They're ready to produce. And they can't. Why? Because the disease has struck America, and the government, not the economy, the government has said we're going to shut down this economy. And the government has a responsibility to provide relief, to rescue those people, to provide immediate relief. And every Democrat came to the floor and voted against doing that last night and again this morning. We need to continue to vote. This bill is about our health care system. It's about our economy. It's about money in people's pockets who, through no fault of their own, are finding themselves in a position they've never been in before, ever, where they can't go out and knock on a door and say, will you hire me? I'm ready to go to work, whether it's a farmer, a rancher, anyone. They can't do that today because the government says you may not. You stay home. You might have a good job, a job you love. Can't go to it today. Monday, you want everyone to work on a Monday. Not in America on this Monday. And so there's a role and a responsibility of us to step in and do what the role of government ought to be in this case of crisis. A crisis caused by both a disease and the economy, the government's action to shut down the economy, and yet Democrats, one after another, continue to block it. And they're not blocking it for things that have to do with actually helping the American people. It is a wish list, a liberal wish list. It is astonishing. They are delaying direct assistance so they can play to the liberal left, the extremists, the environmental extremists, the labor special interests. We're here trying to fight for the man and woman on the street in our hometowns, and yet they're fighting for the Green New Deal. Bernie Sanders may have lost to Joe Biden, but the Green New Deal of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and that entire crew is alive and well in the Democrat cloakroom and is controlling the actions today on the floor of the United States Senate. They want to put up an entire cap-and-trade system for the airline industry. That's a worthy debate to have, but not on this bill. They want to expand tax credits for wind and for solar power. That's a debate that is worthy of being held, but not on this bill today. That's not going to help one person who's having problems breathing to get a respirator that they need. That's what's holding this up. We know, Mr. President, that Nancy Pelosi has been pushing this extreme environmental agenda from the moment she cut the deal to remain as Speaker and said to the liberals, I will do what you want if you just allow me to be Speaker again. And now, through a letter that she's written to the Democrats, she is bragging that she is carrying the flag for the Democrats' agenda. The Speaker is pushing for diversity on corporate boards, for collective bargaining, for election reform. There are proposals here in her proposal, and she said, I'm going to go write the bill requiring early voting, requiring same-day voter registration. Where does that fit into a bill to rescue the American people who right now find themselves in the throes of a disease that may kill them and an economy that has been shut down? That's why the Democrats aren't on this floor, because what they are doing cannot be defended. So I would just say, and I would appeal to my colleagues, Mr. President, let us do the work of the Senate. It is time for everyone to stand up and be responsible. Let us get this done. Let us get this passed. The days for political games are now behind us. Everyone who's watching should understand the House of Representatives is not in town. They've been gone for a week. Only Nancy Pelosi just flew back from California to throw a monkey wrench into the works. And we need to get this done. We failed a cloture vote last night, blocked by the Democrats. And at that time, we found that one of our colleagues had tested positive for coronavirus. We failed a cloture vote today, blocked by the Democrats again, when we learned that the spouse of one of our colleagues is hospitalized on oxygen with this same disease that is hitting the entire country. We can litigate the Green New Deal another day. Americans' lives and livelihood is at stake. That is the situation we are at today for the nation. We can litigate election reform another day. We can debate diversity on corporate boards, airline fuel standards. We can do all of that another day. We can talk about cap and trade another day. America needs now to know how we as a nation will survive from the standpoint of our health and our economy We need immediate relief. The bill on the floor accomplishes that. We need to make sure, Mr. President, when Americans wake up tomorrow, they don't have that same fear and trepidation about the disease as well as their family's well-being. We need to take that decisive action today. The time for politics is beyond us. We need to vote today, and we need to pass this today. Thank you, Mr. President. I know my colleagues are on the floor. I know Senator Portman is here after me, Senator Cotton after him. We have a dozen who are ready to speak. But I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Ohio.
My colleague from Wyoming, and I think he has made it very clear what's at stake here. We're in a crisis. Our economy is in a free fall. People we represent, families, are suffering. The healthcare system is under tremendous stress. I spent the morning on the phone talking to Ohioans, small business owners, people who are out of a job and worried, nervous. We all know somebody who's lost a job. We all know somebody who's tested positive for this virus. Some of us, including me, know somebody who has died from the coronavirus. We need to pull together as Republicans and Democrats, as Americans, and address this crisis. I got to listen this afternoon to colleagues of mine on the other side of the aisle talk about the legislation that's before us. And I got to tell you, it was like they were talking about another bill, not the one that we actually are asking Democrats to allow us to vote on. The one we're asking them to allow us to vote on is the product of a bipartisan process. The majority leader set up 5 different task forces. Each task force was represented by Republicans and Democrats. I was in one of them. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. We sat down and we hammered out details. We took Democrat ideas, and they are represented in the legislation. So this process that we've gone through, very different, by the way, than what happened in the House with regard to the first bill. We've had an $8.3 billion health care bill. We've also had a Phase 2 bill, which is about $200 billion. It provided free testing, helped in terms of health care and paid leave. Now we have this bill that's $1.8 trillion. $1.8 trillion. That's about as big as our entire domestic discretionary spending that we approve here every year. And yet Democrats are saying it's not enough money. So the most charitable way to describe what the Democrats are asking for now, although Senator Brasso did a good job of laying out some of the outrageous demands that have come up that have nothing to do with coronavirus, but the most charitable way to say it is that they want more money. They want more money for states, they want more money for hospitals, they want more money for so many things. Guess what? There is $1.8 trillion in this bill, including billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars for those purposes. If we find out in 3 weeks, in 6 weeks, in 2 months, we need to do more, we will. But that's not an excuse for stopping the progress of this legislation now when it is so badly needed. One of the calls I got this morning was from a small business owner. You know what he said to me? He said the same thing I'm sure all my colleagues are hearing, which is I'm watching, I'm waiting, I don't want to pull the trigger and let my employees go. I started this business. I started it from scratch, and now I've got to see the prospect of these people who I know and love losing their job. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what you do today. The country's waiting. The markets are waiting. People are hurting. They're suffering, but they're waiting to see if we can get our act together and actually come up with something that helps them. And you know what? This legislation does exactly what all of us, I thought, wanted to do. 3 things. 1, help keep people at work. We want people to stay with their employer, have a job, have their health care, have their retirement. 2, help workers who, through no fault of their own, lose their job. This legislation does that. And 3, let's get this health care crisis under control. Let's slow the spread of the coronavirus. All 3 of those things are precisely what's in this legislation. Last night I went through in detail and described every detail of how it addresses that and where the bipartisan ideas came from. I won't do that now because I see the majority leader on the floor and I want him to have an opportunity to speak. But I will tell you, those 3 objectives are in this legislation, specifically laid out in this legislation. On the health care side, which is so important. We need more masks. We need more gowns. We need more ventilators. We need more respirators. We need to have more testing and a system to track that. That's in this legislation. There's over $4 billion to CDC to do exactly that. We need some data, some metrics, some measurements to know how we're doing and to be able to get out of this crisis. Because until we deal with the healthcare crisis, we'll continue to have this failure of our economic system because we're letting people down right now. I would yield.
Beyond everything the senator's accurately pointing out, they put us in the following procedural position. By refusing to jump over some of these procedural steps along the way that would not disadvantage their negotiating one bit, they put us in a position where one senator out of 100, one, could keep us here till Friday or Saturday. And our constituents are saying, act now, as your senator from Ohio is pointing out. Mindless procedural roadblocks in a time of national emergency.
Reclaiming my time, that is added to the absolutely inaccurate descriptions I've heard from the other side as to what's in this legislation. In other words, that are blocking us moving forward, creating the procedural hurdles that Majority Leader just talked about, but also doing so by telling the American people, for instance, there's not enough in here for small businesses. My gosh, this is an unprecedented program for small businesses, something we've never done before. Telling businesses, if you're paying your employees to stay there, you don't only get a loan, you get a grant. They say there's not enough in here to help people who are falling between the cracks. Unprecedented unemployment insurance system that we are setting up here. By the way, if you look at the unemployment insurance side, look at it this way. What we are saying is we want to increase by 8 times the cost of the national unemployment insurance system. That's how I look at it. It's an additional $600 per week per person. It's a broader employment system because we're going to bring in people who are self-employed, people who run the gig economy, something that we should be doing as a matter of reform perhaps, but in this case we have to do it. These people are hurting too. This is unprecedented to provide people the ability who are low, moderate income Americans to have wage replacement through unemployment insurance. That's never been done before. That's in this legislation. This is a rescue package. It's to help people weather this storm. It's to ensure that we have the ability to say to the people who are calling us and saying, please help us. Help is on the way. Are we going to solve every problem in this one bill? No, although $1.8 trillion goes a long way toward solving the problems. But we'll be back here again. We'll be back here to ensure that we can fine-tune this legislation. And if we need to react to other challenges, we have to do that because our constituents owe it. This is a crisis. But in the meantime, let's pass this legislation. It does help small businesses keep people at work. It does protect those workers who lose their job through no fault of their own. It does take our health care system, which is under such tremendous stress, and improve it in every respect to deal with this coronavirus, to slow the spread, ensuring that we can tell the American people not only are you going to be safer and healthier if this legislation passes, but guess what? You have a better chance of keeping your job and being able to take care of your family. With that, I yield to my colleague.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just make clear what happened over the course of the last couple of days, because I've heard many of my colleagues come down to the floor today and claim that this is a bipartisan bill that's on the floor of the United States Senate today, which would strike a lot of Americans as curious because the votes are not bipartisan. So how could that be? How could it be a bipartisan process, as has been claimed by my Republican colleagues, and yet there is not bipartisan agreement? Well, let's start from the beginning. Instead of deciding to write this legislation from the beginning with Republicans and Democrats in the room, the leader decided to write the bill initially, bringing together a consensus of Republican senators, and then bringing Democrats to the table. And there was a period of time for about 24 hours in which Democrats were in the room and we were making progress, and that was a great 24 hours. And then all of a sudden, on Saturday night, Democrats were let out of the room. And on Sunday morning, lobbyists on K Street sent a draft of legislation to chiefs of staff here that Democrats had not had any part in writing. And so you can't call it a bipartisan piece of legislation if Democrats weren't involved in the beginning and then they were let out of the room at the end. We appreciate having some input in the middle, but we clearly ended up with a product that doesn't have bipartisan buy-in, and much of that is because of the process that led us here. The decision could have been made to include both parties at the table from the very beginning, because guess what? We do have differences of opinion. We do have different ways of looking at this crisis, and our objections are policy objections. I mean, spare me the righteous indignation about Democrats trying to settle outside political scores in the context of this legislation. Let me tell you what I care about. What I care about is making sure that if we're going to spend $2 trillion, that we spend it wisely. And if you spend $2 trillion and you don't stop the virus, then you haven't done anything meaningful in the long run, right? Because this is first a public health crisis that is causing an economic crisis. And so, yes, one of the things that is an open issue in negotiations right now is whether we are putting in enough money to healthcare providers, nursing homes, hospitals, states, and municipalities to give them the resources to stop this virus in its tracks. We don't believe that this bill today has enough resources in it for states, municipalities, hospitals, nursing homes, and healthcare providers to stop the virus. We don't think that this Congress is serious enough about the crisis in the medical supply chain today, in which our states and our hospitals and our healthcare providers are engaged in a Lord of the Flies environment in which they are trying to bid against each other for scarce medical supplies. We think that this bill shortchanges the people who are actually going to stop this virus in its tracks. And so, yes, we don't think it's wise to rush to spend $2 trillion if the bill doesn't stop the public health epidemic. That is a policy disagreement that we have. It is a policy disagreement that we have. And had Democrats been in the room with Republicans at the beginning, middle, and end, we wouldn't be here today. So, as many Republicans as want can come down to this floor and say that it's one party that's responsible for this impasse, but had Democrats not been ushered out of the negotiations on Saturday night, had Democrats been there from the beginning, we likely wouldn't be here. Now, second, yes, we do have policy disagreements over how we spend the enormous amount of money that is going to end up in the hands of corporations. And for those of us that were here in 2008, for those of us that voted for that bailout bill, we have regrets and reservations about how that went down, because much of that money ended up in the pockets of CEOs and shareholders. Now, I get it. We want to get the money out fast, and you are not going to be able to account for every single dollar. But what we're talking about here, which is applying very minimal conditions for job retention to literally hundreds of billions of dollars in my taxpayer money, is not wise policy. If we don't have assurances that the billions of dollars that we're going to hand to big companies is used to preserve jobs, then I'm going to tell you my constituents don't want to spend that money unless they know that it's going to hold on to jobs. And we have policy disagreements about that right now. I take my Republican friends at their word that they believe that the restrictions in the bill are good enough. We don't think they are. We don't think they are. And so we think we should work together throughout the day to get this right, to make sure that every dollar is there necessary to stop this virus, to stop looking at it at an economic crisis first and a public health crisis second, and that we should make sure that there are real requirements on this $2 trillion to make sure that it doesn't end up in the hands of people who don't need it, that it ends up protecting jobs, not just in the hope of protecting jobs, but the actual result is protecting jobs. And these are policy disagreements that we have, but they are disagreements that we are still fighting over today because of the process. Because of the process. And so you're angry and we're angry. We're angry for being shut out at the beginning. We're angry for being shut out at the end. Because our Republican colleagues knew that you couldn't pass anything without 60 votes. You knew as you were developing this legislation that you needed to get bipartisan buy-in. And yet there was a limited opportunity for us to have input here. And now we're engaged in a series of votes that are foregone conclusions until we get on the same page. And we can, because from what I understand, and I admit I'm not one of the negotiators in the room, but from what I understand, these are not unbridgeable differences. These are not unbridgeable differences. We can figure out a way to put tighter controls on the funding that is going to companies and corporations. Just make sure that if we're going to spend $2 trillion, that we spend it right, and to make sure that we aren't shortchanging our states and our hospitals. There's provisions in the first draft of this bill that would limit which kind of providers get Medicaid dollars and which won't. Our belief is that that language actually leaves a whole bunch of healthcare providers out in the cold. Now, some have said that that was intentional, that that was because Republicans didn't want Medicaid dollars to go to abortion providers. That sounds like politics to me. But that's just something I read in the paper. I don't know that that's true. What I do know is that whether or not that decision was about politics, the politics of reproductive health care, it's still just not good policy to leave a whole bunch of health care providers outside when it comes to the additional Medicaid money that is absolutely necessary to make sure that we have what it takes to stand up defenses against this virus. That's a policy difference. And I could sit here making accusations that Republicans are bringing outside political issues into this process, like Senator Barrasso made accusations about Democrats. But aside from that question, it's just still not good policy to limit the number of healthcare providers that can get this additional Medicaid money when everybody is in this together, when we know that every single healthcare institution by the end of this week is going to be dealing with patients who have positive tests for COVID-19. These are policy differences. But policy differences that didn't have to be outstanding today had the process run by the majority party been different, been more inclusive. I agree that back home, my constituents do not care about who takes credit for this, who drafts it. They want a bill done. They want assurances that money is on the way. And I think we have agreement on big pieces of this. I may not love the small business provision of this bill. I put a different concept on the table that I think is better than the one that Democratic and Republican colleagues have come up with. But you know what? I will not let on that front the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we've made tremendous progress on unemployment compensation insurance. There are big titles of this bill that I think are in good places. We should be working out the details of those outstanding issues right now, rather than spending all of our time on the floor casting broadsides against each other. I understand my Republican colleagues are complimenting themselves on how many of them are down here on the floor blaming Democrats. You're right, there are not as many Democrats here levying the same charges against Republicans, but it would be better if we were all spending time trying to work out these final differences, because we can get there. We can get there. I think we can get there by the end of the day if Republicans are committed to making sure that we attack the virus first, that we don't shortchange the public health response, and that we make sure that our taxpayers don't end up subsidizing the profits and pocketbooks of people who don't need any more help from this government. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, our country is facing a crisis. Maybe I don't need to whisper that, Mr. President. Our country is facing a crisis. I have served many times over in crisis. Floods, hurricanes, and war in a slightly different suit. We are facing a crisis. We have 3 states that have had National Guardsmen activated in support of the coronavirus pandemic. We are in a crisis. And right now, we right here in Congress have the ability, the duty, to act and to provide additional much-needed relief to the American people. Last night, and unfortunately, yet again today, have been very, very disappointing displays of putting partisan politics ahead of the immediate needs of the American people. Now, some will call this righteous indignation. I say no, it's fighting for the American people. My friends on the other side of the aisle delayed, no, let's say it the way it is. They blocked this package to move to cloture, to further debate this bill, this bipartisan relief package. And let me make this clear. The votes we've been taking haven't even been on the final bill. It's simply a way for us to continue negotiating and debating on a path forward on a bipartisan relief package, a package that, again, I'm going to echo what my colleague from Ohio said, was written in a bipartisan way. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats from those lead committees assigned to these task forces. Folks, Iowans deserve better than this. All Americans deserve better than this. This is no time for political games and partisan wish lists. And yes, there are partisan wish lists out there of things that have nothing to do with the immediate needs of this pandemic. This is a time for action, folks, and it is a time for leadership. Look, folks, the Senate took up a House-led Phase 2 package that many of us considered not perfect. Phase 2, now let's keep that in mind. There are many phases going on during this pandemic. Phase 2, we didn't feel that was perfect. Well, what happens when a Phase 2 is not perfect? You move to a Phase 3 because we need immediate relief. We put our differences aside here in the Senate and we supported the Phase 2 package and provided the second round of immediate relief for our workers, our families, our seniors, and businesses across the country. Why? Folks, gosh darn it, it is the right thing to do. Why can't my Democratic colleagues do the same? We need to be working in the most efficient and effective way possible to get immediate relief to the men, the women, and the children across this country. We need to get them what they need. I've spoken directly with Iowans by phone all week. The small business owners, the members of our ag community, many workers at our hospitals and in our healthcare industry. These moms and dads, the employees and employers, the grandmas and the grandpas, nurses and doctors, small business owners, farmers, veterans, you name it, they are all in crisis at this very moment. I can't tell you how many of those Iowans were crying on the phone with me. They keep saying, we need it now. We need relief now. Maybe you don't think across the aisle that Phase 3 is perfect. But you know what? The longer we delay this, the more Iowans I'm going to hear crying on the other end of the phone. Not one of them has told me, don't pass this bill. Not a single one of them. What they have said is it needs to be done today. Again, I will remind you that there are states where we have mobilized National Guard soldiers. The president and those governors don't just mobilize National Guard soldiers because it's a fun thing to do. They do it because we are a nation in crisis. Just overnight in Iowa, we had 15 more cases, and that's a total of 105 cases of coronavirus in my home state. That's not a lot compared to other states, but you know what? Iowa's not populated a lot like other states. 105 in Iowa, that is a lot for us. Just a couple hours ago, I was on a call with Iowa's state leaders who are at the State Emergency Operations Center. Let me say that again. Emergency Operations Center, an EOC. You don't just set those up for fun, folks. You set them up when your state is in crisis. They gave us a picture of what's going on with our workers and our small businesses on the ground in Iowa. Within 3 hours, the state received over 11,000 calls for unemployment insurance. 2,000 of them are self-employed. They won't qualify for unemployment insurance. You know what would relieve their hurt? This package, Phase 3. Meanwhile, my Democratic colleagues are holding this bill up that would actually deliver the relief that is necessary for these workers that I just mentioned, for things that have nothing to do with a crisis. Senate Democrats are stalling funding for hospitals and small businesses until they get to jam through their Green New Deal. Mr. President, you tell me, what does placing emission standards on airlines have to do with getting Iowa families and workers the relief they need right now? The Green New Deal was brought up on this very floor last year. How many of them voted for it? None. None. Big zero. Big zero. They didn't believe in it then, so why are they trying to jam it through now? Americans from every corner of this nation are looking to the Senate for more help. This is an extraordinary situation, folks, and it requires an extraordinary response. This is arguably the biggest bill ever. Nearly $2 trillion of funding. But is that enough? If we were offering up $3 trillion, would it be enough? If it were $4 trillion, would it be enough? I guarantee you that our friends on the other side of the aisle would say, oh, that's not enough. We need the Green New Deal. We need XYZ, which has nothing to do with the COVID-19 crisis. Mr. President, we are better than this. Let's come together in a bipartisan way, as we have done through much of this process. We took up Phase 2. We supported it. I was glad to support it because it was the right thing to do. Let's deliver for the American people. It is our duty. We do not have time to delay. We must pass this additional relief now. And again, it's Phase 3. There may be many more phases to go. And if the Democrats believe it is the right thing to do, they'll get this package done today, and we'll move on and have discussions for yet another phase. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. America is in crisis. Time is of the essence. And the Senate needs to work on a bipartisan basis to get the job done and get it done today without delay. We see our fellow Americans all across this country uniting at this time of crisis. Neighbors helping neighbors, people helping throughout their communities. We're watching our healthcare workers on the front lines of fighting this virus, true heroes who are putting themselves at risk every day in order to help patients coming in the door. They're facing extreme shortages in personal protective equipment. We need to rush that out in much greater volumes to protect them. We still have a huge shortage of tests in this country and got caught way behind the curve, and we're having to catch up. We're trying to manufacture ventilators to help those who are sick, who may get sick. And in doing that, Americans are coming together. We've seen stories of notices going out to dentist offices and others who have important personal protective equipment like masks, but aren't needing them right now, to try to rush those to local hospitals. We've seen nurses and doctors and other healthcare workers on the front line coming together. And that's exactly what this Senate and House need to do. We need to do what Americans around the country are doing, united to help one another and help our country. We did that on rounds 1 and 2. We worked very quickly to put together an $8.3 billion package for round 1. What did that include? More resources for our public health infrastructure, more resources to try to accelerate the development of a vaccine and therapeutics. That was all good work. On round 2, what did we do? We said we want to make sure that tests for the coronavirus are free, because we don't want Americans not going to get tests because they can't afford them. We had to fight for that on the Democratic side, but it became bipartisan in the end. We worked to provide more paid sick leave because we don't think it's a good idea for workers who are living paycheck to paycheck to feel like they've got to go to work when they're sick, even if it means they're going to potentially spread the virus. We want to make sure that they can pay the bills at home and stay home and not spread the virus. The provision in round 2 regarding paid sick leave was good. There are still big gaps in it. So how did rounds 1 and 2 come to pass? I hear talk over here, this is all a House initiative. Actually, it was a bipartisan initiative. The White House sat down with Speaker Pelosi, Secretary Mnuchin with Speaker Pelosi. They hammered out rounds 1 and 2 in a bipartisan fashion. They came to the United States Senate, and they were passed with big bipartisan votes. We need that same bipartisan spirit now. I've been listening in to some of the conversation on the floor. First of all, I keep hearing there are Democrats on the floor. Well, we're coming. The other thing I keep hearing is, let's blame Speaker Pelosi. I mean, this is pretty amazing. This bill's in the United States Senate. We're having discussions right now, Democrats and Republicans. We're having discussions right now, Democratic senators and Republican senators, and the White House, again, primarily with Secretary Mnuchin. And yet I'm listening to people on the floor blaming Speaker Pelosi. Well, guess how rounds 1 and 2 actually happened? They happened because Speaker Pelosi sat down with the Trump administration. They hammered out on a bipartisan basis and came over here. This time, the majority leader, Senator McConnell, wanted to start the process in the Senate. So let's get it done. Don't go pointing fingers at Speaker Pelosi. She's not here. I keep hearing about the House wanting a Green New Deal as part of this emergency package. That's a total red herring. I even looked at the list of ideas that the House put out, including Speaker Pelosi's. There's no new Green New Deal on this thing. So let's get real. So why can't we vote today again except for by unanimous consent? It's not because of the Democrats' vote. It's because the leader, the Republican leader, chose to bring up that vote. That was a motion to proceed to the cloture vote. It was a cloture vote, a motion to proceed to cloture on the motion to proceed. That's what it was. And so what did the leader know? He knew that we're still engaged in negotiations. They're going on right now. Hopefully when all of us on the floor leave here, we will continue to engage. But the leader knew that the votes were not there for that motion, that cloture motion. And yet he burned the one opportunity he would have today on that vote, knowing it wouldn't succeed. He could have waited 1 hour. He could have waited 2 hours. He could have waited 3 hours. He chose to hold that vote, knowing it would fail. That is a self-inflicted wound on the United States Senate and on the American people at this moment. Because of that decision, we will have the earliest opportunity to vote again on Wednesday. That was a decision Leader McConnell made when he decided to hold that vote today, knowing he did not have 60 votes, knowing that the negotiations were going on right now. So he's right. If we want to have a vote between now and Wednesday, we have to do it by unanimous consent. I hope we get to that point. But make no mistake, the vote that was held earlier could have waited till later today. It could have waited till we got closer to an agreement. And here's the tragedy of it. We're getting pretty close on a lot of important issues. We're still far away on some, but we're getting close on some very important issues. Unemployment insurance. As we speak, people are losing their jobs. We know that. Small businesses are shutting their doors. They started days ago having to shut their doors in the cases of restaurants and bars and many other establishments. We need to attack that from two angles. One is the unemployment insurance system. And we've made great progress in these discussions on that. What do we have to do when it comes to unemployment insurance? Well, we should work to make sure that somebody who's losing their job through no fault of their own because of the coronavirus, because they're working for an establishment like a restaurant that has to shut its doors, that they have 100% wage replacement for the period of time of this emergency. We wanted 6 months. Republicans wanted 4 months, wanted 3 months. I think we've got right now in the draft 4 months. Okay, that's a compromise. We also wanted to make sure UI could cover people who are not part of the traditional UI system. Part-time workers, the self-employed, independent contractors, gig workers. And so we've worked together on a bipartisan basis to make sure that we try to get those people help through UI as well, even though they're not part of the traditional system. Trying to streamline the process by which they can demonstrate that they've been making an income so that they can get help through UI in this emergency moment. We're pretty close on that. We've worked together on small and even mid-sized businesses because they're getting hammered right now across the country. We're all hearing from them, and they've had to let off their employees in many cases under very painful circumstances. They don't want to let their employees go, but no customers in the door means no sales, means no income. You still got to pay your rent if you're a small business or your mortgage. You have other fixed costs. So we've come together to work to try to provide a small business plan that would provide funds to those small businesses so that they can keep people on their payroll, and if they've already had to let them go, rehire them, and also meet their fixed costs. And if they spend the money the way it's directed, meaning for necessary fixed costs and for employees, then at the end of the day, that loan can be forgiven, because we don't want small businesses to have to go through 3 months with no money through the door and just a huge pile of bills they can't repay at the end of the day. And we've also tried to expand that and include mid-sized businesses. So we're making progress on important things. And those conversations are going on as we speak. But there's some areas where we need to reach final agreement. One of them is proper oversight and safeguards on the $500 billion fund to help some of the biggest businesses in the country. Now, we need to make sure we don't allow this economy to go into free fall. But I would hope we would all agree that we don't want a major corporation getting taxpayer dollars and going and doing another stock buyback, or for big employee compensation. And there's some language in there, but then there are these waiver provisions. I would hope we would put at least the safeguards in this provision that we did in TARP. That was the rescue package back in 2008. That was much maligned, and for many good reasons, there were not adequate protections to make sure that monies were spent in an accountable way. Don't we want to make sure the $500 billion is spent in an accountable way? I don't know why it's taking us so long to come to agreement on that. I don't think our Republican colleagues would want to give any administration a blank check to spend $500 billion however they want, without any clear safeguards or some process for accountability. So that's what we're talking about now. Maybe we could resolve that in 2 hours. Maybe we could resolve it in 3, and then we could have had the vote. But the majority leader burned that vote. He burned that vote by having it when he knew the votes weren't there, and when he knew conversations were still going on. So I'm back in my office listening to this discussion on the floor of the Senate with the majority leader all upset. He brought that on this body by holding that vote as negotiations are going on. So what else do we need to work on still? We all got a letter from the National Governors Association, bipartisan, Republicans and Democrats, saying, hey, we're the states. We're on the front lines of this. We need some help. I don't know if all my colleagues here on the floor know it, but just about 48 hours ago, the position of the Republican Senate leadership was, no, we're not going to deal with those big issues now. We'll do it another day. Well, those are issues pressing right now. We're hearing that from Republican and Democratic governors. We're hearing it from mayors. We heard it from the National League of Cities. Don't you think it's worth spending a couple hours so that we can hash all that out before you call a vote where you know the outcome in advance? FMAP. These are Republican and Democratic governors pointing out they need more federal help on the health care and medical front as more and more people are coming in the doors. Don't you think we can work that out in the next couple hours? Why hold a vote that you know is going to fail and means you can't hold the next one until Wednesday without unanimous consent? I hope my Republican colleagues will ask the majority leader that question. So we've made a lot of progress on some very important parts of this bill. But we also have a fair distance to go. But a fair distance in terms of getting to an agreement doesn't mean it has to take all day. We should be able to close agreement on many of these things. You know, the administration took an appropriate action, saying that they don't want landlords to be able to foreclose on certain mortgages. I think we should all work together to make sure that people don't get thrown out of their homes through foreclosures or evicted from their homes if they're renters during this period of time if it turns out that they don't have the income to pay those bills. I would hope we could work that out, too. I would hope that there was agreement on that measure. So instead of playing political games here on the floor of the Senate and calling a vote where the outcome was predetermined because we're still negotiating on a bipartisan basis, instead of doing that, let's get this job done. And to listen to members of the United States Senate who are negotiating this here try to blame the House of Representatives and Speaker Pelosi, come on. That's just political rhetoric. The House passed rounds 1 and 2. They did it on a bipartisan basis. Speaking with the administration, Secretary Mnuchin and others, they did that. It's the Senate right now that can't get its job done. So let's stop playing games, procedural games. Let's hammer this out as we've been trying to do. We've made progress. We can close the distance. And then if we can get all that done, we could actually bring it up by unanimous consent anytime. So let's do what the American people are doing. Let's unite at this time of crisis. Let's unite for the good of the country. We did it on rounds 1 and 2. Let's do it to help save our economy and fight the healthcare fight against the coronavirus. I'm confident if we put our minds to it, we can get the job done for the American people. So let's go back to work. Let's complete these negotiations, and maybe we can come back in a couple hours with a proposal that gets the consent and support of this entire body. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, Madam President.
Senator from Montana.
Madam President, the health and livelihoods of the American people are at risk. They're in danger. We cannot afford to keep squabbling and arguing here in the United States Senate. Time is not on our side. Each day matters. In fact, every hour matters. As we look at the stats coming in terms of those who have been infected with COVID-19, literally it's hour by hour. This is a logarithmic kind of scale. This is a doubling every day kind of scale that's going on. Hours matter, minutes matter. And like many of my colleagues here in the United States Senate, I've been talking to Montanans around the clock to get their feedback. Hospital leaders, ag groups, tribal leaders, small business leaders, construction workers. We are in a public health and an economic crisis. I have not sensed fear like this from the American people any time in my life. I remember 9/11. I remember the crisis of 2008. I remember the 1987 crash. Those pale in comparison to what we're seeing today at this very moment in our country. This is a time that we need to come together. This is a time we must get this done for the good of our country. Listen, neither side is going to be happy with the final product. That's part of negotiation. It's give and it's get. And this Senate bill before us provides relief for workers, for families, for small businesses, and for healthcare professionals. I tell you what, I've heard some things said today on the floor of the United States Senate that are flat out not true. Let me set some of the facts straight, what this bill before us does do. It provides $250 billion of unemployment insurance for those who've lost their jobs during the coronavirus outbreaks. $250 billion. What that means in Montana is $600 a week. That is twice as big as what's currently paid per week. It's $4 billion for masks, for gowns, for gloves, ventilators. It's the PPE discussion I just had a couple hours ago with some of my hospital leaders and doctors and medical leaders across Montana. They're scared of the shortage of PPE. This bill provides $4 billion to CDC to address that. And I tell you what, dinking around here over this today, we lost another day. We could be moving forward to get it into the hands of our healthcare professionals. It provides $350 billion to allow our small businesses to survive and rebound. Listen, we have had some very healthy, prosperous, good small businesses that employ a lot of people in Montana. These are good jobs. And now they're not just worried about liquidity, they're worried about insolvency. These are ranchers. These are restaurant owners. It provides $10.5 billion for drug development to treat and prevent the virus. Listen, we will not stop the panic we see right now in our country until we stop the pandemic. And we won't stop this pandemic until we have drugs available for the American people that will provide immunity to them. There's great hope on the horizon. There's amazing vaccines. There's amazing what they call monoclonal antibodies through incredible ingenuity and innovation that we can provide to the American people before the second wave hits this fall. Listen, you talk to the doctors, our best leaders at NIH, at the FDA, at the CDC. They're telling us there's probably a second wave pandemic coming in the fall of 2020 if we don't act now. Because, as is true with most of the world, we don't have the immune systems here to combat this virus, this coronavirus that produces COVID-19. And so you either get the immunity from catching the disease or getting a vaccine or these other drugs that can provide the antibodies. Listen, there's good news on the horizon. What did we do in this bill? We're going to allow the acceleration of manufacturing so we can get this in a widespread distribution across for the American people to protect them in the next flu season when most scientists believe we probably get hit with this again. And we just lost another day here in the U.S. Senate. Every day matters. We have vaccine trials going as we speak in Seattle. They started Monday. There's 45 individuals that received a vaccine that we believe can protect you from the coronavirus. Can you imagine the good news for the American people? We found out we've got a vaccine that will protect us. We have a drug that will protect us. We have therapeutics that will help us if we contract the coronavirus. We just lost another day. That could be a day we could have been closer to getting that in the hands of the American people. We were in a race for time. We're now into the end of March. We've got to get this available by September to the American people. This is literally an all-of-government Manhattan Project kind of approach. And we just lost another day here because we couldn't get this passed in the U.S. Senate. This also provides $75 billion for our hospitals and our health care providers. Those are the men and women on the front lines right now saving lives. God bless them. $75 billion for them. And if you heard the Democrats talk about this bill, you think there's nothing here for the average hardworking person in this country. That's absolutely false. And we can lay it all out. And there's parts of this bill I don't like. There's parts of this bill I would change. But we've got to be satisfied now with a good 80 for 20 because speed matters. It matters to get something done. The American people are looking here at the dysfunction in Washington. They don't understand. Frankly, I don't either. And this bill before us was written by Republicans and Democrats. I'll tell you why I know that. Because I was part of helping negotiate to get this $10 billion for this acceleration of vaccines and drug program. I went in this weekend, we were sitting looking at spreadsheets that said, here's the Republican ask, here's the Democrat ask. They're spreadsheets. We can show them to you. We were going back and forth in a bipartisan way to try to craft a bill here that we could pass in the Senate last night. In fact, the American people are watching both sides in this kind of ping pong match today around one side says one thing, one side says the other. Sometimes I look to people like Susan Collins and Lamar Alexander at moments like this. I think few Americans, few senators would claim that either Lamar or Susan are hyper-partisan senators. They've got a pretty good temperature of the Senate. They've got a pretty good sense of finding ways to make things work. When you hear Senator Susan Collins down here outraged at what happened, when Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi basically put the brakes on the discussions, we lost another day, maybe two, by demanding this bill includes an ideological wish list. Susan Collins is outraged. Lamar Alexander, he was shocked. Let me tell you something. When Susan Collins is outraged and Lamar Alexander is shocked about what's going on around here, that tells you something. You can discount what I'm saying here and many Republican senators and Democrat senators, but those two senators are viewed as some of the most bipartisan senators here. And when they're outraged and shocked, that tells you what's going on in terms of one of the low levels of partisanship that we've achieved here in the U.S. Senate over the course of the last couple of days. This obstruction will create a devastating impact on American workers, on families and small businesses. They're pushing for things that have nothing to do with the public health and the economic crisis we're facing today. The issues they're pushing have nothing to do with overcoming this pandemic. And in a global pandemic, some have tossed aside bipartisanship to push for airline emission standards. I was told there's no such thing as a House bill. Well, that's false. Here's Nancy Pelosi's House bill. She's part of the discussions. Why? Because we need something that can pass the Senate quickly now and then go to the House even more quickly. And let me tell the American people something else. The House is not here this week. I was just speaking with a Montanan on the phone off the floor of the U.S. Senate a few minutes ago. I was describing what's going on. He was despondent, by the way, fearing both the pandemic and also the economic panic as he's losing his business. And had you realized the U.S. House is not even in town right now? He goes, I didn't know that. They're not. They left town last week. They're not here. They're not here. At a moment when the country needs us, the U.S. House left town. They are not here as we speak. I think that's been lost in the discussion. So we can debate this another time down the road, some of their ideological requests. I mean, here's one from Pelosi's bill. The full offset of domestic airline emissions by 2025 for airlines that use assistance under Section 101 of the Pelosi bill. It's right here. Okay, well, we can have a debate another time about whether or not they should have a part of this new Green Deal to offset airline emissions. Now is not the time to have a debate. Now is the time to save the American people, both economically and with their health. We need to get our priorities straight, and that means putting the American people first. By the way, this is not a stimulus package. It's the wrong name for it. This is not a recovery package. That's the wrong name for it. This is a rescue package. That's what we're debating on right now, is a rescue package. We must come together. Both sides. The coronavirus is not partisan. It crosses party lines. It crosses country boundaries. This is a global challenge. It's on the shores of our country. It is time to come together, both sides, vote this bill out of the Senate yesterday. But that didn't happen. The next best time is today. I urge my colleagues on both sides to set aside the perfect and move forward with this to restore the confidence of the American people for their health and their economic well-being. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Arkansas.
The United States is in the middle of a global pandemic, probably the worst public health crisis in over 100 years this country has faced. Every minute matters, every hour, every day. I've been saying this for 2 months now. Yet where are the Democrats? Where are the Democrats? There's not a single one of them down here right now. Where have they been all afternoon? 1, 2, 3. Probably every Republican over here has spoken. Because twice in less than 24 hours, the Democrats have refused to even start debate on legislation that would help the American people and our economy survive this crisis, that would provide over $3,000 to your average working family in just the coming weeks, that would provide extra unemployment benefits to the millions of Americans who have already lost their job and who regrettably are going to lose their job, that would provide loans to our small and medium-sized businesses so they don't have to lay off those Americans as they struggle to pay the bills, that would help industries that have been devastated, like the hotel industry, when thousands and thousands of hardworking Americans clean the rooms, make the beds, cook the food, all of whom desperately need help. The Democrats won't even start debate on that legislation. That's what they've done twice. Not voted to defeat any legislation, not even start debate. And in fact, earlier today, Susan Collins, probably the kindest, most decent, most bipartisan senator, took the floor to speak, and Chuck Schumer blocked her, refused to allow her to speak, probably because he was scared of what she had to say. And probably, just like there are no Democrats here right now, because they know they don't have anything to say. They have no case to make. Earlier today, Sherrod Brown was accusing us of not acting quickly enough on Nancy Pelosi's legislation that the House passed and then popped smoke and left town for more than a week. I asked him a simple question. When did the House bill arrive in the Senate? He refused to answer. I asked him again a simple question. He refused to answer and rather engaged in ad hominem attacks, which is his weak and sad way of saying he has no answer, which is so often the case with the senator from Ohio. They come down here and they attack the Republicans for wanting corporate bailouts. We want to bail out corporations. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Any large company that borrows money from the Treasury or takes advantage of Federal Reserve programs will have onerous terms attached to it and will have lots of strings as well. We insisted only loans be available, not grants, not cash handouts. Do you know what the Democrats are advocating for behind closed doors? The Democrats behind closed doors are demanding free cash handouts for the airlines. Right through that door, right there, Chuck Schumer's office. They are demanding free cash giveaways for major corporations, and they have the nerve to come down here and accuse us of bailouts. Go right through that door and ask Chuck Schumer what he's demanding in secret behind closed doors. Oh, and don't forget all of their cities and all their states. Dick Durbin represents one of the most bankrupt states in America and the most bankrupt city, Chicago, in America. Behind those closed doors, they are demanding straight cash bailouts for states and cities that have been fiscally irresponsible for years. Yet they come down here and accuse us of bailouts. We're willing to help these cities and states. They are overwhelmed by this pandemic. Yet we simply say they have to repay the money on the back end. That's not what the Democrats are asking for behind those closed doors over there. They want straight cash payments. Now you ask yourself, why would they not even start debate? Not even start debate. Remember, that's all we're talking about here over these last 18 hours. Why would they risk your life and your loved ones' lives and your job and your lifetime of retirement savings? Well, now we know. Now we know. Nancy Pelosi is circulating a 1,400-page bill that she wants Congress to pass, that she claims will help save this nation from this terrible crisis. 1,400 pages. It's almost 3 times longer than our legislation, by the way. To give you a sense of what might be in that bill, because let me tell you, she's not hiding the good stuff in her bill. I don't have 1,400 pages here, but I do have a few pages. Let's just go through what is a priority for Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats as they dither while Americans die. Corporate board diversity. The Democrats want to impose quotas for race and sex on corporate boards. I know they want to do that for a long time. Is that going to stop anyone from getting sick from the coronavirus? There's another one, bailing out the Postal Service, wiping out all the debts that the Post Office has towards the Treasury. It's another issue we've been debating for a long time. Postal Service needs relief. And I greatly respect and praise the hard work of the men and women who are still delivering the mail. But is a survival package for the coronavirus the right time to be talking about Postal Service debt to the Treasury? Oh, here's another one. $10,000 minimum, $10,000 minimum of student loan forgiveness across the board. Another ideological wish list item for the Democrats. What does it have to do with stopping a pandemic, especially when Donald Trump has already waived student loan payments for Americans who are affected by this terrible pandemic? Early voting mandated in every single state. The same kind of early voting that almost doomed the Democrats' favored presidential candidate, Joe Biden, against whom Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, or for whom Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer worked tirelessly to beat their colleague, Bernie Sanders. Oh, combine that with same-day registration. Every single state has to register voters on same day. So now they want to pile election rules on a bill that's designed to stop a pandemic. Remind you, election rules written by the same partisan geniuses who couldn't even count their own votes in the Iowa Democratic caucuses. Here's a good one, too. Airline carbon emission offsets. Every airline that benefits from these programs, which is probably going to be all of them, has to go carbon neutral by 2025. Gee, it's going to be a pretty amazing feat of engineering to get jet engines that you can plug into the wall and then fly across the continent. Democrats have a lot of faith in American ingenuity. I wonder if that'll apply, by the way, to the private planes that Nancy Pelosi and her family flies in, or all their buddies in Hollywood. What about this one? Every airline has to tell you on every single flight what the greenhouse gas emissions of that flight are. So you get your departure time and your seat number and your gate number, and oh, by the way, how many greenhouse gas emissions your plane is going to have. What is that going to do to help a vitally important and devastated industry get back on its feet? Subsidizing retirement plans for community newspaper employees. Look, this has been a long-standing debate in Congress. It almost sank a retirement reform bill last year. And here it is again in a bill designed to stop a pandemic. Are you kidding me? $15 an hour minimum wage. Unfortunately, millions of Americans are learning that the true minimum wage is zero. When you lose your job because of a global pandemic that is killing your fellow citizens, and our elected leaders won't even have a debate on a bill. Here's a beauty, too. Mandating that federal public employee unions get paid for the union work they do. So that means you, as a taxpayer, will pay federal bureaucrats when they're doing work not for you, the taxpayer, but for their unions. Again, is that going to stop the pandemic? I could go on and on and on. The Democrats' bill is 1,400 pages, after all. But the point is this. There is a good bill, a bill that was negotiated in good faith over the weekend with many Democrats, no matter what they say, that they are now blocking, that they will not even start debate on because of ideological wish list items like those. It is disgraceful. And it is dangerous to the lives of our people and to their economic well-being. It's time for the Democrats to get serious and to do their job.
Senator from South Carolina.
And may I just add to what Senator Cott from Arkansas said. It's dangerous. I think it's disgraceful. It's irresponsible. And it's not going to work. We're not going to do this. So I think people on our side are willing to go big. For Republicans, that's not so easy in one day to spend all we're going to spend in a single year. We're going to spend about $1.8 trillion, probably closer to $2 trillion when it's over with, in one day. That's as much as we would spend in an entire year for discretionary spending. That's big. I'd like to go smart. If you're going to go big, you need to be smart, right? And you don't need to go crazy. The only reason we're not voting on this bill is because the House hijacked this process. Nancy Pelosi tried to control impeachment. She tried to set the terms of the debate for the United States Senate in the impeachment trial before she would send over the impeachment articles. Remember that whole debacle? And as we were dealing with this impeachment garbage, China was on fire. You'll hear more about that later in the year. But I guess what I would say is that we need to get on with it. You're not going to be successful. We're not going to let this happen to the American people. Rahm Emanuel, who I actually like, said, for every crisis is an opportunity. This is not your opportunity to impose same-day voting. In the House bill, they're requiring every state in the union, where you like it or not, to allow same-day registration and voting. I'd personally like to do that in South Carolina, not to combat the coronavirus. That's a dream that they have. This is not the time to enact that dream. If you're on a ventilator or you're a nurse at a hospital waiting on medical supplies, please go to tell them you can't get your stuff until the Republicans agree to same-day voting. They're literally holding hostage the relief for doctors and nurses, for towns and cities, for businesses who've had to lay off their workers, for same-day voting, for corporate diversity, for a $15 hour minimum wage. If you get a dime of money in your business under the House bill, you have to pay your employees $15 an hour. Literally, they're using this sad day in America to enact policies that wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell getting through the United States Senate. And they see this as a moment for them. We see this as a moment for you. They see this as an opportunity to do things they couldn't do without the country being on fire. To my Democratic colleagues, I will work with you to make sure that the money going to American corporations go to the right people. All of us don't want stock buybacks. All of us want to make sure that the money is lent, not given as a grant to the big companies in this country. All of us are willing to do more to help the states. We're willing to work on the problem. We're not going to be willing to take your legislative wish list and allow you to use this moment of crisis to turn the country upside down. I don't know why you want to do this. I know this. If we were doing this, the media would be eating us alive. If there were a House bill that Republicans are writing doing away with right to unionization, every major paper and TV station in this country would be talking about the Republican Party going nuts, trying to take an ideological agenda and attach it to a national crisis that we haven't seen since World War II. So, two things are going to happen. We're not going to give in because it is wrong. It corrupts everything about why we're here. We have worked with a House-passed bill that we didn't like because we needed to get something done relevant to the problem. To Speaker Pelosi, you see this as an opportunity to do things you couldn't do otherwise. Republicans see this as an opportunity to do things that have to be done now to save lives. I have never been more disgusted since Kavanaugh. You tried to destroy a good man's life just to keep the seat open. And close friends of mine in the House have publicly said this is an opportunity to reshape the country and our image. It's not going to happen. We didn't let you destroy Brett Kavanaugh's life to keep the seat open, and we're not going to let you turn the country upside down to shape it in your image. We will work with you in a very generous fashion to help people who've lost their jobs, help doctors and nurses who've run out of supplies. Shame on you. Shame on you for coming in at the 11th hour, taking good faith negotiations, and throwing them in an ideological ditch. To the American people, they're going to give in because what they're wanting to do should make you mad as hell. If you've got a family member who is suffering, do you really think now's the time to impose same-day voting? Student loans. $10,000 loan forgiveness for every student loan in the country. That's a debate we'll have, but not on this bill. And let me tell you what it would cost to forgive $10,000 for every student loan in this country. About $500 billion. Here's the question. If you're going to spend $500 billion, wouldn't you want to spend it on the virus? Wouldn't you want to spend it on hospitals who are under siege? Wouldn't you want to spend it on businesses who are shut down and have no hope of opening up anytime soon? So we're going to hold our ground to focus on the people who need the help the most. We're going to say no to an ideological agenda. And I can't believe that we're having to do this. What the hell has happened? How could we get here as a nation? We've gone a long way from we're all in it together to this. So, to my colleagues on the other side, I am more than willing to work with you on unemployment insurance and all the things that are in this bill. I am not going to give in to the hijacking of the legislative process by the most partisan people in the country at a time people are dying. With that, I yield.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I know there are a number of senators here wishing to speak, and so I will not be long. It makes me angry that we're here talking about a bill that will not only help defeat this virus, but will also put money in the hands of people wondering, how am I going to pay the rent? How am I going to buy groceries? How am I going to buy food for my children? And we have our Democratic colleagues here on a party line vote block the very help for the people that I'm talking about. They're not worried where their next rent check is coming from, how they're going to pay their mortgage. They're getting paid. They're not worried about ending up like hourly workers or people working for tips who are scared to death about how they are going to make ends meet. First of all, they're worried about getting sick. But secondly, if you work for a restaurant or a hotel or some other service industry, heck, if you work for an airline and you've been furloughed and you're wondering, how am I going to make ends meet? It should make all of us angry that our Democratic colleagues are using this national emergency in order to leverage their ideological wish list. And you've heard it talked about here many times. Let me just make a couple of points. In addition to the money going to individuals, the enhanced unemployment compensation, because people don't know how long this is going to last and they need to be able to sustain themselves, the assistance to small businesses so they can maintain their payroll, perhaps, and keep their business alive for the duration of this crisis. People want to know not only how are they going to make ends meet today, they're going to want to make sure there will be jobs waiting for me after we get on the other side of this crisis. That's what our help for the small businesses is designed to do. And then the third part that really makes me angry is to hear them talk about this bill containing a slush fund for big business. Well, in my state, and Senator Cruz's state, some of these businesses employ hundreds of thousands of people. You know, I've never understood how it is you can claim to love the worker but hate the very person or the business that provides them a job. You can't separate those two. You need to have a worker and somebody who's invested, created something, so they provide a job. So this ideological division, which is designed for no other purpose than to mislead people into thinking that this is some sort of bailout. This isn't a bailout. What we're talking about is businesses who, through no fault of their own, are going to have to lay off workers. And trying to make sure that when we get on the other side of this virus, when we beat this virus, there will be jobs still available. So our economy can come roaring back, as it will do unless we mishandle our work here. So I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm not the only one. But I think about that mom and dad who's thinking, hey, I worked at a restaurant. The government shut the restaurant down. I don't have a paycheck. How am I going to provide for my family? And it's our Democratic colleagues, by their complete and unequivocal devotion to their ideological agenda, that are basically turning their backs on our fellow citizens. This is not a time for us to engage in partisan division. This is a time for us to get help where help is needed as soon as we possibly can. So as I said, Madam President, I know the other senators wish to speak, so I will yield the floor at this time.
Madam President.
Senator from Indiana.
Been here a little bit over a year and have gone through several issues. It tells me how this place works. Never thought we'd come to the point where we've actually choked down the real economy with the valid effort to try to get rid of the disease. And the American public that's been caught in the crossfire already is suffering. The ones that early had to shutter their business, they were hoping that when they woke up today, they were going to see something. Now you can see that's not going to happen. Many others here have kind of gone after the other side, and I think that's a valid argument. What I'm going to talk about here this evening, two things. If we do not get something done, and done through unanimous consent, and we have to wait until Wednesday, we will all be held accountable. And we're going to do what this place normally does and doesn't work for the people that sent us here to do the business. Had a hotel owner in Indianapolis called me earlier in the week, last week, 2% occupancy. The number of small businesses across the country, not only in Indiana, that have had to employees leave, have had to shutter their business by government edict. The toll and the carnage is going to be great. I want to stress what we might get done, and I had 4 or 5 Democratic senators tell me this. I want to throw the gauntlet out and do it publicly. Obviously, a list like that does not make sense. And how you'd even bring that up at a time like this boggles my mind. 3 areas, 4 or 5 different Democratic senators said that if we come together on those 3 areas, they would have enough people to get it across the finish line, even through unanimous consent. Number 1, and I think most of the folks on my side of the aisle, shoring up what state and local governments need to effectively handle this crisis. That's Main Street. That sounds okay with me. Helping the frontline industry that's responsible for fighting the disease, hospitals and providers, and we're real close. We're not far away. And then the one that we hear the most about would be the transparency associated with what could be the most important part of the package, the Emergency Stabilization Fund that helps all those businesses that need liquidity to keep employees on their payroll. But I'm going to be for full transparency. The airlines and their practices of what they could do at the time that ate up all their cash, I think there needs to be accountability. Senator Manchin said earlier, needs stronger language to prohibit stock buybacks. Check. Most of us would be for that. To where Secretary Mnuchin cannot have full latitude on where to direct the funds. I'm a Main Street guy. I'd go for that too. don't have enough restraints on the assistance in firing employees at a later time, as employers might do. Any of us that care about our employees would be for that as well. A couple other things. So I throw the gauntlet out to the leadership, who I think trotted out a lot of this other stuff, confused the process, and now we are here to where we have to do it through unanimous consent. I feel good that our side comes along on three key areas: helping state and local governments, helping the front line of defense, hospitals, and holding the big companies accountable that are going to get the benefit of government assistance. And we need to keep in mind, this isn't 2008, where you're looking at bailing out and helping some of the people that caused the problem. Even these larger businesses have been impacted by government edict to flatten the curve. And what we got to make sure is we get this out the door so that in the process of flattening the curve, we do not flatten the economy. We owe it to every wage earner, to every small business, and to Americans in general. Let's take those three areas that many Democrats told me today, if we just get them trued up, we'll get it across the finish line. That's the gauntlet I throw at the leadership on the other side. Let's get it done. The American public expects us to. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, this is a time of extraordinary crisis for our nation. In this time of crisis, I call upon each of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to rise above. Rise above petty partisanship. Rise above the bickering that so often consumes Washington. Rise above and put first the priorities of the millions of Americans who are hurting. Look, there is a time for political disagreements. There's a time for policy disagreements. I am no stranger to robust political and policy disagreements. But we are in the midst of a global pandemic. People are dying. People are suffering. Last night, when this Senate voted on whether to move forward with emergency relief legislation for the millions of people being devastated by the economic disaster we're seeing as a result of the coronavirus epidemic, every single Democrat in this body voted to block consideration of this bill. Now, for those of you at home who are not poring over a Senate procedural matter, what does it mean to vote to block consideration? It doesn't mean they voted against the bill. It means they voted against even starting to take it up. The New York Times headline moments afterwards said, Democrats block $1.7 trillion stimulus bill. Of course, that headline had the fault of being accurate. And so within minutes, the New York Times changed it to Democrats block $1.7 trillion stimulus bill, citing worker concerns. That was headline number 2. But then apparently the partisan leanings in the New York Times were too strong for that. And so they revised it a third time to say partisan division halts discussion of the bill. No, it wasn't partisan division. It was one party, the Democratic Party, saying to this chamber and the American people, hell no. We won't even take this up and discuss it. At a time of crisis, at a time when people are dying, that's wrong. That's shameful. When we awakened this morning, following the Democrats' obstruction, worldwide, there were 372,563 reported cases of the coronavirus. In the hours since then, just today, there have been an additional 23,352 cases reported today. While the Democrats are blocking the bill, 23,000 new cases today. In the United States, when we started this morning, there were 35,224 cases this morning. Right now, as of the latest numbers, there are 41,708 cases in the United States today. That means we've had an additional 6,484 cases today while the Democrats are blockading. And by the way, where are the Democrats? C-SPAN doesn't show this whole chamber often, but it'd be nice if they did, because that entire side of the chamber is empty. They're not showing up for work. They're not doing their job. In Texas this morning, there had been 668 cases. As of right now, there's 722, 54 more cases today, while the Democrats are blocking consideration of this bill. How about deaths? Look, as we look at this crisis, there are people right now gasping for breath. You and I, we have friends who have been diagnosed with this disease. We've read stories, we've talked to people who've struggled under it. I heard from one individual who's hospitalized right now that breathing felt like a belt strapped across his chest, that he could barely breathe. As of this morning, worldwide, there had been 16,381 deaths. Now that's the number now. This morning it was only 15,308. That means today, while the Democrats have been blocking this bill, 1,073 additional people died. In the United States, as of this morning, there were 471 deaths reported due to coronavirus. As of right now, it's 573. That means today, 102 Americans died, while the Democrats were blocking consideration of this bill. In Texas, as of this morning, there had been 8 deaths. Now, there are 9. 1 Texan died, while half this chamber refused to show up and do their job. Now, this morning, when we voted again, we saw the first signs of cracks as one Democrat, senator from Alabama, who had voted no yesterday, decided this morning, well, maybe we should take up the bill. One Democrat. Where are the rest? There are a lot of Democrats who like to hold themselves out as moderate Democrats. Where are they? Right now, what the Democratic leadership is doing is they're playing games. They're playing games in a way that is irresponsible. Listen, this bill has a lot of important elements for a lot of people that are hurting. You've got not only the people who are hospitalized, the people who are suffering, but you've also got economic devastation, as we have much of this country has ground to a halt. We've got people who work in restaurants, waiters, waitresses, bellboys, who haven't gone to work in over a week. We have people in hotels. I've spoken to business owner after business owner after business owner for the last week. One hotel owner described how he currently had 6% occupancy rates. You can't keep a hotel running with 6% occupancy rates. I talked to one hotel owner who described how he had made 5,000 layoffs in the last week. Another hotel owner had made 6,000 layoffs in the past week. I talked to an oil and gas business owner who'd laid off 5,000 workers in the past week. I talked to another oil and gas business owner who'd laid off 5,000 workers in the last week. You know, today I'm thinking about people like my friends at Republic Country Club. Now, Republic Country Club is a bit of a misnomer. It's a barbecue joint. outside of Houston. It's owned by my friend Michael Berry. It is often the venue for country western concerts. It's a venue sometimes for comedy shows. I went and took my dad to Larry the Cable Guy at Republic Country Club. I've had multiple election night parties at Republic Country Club. It's a big old honky-tonk. You've never seen so many confused national reporters as they walked in and looked around and didn't know what to make of the place. Father's Day, a year ago, I did a Father's Day party at Republic Country Club. My dad, we roasted up 2 whole pigs. Cook staff at the barbecue place, they made them up, and we had a big party, invited people there. It's a Cuban tradition to roast a whole pig. Now, why am I telling you about Republic Country Club? Because yesterday, which happened to be my father's 81st birthday, yesterday, Republic Country Club announced they're closing their doors. Yesterday, Michael Berry sent out a tweet telling first responders, telling police officers and firefighters and everyone on the front line. He said, drive by Republic Country Club today, March 23rd. Drive by during the day and we'll give you a free barbecue. We're going to cook everything we have. We're just going to give it away in to-go. You can't come in, but we're going to give you to-go boxes. And he went on to say, they're emptying out all the liquor from the storeroom, and from behind the bar, they're giving it to the employees because the employees are all being laid off. And he said he doesn't know if they'll open again. Now, I'll tell you, those employees, the bartenders, the bouncers, many of them are veterans. Many of them are big guys covered with tats. They're salt of the earth. And right now, they don't know where their rent check is coming from next week. That's happening all across this country. That's happening not just at one barbecue place in Houston. That's happening at bars. It's happening at nail salons. It's happening at movie theaters. You know, I love Sunday night to go with a buddy of mine and go watch a movie. Movie theaters are shut down all over this country. Retail stores. People laid off. Nobody's going to the mall right now. And for the people who are hurting, they're scared. They don't know, number one, if they're going to get sick. But number two, they don't know how they're going to make ends meet. This is a time of crisis, and we ought to be coming together. Now listen, this bill that we were moving to, I don't necessarily agree with every word of it. But there are a number of elements in this bill that are designed to provide real help to people who are hurting. One element of this bill is to give cash, an immediate check for $1,200 to every person in this country, every adult in this country earning under $75,000 a year. $2,400 for every couple earning under $150,000 a year, plus $500 for every child they've got. Now, you want to talk about real relief. For people that are scared, they're saying, what do I do next? Those are checks that are coming in the mail. And what have the Democrats said? No, halt the checks. Right now, those checks aren't coming, and they aren't coming for one reason, because the Senate Democrats are blocking taking up that bill. In many circumstances, that would not be the right policy outcome to just send checks to people. But at a time of crisis, where you need people just to be able to make it to tomorrow, putting some resources in their hands makes a big difference. Another element of this bill that is being blocked by Senate Democrats is $350 billion in emergency loans to small businesses like Republic Country Club, to small businesses like restaurants and bars, to small businesses like nail salons and barber shops and movie theaters and dress shops and hardware stores. Small businesses that are right now putting up the sign saying closed for coronavirus. Now, those emergency loans are designed to be given with the condition that they keep their employees on payroll. A lot of these small business owners want to keep their employees on payroll, but they don't have the cash. Under the terms of this bill, those loans are forgiven if they keep their employees on payroll. By the way, the Democratic talking point is, oh, this is just cash to businesses. Tell that to the owner of the barbershop who takes an emergency loan to not fire all of her employees. That loan, under the terms of it's forgiven if the employees stay on the payroll. The Democrats are blocking that right now. What about unemployment insurance? The job numbers coming out shortly, I expect to be massive in terms of the job losses. I think we'll see north of 2-3 million people who've lost their jobs, and the numbers are getting worse. Every phone call I have is with more and more people that are losing their jobs. It is bad. It will come back, but it is bad right now. We need support to get people through this dark time. This bill had $250 billion for additional unemployment insurance. What did that mean? That's an additional $600 per week for an additional 13 weeks. If you're one of the waitresses right now who's just been told your job's gone away and you apply for unemployment insurance, if this bill passes, you get an extra $600 immediately. But you know what? You don't right now, because Senate Democrats are blocking this. Now, if they have reasonable concerns, they're welcome to raise them. And by the way, this bill was drafted with the participation of nearly a dozen Senate Democrats who were actively part of the task forces submitting suggestions. In fact, one of the suggestions the Democrats submitted during the drafting was plus up those unemployment insurance numbers. And they got agreement. This was drafted in a bipartisan manner. But what happened? I got to tell you, yesterday, Sunday, most of us thought we were going to move to this. But then Nancy Pelosi decided it was time to play politics. Decided to throw a grenade into the whole process. And she had a list of demands, an over 1,000-page bill that she drops out of nowhere. And the demands she's pushing, I ask you, do these have anything to do with the coronavirus epidemic? A number of people have cited the famed quote from Rahm Emanuel, who's President Obama's chief of staff, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." Sadly, we're seeing the embodiment of that cynical approach right now. Because all the people out of jobs the Democrats are using to push, what are they pushing for? Changing the emission standards on airplanes. Mr. President, what the hell do the emission standards on airplanes have to do with thousands of people dying and millions of people out of work in the coronavirus epidemic? Don't treat this bill like a partisan Christmas list. And by the way, you know, Republicans, we've got things we would like to advance too. Things I believe in deeply. You want to talk about what I'd like to do? I'd like to abolish the IRS. I've campaigned on that all over the country. I'm going to continue fighting for that. But, Mr. President, I'm not standing here with an amendment saying, as part of this emergency relief, let's abolish the IRS. There's a place for that political and policy discussion. The Democrats are pushing wind and solar tax credits. Mr. President, what in the hell does a windmill have to do with this crisis? Other than there's some Democratic lobbyists getting fat and rich, and they're willing to extort a crisis to try to advance their political agenda. Mandates on corporate board diversity. So these are Democrats that want to social engineer. Now listen, I actually have a lot of problems with corporate boards. I think we have far too many corporate boards that are docile and do what management wants. That's a serious problem. A lot of discussion about stock buybacks. I'll tell you what I get concerned about stock buybacks. is when you have compensation agreements in place that the executives get rich if they get a short-term boost in share price, and it ends up hurting the shareholders. So I'd love to see actually more vigorous boards of directors that make sure that you're not creating incentives to game the stock price. That's a reasonable question. But they want to mandate effectively quotas on boards of directors. Mr. President, what in the hell does that have to do with this crisis? The Pelosi wish list wants to restructure the debt for the post office. Mr. President, last I checked, look, our postal workers, they go through wind and rain and snow, but they haven't been laid off. I call upon both sides. Don't play games with this. This crisis isn't going to end tomorrow. It's not going to end the next day. It's going to last for a considerable time. It's going to require adults to step up and lead. On the pandemic, we need to follow the science. We need to listen to the doctors. We need to listen to the physicians. We need to do the steps that we're taking to keep people safe. On the economy, we need to give immediate relief to people who are hurting, and we need to make sure a liquidity crisis doesn't become a solvency crisis. You know, it's interesting. Many of the Democrats are saying they don't want corporate bailouts. Well, listen, I agree with them. I am passionately opposed to corporate bailouts. One of the things I was gratefully relieved about how this bill was structured is that it's structured as loans and not condition-free grants. And it's structured primarily so that it's not picking favored companies that happen to have big lobbying presence in Washington. What does it mean to not have a liquidity crisis become a solvency crisis? Let's take, for example, the airlines. I've spoken with just about every major airline CEO in the past 2 weeks. The airlines are losing billions of dollars every month. Now, they didn't cause that problem. Unlike the financial crisis in 2008, this crisis was not caused by misconduct of one industry or another. This pandemic wasn't caused. It's not the airline's fault that the federal government has shut down flights to Asia and to Europe. That's not their fault. It's not the owner of the restaurant in downtown Houston's fault that the city of Houston has shut down the restaurant. That's not that small business owner's fault. Now, what we don't want is when the bills come due for all of those businesses, for them to have to sell their assets at a fire sale. We don't want the restaurant owner who has a pizzeria who saved to buy this fantastic pizza oven to have to sell the pizza oven for pennies on the dollar because the liquidity crisis has become a solvency crisis. We don't want our U.S. airlines to have to put up a garage sale effectively to sell all their airplanes because they're going bankrupt in the midst of a crisis. We want to come out of this with strong, robust commercial airline sector. We want to come back out of this with the small businesses thriving. We want to come out of this with a thriving energy sector. We want to come out of this with jobs. And so, Mr. President, I'm going to close this the way I started, by calling on Democrats, calling on Republicans, rise above petty partisan games. The Democratic leaders are playing these games. To every one of you Democrats, listen to the men and women in your states. Don't give in to the games. You know, most of the Democratic senators say they don't even know what their side wants, that it's just their leadership that's willing to hold the American people hostage for unrelated political partisan objectives. And by the way, one of the reasons I think Senate Democrats are so willing to engage in this is they expect the media to be utterly complicit in their cynical gamesmanship. So we stand here this afternoon, it is not only the Democratic side of the chamber that is empty, but as I look up to the press, nobody's there. There's not a single reporter sitting in the chamber. We've seen the New York Times. Actually, there's nobody sitting in the chamber, so they may have closed the chamber. in which case that may have been an unfair assault. But it's not an unfair assault to say the New York Times is changing their headline to give political cover for the games of the Senate Democrats. This is a time of crisis. It's not a time to play games. It's a time to rise above. It's a time to stand for the American men and women. It's a time to stand for jobs. It's a time to help protect people's lives. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we've heard a lot of passion here on the Senate floor this afternoon. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration. And it stems from the anxiety, the anger, and the frustration that is being felt across the country right now. As Americans from Alaska to Arkansas are faced with the reality of this new day, a Monday that they thought they just could never imagine, when last week they had a healthy business and a going concern, and now that business has been ordered shut down. A Monday where you thought the kids are going back to school after spring break, and now it's not only been announced that they're not going back for a longer spring break. Right now in my state, it's been extended until May 1st that the kids go back to school. I understand today from my assistant that here or in Virginia, the schools are not going to be going back in, that they will not go back in for the end of this school year. It's pretty shocking. Here we are on a Monday that nobody could have imagined. About 4 hours now ago, we were here on this floor to conduct a vote on a motion to proceed to cloture, a motion to get on to a bill, a motion to get on to a bill that had been worked through by good men and women on both sides for days now. And you hit bumps. We do that around here. This is the nature of legislating. But this is not a time for the bumps to derail us. This is not a time that we have that is unlimited to extend debate, to extend a process when we have folks back home that we answer to that are angry, frustrated, and anxious. At the end of that vote, you heard anger from colleagues saying this type of political games, brinksmanship, call it whatever you will. This is not what the American people deserve, and this is not what we should be doing as a United States Senate. And our leader asked us, he said, so where are we? Where are we right now? And I think he was speaking more, where are we in the process? We can ask that question in this body and say, are we a mere hours away from being able to reach agreement here? Where we are in the views of so many that are watching this right now, where the Republicans are saying, we must move on this now, we don't have time to wait, daylight is a wasting, to a response that we're still working, we're going to try to get this done. No, we can't just try to get this done. I was asked what I thought about the failure to come together on a vote last evening, and I said failure is not an option, plain and simple. Failure is not an option. And so we're continuing to work, but as we work, let's think about where the people that we work for are right now. We may say that we're stuck on some matters. We've got people that are stuck in places that they never could have imagined on this Monday. We've got about 19 Alaskans that are stuck in Peru, trying to get out of a country that has literally gone on lockdown. We were in long conversation yesterday with the folks at the State Department trying to figure out how to help them, how to help their families that are back home in Alaska that are calling my office every day, sometimes multiple times a day, saying, what are you doing to help? What are you doing to help not only those 19 Alaskans getting out of a place like Peru, the pregnant woman with several children, the minor exchange student, the families that are over there? Many of my colleagues were part of that call, that were not only interested in those that were stuck in Peru, but those that were in Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador and other parts. We got a good group out of Morocco. We're getting calls from Alaskans that were seeking to leave the state for other services, so they get on the Alcan Highway, and they're dealing with the reality of a Canadian border closure to all non-essential traffic. So we get the calls. What happens if we're going down to Seattle for medical? Is the veteran that's in the car that's going down for medical purposes, is this an essential trip for him? They're saying, yeah. What about the spouse in the car? Maybe we don't know. The uncertainty that then comes to those individuals about being stuck. We're not stuck here. Those are people that you think about, what are we doing to help them? Because this talk doesn't help them. It's not giving them any degree of certainty, any degree of relief, any belief that we can get anything done. They're looking to us to help them. Right now, my hometown, Anchorage, is under a hunker-down order. Our mayor decided he didn't want to call it a stay-at-home or just a stand-down. It's a hunker-down order, and that hunker-down order went in place last night. It'll go through the end of the month here. Last Monday, I got a call from the mayor who said, I'm going to be closing down all the bars, all the restaurants, the entertainment facilities. We've got to work on containment, because here in Alaska, we're kind of at the end of the supply chain, and it's a pretty scary place to be right now. So what defense do we have? We're going to really be aggressive on this shelter in place. My son's a small businessman that provides to the restaurants in town. So when the order comes out that the restaurants are shut down, what does a small businessman like my 26-year-old son now, where does he go? How does he move forward from that Monday to this Monday? It's pretty scary. We went from a situation on Monday of last week where it was just one municipality that ordered the closure of restaurants and bars, to the following day, the entire state has a full-on closure. We're a state that is isolated from everybody else in the continental United States. We fly to get home. It is a fact of our life. We had a letter signed by multiple emergency room doctors just last week urging the governor to ban non-essential air travel. Think about what that means. Pretty debilitating for a state like mine. You would say, well, that's not going to happen. Well, let me tell you what is happening. Right now, non-essential travel there is a strict advisory against non-essential travel to the state and within the state. We have villages in the interior part of the state predominantly that are banning outsiders coming into the village by airplanes. So that might mean visitors coming in, which this time of year, it's pretty tough to have a big tourism industry in the interior part of Alaska, but the reality is that also means those planes that would be bringing your supplies, now if there's a medical emergency, they would ask for relief out. This is how extreme the actions are. Because in Alaska, we felt fully the impact of the Spanish influenza a century ago that took out whole villages. So our native communities, as remote and small and isolated as they are absolutely fearful that we will see a repeat of that Spanish influenza. So if we have to shut off all economic activity, we're doing that. This weekend, a huge effort to move our homeless populations out of the crowded shelters into the shut-down sports arena and hockey arena so that we can put them in an area and a place where there is hopefully sufficient 6-foot distancing. The hotels around the state, I've listened to our colleagues, we're all in the same situation with the impact that is happening to our businesses as we are shutting down, and these business owners are making the difficult decisions that they are. This morning, the faxes that I got from the hotel, the Quality Inn in Kodiak, Alaska, laying off 13 jobs. This is from the Baranoff Hotel in Juneau, which most of us who have ever spent any time talking to our legislators know this is our most significant hotel in our capital city, laying off 45 hotel positions. This is a reality that for them, as they are watching what's happening here in the Senate, or perhaps the inaction that is happening here before the cameras, they're saying, do I have alternatives to these layoffs? Will there be the level of support for me to keep my employees retained, to keep our community moving forward? I received a text from a friend who has Chena Hot Springs Resort. That resort he's owned now for 22 years. Never closed since he has had that in operation. But he is in a position now where he has told all 90 of his employees, you can stay here. We're not open. I'll feed you. And my hope is that Bernie is going to be able to keep those 90 employees. He's going to be able to pay them through the proposal that we've built into this legislation that we have an opportunity to move to if we can only do so. His ask to me in that text was not make sure that it's $150 billion or it has to be a $1.5 trillion. You know what he ended his text to me with was, he said, we need to make America kind again. He wants to take care of his family, his work family, and he wants to know that we're going to be responsive to that we will show that kindness that we would all hope would come. I'm so discouraged as I listen to the nature of the partisan words that are on this floor today, because that is the last thing this body needs. That is the last thing this country needs. They need assurance from us. They need to have that confidence that we get the urgency, that we hear their cries, and that we're not just sitting back here bickering because I haven't got my number one project. Or if we're going to make this even Steven, if it needs to be one Republican priority, then it needs to be another Democrat priority over there. You know what? We all represent people of different political persuasions. My job as a senator from the state of Alaska is to represent all those Alaskans. And I would like to think that all Alaskans think that protective equipment for our medical providers is a priority for all of us. I would like to think that it's a priority for all of us, for all Alaskans, that we say it is best to keep those employees as part of your business, to keep that held in place until we can get on the other side of the immediacy of the health crisis, so that we can work together to avoid a further economic crisis. But instead of this Monday, the American public and Alaskans who are counting on me back home, instead of them being able to see this hope from their elected leaders that we've got it, that we understand the urgency, what they see are the partisan words. What they see is an empty chamber. What they hear is as much a measure of dysfunction as everything that they see in their world around them right now. One of the things that our governor has done, and he's made some hard choices in the past week to 10 days. He's made some decisions that will have significant and serious economic impact to a state that is already on its knees. But one of the things that he did was he put together what he's calling an Alaska Economic Stabilization Task Force. And this conservative Republican governor has appointed two co-chairs. One co-chair is a former Republican governor, Governor Sean Parnell, and the other one is one that many of my colleagues here in the Senate know, former Senator Mark Begich. Politically, you couldn't have two different guys who are ahead of this task force. But it sent a signal to Alaskans that, look, we are all in this together, that there are no Republican solutions, there are no Democrat solutions, there are just solutions, and we better figure them out. And the state of Alaska is working real hard to do that. I was just visiting with some of our Alaska labor leaders, and in addition to the issues that we're talking about, they're telling me that their members they're out making personal protective equipment. They're getting the sewing machines out, they're getting the fabric at Joann's Fabrics, and they're just making things. They're doing what needs to be done. And so when we're reminded that so much good can come together if we just kind of lay down our partisan arms and say, what do we need to do for this country? What do you want for Arkansas? What do we need for Alaska? What do we need for one another? Because right now, we don't need the words that just further separate us as Americans. So, Mr. President, I haven't talked about the contents of the bill that we have in front of us because so many before me this afternoon have. I think we all share the desire, I hope we all share the desire to get this done readily, to get it done quickly, because right now, Americans are losing hope. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, growing up, my dad used to tell me on a regular basis that you should never speak up unless you can improve upon the silence. I've tried to take that to heart in my personal life and my professional life. And today I feel like I can improve upon the silence. I have a deep conviction that the United States Senate is not living up to the expectations of the American people. The American people deserve a United States Senate as good as the American people. They deserve a United States Senate that's responsive when they need government most. I suppose it's fashionable these days to use so many of our institutions in society to elevate ourselves. Well, folks, this institution, its credibility is at stake. The American people need this institution to function. I was a United States Marine after graduating from college. And I never saw a war, Mr. President. I never saw a national emergency, a major crisis, and I'm very straightforward about that. But I have to say, I was ready for a war. I was prepared for that big day when the United States of America really, really needed me. And I made sure all my Marines were prepared. We were prepared to do our duty when it mattered most. As it relates to this pandemic, I have to say the American people are ready. Look around. Makes you proud. Are we not a unified people? Are we a tribal people? There's a lot of conversation about that and among political circles. Spend some time in my neighborhood. Spend some time back home in Indiana right now. Maybe it took some separation, some social distancing. Maybe it took some time away from work, some time away from social gatherings. Maybe it took cancellation, unfortunately, of March Madness, NCAA tournament, to remind us all that we're deeply connected with one another, and we long for those connections, regardless of political philosophy, regardless of the fact that we have an election going on. That's not what is real important to regular people. Americans are coming together. They're ready for this emergency. And this is indeed an emergency, make no mistake. Look across the country, all the National Guards that are being mobilized. This is an emergency that the people of my home state have been responding favorably to. The Senate needs to as well. Folks in my neighborhood are putting bags of groceries on people's doorstep that are unable to go out and get groceries themselves. I know this from my own family. They're calling senior citizens they know that they think are probably lonely at this time. They're coming together. Back in Evansville, one of my friends, JP, he's a business owner. He's very active in the community. We're on the phone the other day. I think like other members, I've had countless phone calls in the last week or so to business owners, not-for-profit leaders, healthcare providers, rank-and-file citizens. And this active citizen, this community leader, JP in Evansville, says that he was on the phone with the mayor, local business leaders, local healthcare leaders, and a bunch of others from southern Indiana, and they were all on the same page. They figured out how to come together, how to solve local problems together. They were all ready to tackle this because they sense what we should all sense. The sooner you can tackle these challenges, the sooner the pain will end. The sooner we will reduce anxiety among our neighbors. They're all determined to work together. In fact, he said he had not seen such unity within the community of Evansville, Indiana, since 9/11. It says a lot. Well, the Senate must be ready. This package, the CARES Act, was negotiated in a bipartisan way. 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans in consultation for each of the various working groups. They put together a package. It all came together. It was introduced. It was all bipartisan until it came time to vote on a procedural vote yesterday. You know, this virus may seem to many small because it's impacted a small percentage of our population directly. But I have to say, its impact is growing rapidly. The longer it takes us to come together, the more damage that's going to be done. This is an emergency. It is time, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to take yes for an answer. Let's not play games. So what's this bill do? Nothing controversial. Provides additional assistance for healthcare needs. This is a pandemic. We need more masks. We need more PPE. Our hospitals are swamped. They can't conduct elective surgeries anymore. Their finances are out of whack. We need to help them out. What else does it do? It helps individual Americans. Folks are resource constrained right now. They can't go to work. So $1,200, at least for starts, per American, $2,400 per married couple, additional $500 if you have dependents. That's really going to make a difference in Hoosiers' lives. We need to make sure that people have jobs to go back to once we get through this as well. And that's why this legislation is designed to provide much-needed liquidity for these businesses. They still have debts to pay. They still got debts. They want to make payroll. I can't tell you, I mean, I've talked to so many small businessmen in tears. I've talked to leaders of our largest corporations as well, and I'll tell you, I talked to a lady who didn't think things looked real good. We didn't have a whole lot of time to respond to this. Meeting payroll, paying for rent, paying your leases, paying your mortgage. These are the essentials, folks. And this is not 2008. That was a horrible crisis. But we are coming off the best economy, arguably, in 5 decades. And because the economy was so good, people were optimistic about the future. And through no fault of their own, businessmen did sort of the rational thing. They invested in the future, the property, the plant, the equipment that's required to grow. They're working on taking market share. All of those who believe in the free enterprise system can associate ourselves with what they were trying to accomplish. 2008, a little different. The economy was lethargic. The bottom fell out of the economy. But in sort of an ironic twist, when the economy's down, people are paying down their debts. They're bolstering that financial, that balance sheet. They're maintaining some liquid assets in anticipation of further tough times. We don't have that benefit right now. We can measure the prospects of our employers in days. For many of them, it's too late. The United States Senate needs to treat this like an emergency because it is an emergency. So what else does this legislation do? Well, there's a category, let me just group together, let me call it, I think, incontrovertibly, emergency funding. $20 billion for veterans health care, $11 billion for vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other preparedness needs, masks, gloves, ventilators. $75 billion for hospitals, $4.5 billion for the Centers for Disease Control, $12 billion for America's military as it helps us respond to this pandemic, and so on. That's what the bill's all about. That's what we're fighting about. So what happened? How did things go off track? Well, I've got, and it may surprise some folks, but I've got a very positive relationship with the Democratic leader. We just happen to have a lot of principled disagreements. And at the very end of a bipartisan process, when he and other members of his caucus try and insert provisions pertaining to the Green New Deal and other far-left priorities into this package, then that, of course, disrupts our emergency response. So now we have Speaker Pelosi seemingly hijacking the process. That's right, she's over in the House of Representatives. She's not even part of this body, and her folks are all home. The House isn't in session. But Speaker Pelosi wanted to remain relevant. She decided she wanted to get some TV time, I suppose, and so her proposal involves federalizing voting. We can have an honest debate about whether it's appropriate to federalize the voting system, to mandate, early voting, same-day voter registration. That's something that should be debated in the United States Senate because I know it's a priority of so many of my colleagues. Again, elements of the Green New Deal. We can debate whether or not there has to be a full offset of airline emissions by 2025, some other time. We can debate whether or not greenhouse gas statistics for individual flights should be widely available. Let's work on that separately after we help the American people. Let's not work on pet priorities. We can debate permanent paid leave. Permanent paid leave granted by the federal government some other time. This is a pandemic. It's an economic emergency, a public health emergency. The American people want a response. They don't want us to focus on this right now. I made a lot of phone calls in recent days back home. None of this is possible without the wherewithal, without the hard work of sturdy Americans, without great American innovation. None of the resources that are required to actually sustain our government, to feed our families. People need places to work. Here's what's happening in Indiana, a little snapshot. The RV industry, the global headquarters of the recreational vehicle industries, Elkhart, Indiana. We're seeing RV companies temporarily shutting down in Indiana, and I know we're seeing it across the country. The hotel industry. Today, the two largest hospitals in Indianapolis had to shut their doors. I'm not just talking about buildings shutting their doors. This closure is going to mean the loss of employment for about 780 full-time workers. Think of all the family members that depend on those workers. This is an emergency. The auto industry. Hoosiers proudly manufacture the components for our auto industry. They assemble those components into finished automobiles. That industry has been brought to a halt on account of this unique crisis. And the worst, we hear, is yet to come. Airlines. They're feeling the most immediate impact. I flew the other day from my home in the Indianapolis area, flew out of the airport to Washington, D.C. It wasn't a chartered flight. I was the only passenger. I was the only passenger on the aircraft. We know that's not a sustainable business model when you're paying for the fuel. We got a pilot and a co-pilot and a flight attendant and me. This is an emergency. St. Elmo's Steakhouse. It's one restaurant. There are restaurants across the state of Indiana that have had to close their doors. St. Elmo's just had to do it. First time it's ever had to do it since 1902. They were even able to keep their doors open in the midst of the 1918 flu pandemic. This is bad. This is an emergency. The Senate needs to act. We have Sanjay Patel. He's the president of an Indianapolis-based company, and he and my team spoke recently, and he said that he had to lay off at least 100 workers just last week, with another 150 layoffs likely this week. These are families, these are individuals who take pride in their work. They want to go back to work. Here's what Sanjay said. Sanjay said, "We're thinking of closing a few of them here. It's just deteriorating every day. It was worse last night than the night before, and it was worse the night before than 2 days ago. It's just deteriorating, and I think it's just a matter of time until we close down." It's an emergency. It's not time for Nancy Pelosi's priorities. It's time for the American people's priorities. We have a baking shop with locations in Carmel, in Indianapolis, that had to lay some workers off. Their owner said, "My heart goes out to my cake bake family, whom I was forced to lay off during this horrible virus. I'm working with my banks, my insurance company, my accountant, and the government to try and create some sort of relief, some support for my team. I'm doing everything in my power to help all 170 of them. All tips received at both of our bakery counters will be divided and shared with our servers, hoping to get through this difficult time together, coming out on the other end with the safety and health for our families." I heard from a small optometry practice in North Vernon. They have 12 employees. The owner says, "We simply don't have the cash to fund their wages while they're off work. I'm saving what cash I have to pay them, their vacation and personal daytime. We are in trouble and need help." Sitting somebody who's used to asking for help. This is the time to give them help. Let's not allow this legislation to be hijacked. Let's live up to the high standards of the American people. At this difficult moment, let's come together like we did in 9/11, like our country has so consistently when the chips are really down. Let's all take a part in this effort. I encourage all of my constituents and anyone else around the country to encourage your senators, Republicans and Democrats alike. Stand up, speak out, send emails, tell your neighbors. It's time for this body to move. It's time for us to deal with this crisis once for all. We'll make America great again from the bottom up. Doesn't have to take that long. We can bounce back. But the longer we wait, the harder it will be. Let's do our jobs. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, we're getting a lot of redundancy around here, but it's worth it. You know, I've been sitting here for several hours now, listening to my colleagues. I don't recall in the 25 years I've been here of seeing this happening over and over again, and everything that is said is so significant. Because, you know, when the senator from Alaska talked about the fact that we're all in this together, you know, we are. And things were going well for a while. I'm actually gonna, I think, end with a little bit of an optimism right now, and I may be the only one doing that, because I think something's going to happen tonight. I think it has to happen tonight. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Now, I've never seen a crisis like this. We're not used to dealing with crises. Gosh, we've been through wars. We've been through things that we've considered to be a crisis. This is a different dimension. We're talking about people, you know, who are dying. You know, coronavirus, you know, we all know where it came from. Wuhan in China. It's caused global panic. And by the way, they call it a pandemic. There's a reason for that, because this isn't something that's just happening in the United States of America. This is happening all over the world, everywhere. No one's immune. And it's something that we don't have a cure for right now. You know, when the senator from Indiana kept using the word emergency, this is an emergency. It's an emergency unlike any that we've seen so far. I mean, it's something that's highly contagious, something that we can't do anything about. No one is immune. As of Sunday, according to the World Health Organization, there are 292,000 cases globally and almost 13,000 deaths. Let me put that in a different perspective, because I have had the honor in the last several days, and I'm talking about including the weekend, of talking to people in Oklahoma. And I've talked to, I think this morning, we talked to every single radio, television, and newspaper in the state. And I always start my speeches out to make sure everyone understands why this is not anything that we've done before, why it's so significant, because the contagious, and I explained to people, if you take, today's the 23rd, let's take the 22nd and the 21st. If you go back to the 21st, or let's say the 20th of March, that was last Friday, we had at that time 218 cases, 210,000 cases that were known. They've been contaminated. 2 days later, it was 322,000. Now, look at the ones who have died. On the 20th, that was yesterday, that was Sunday, 8,800 people died. But 2 days before that, it was 13,714. Now, that's globally. Look at here in the United States of America. In 2020, it was 10,500 people who contacted it. And then just 2 days later, it was 31,000. It tripled in 2 days. That's what we're facing right now. On the deaths, they tripled in the same thing. 150 deaths on March 20th, 390 deaths on the 22nd, 2 days later. Now that puts it in a category. We've never had anything like that to talk about. And people, you know, the reason I do that, and when I'm talking to people in Oklahoma, it's like a lot of people, and I've been in this position before, when it looked like we're overreacting, we looked like we're creating a crisis, something that hasn't happened before. Well, in this case, this is a crisis, and so it's important. There are a lot of people around who are thinking, well, you know, this is kind of manufactured, it's not this big of a deal. In this case, it is. So at the same time, we have thousands of Americans that are losing their jobs. You know, we've been listening to this on the floor for a long period of time, and sometimes it's important to be redundant, to talk about these things. The people who are being forced to shut down without any sense of when they might reopen. I had, you're spared probably 15 minutes or so of the examples that I had in my state of Oklahoma, bakeries and others. The senator from Indiana did a good job, and I think that would be unnecessary to go over all of that. We all have those stories. There's not a member of this Democrat or Republican in this body who have not had these experiences and could talk about the experiences. And so we started working. This is going to sound pretty phony when I say this, but I was so proud, and I talked about how proud I was of the Democrats, because until just yesterday, we were all working together. And, you know, we're having our meetings. I was with Mitch McConnell, and he was showing the progress that we're having, and the Democrats were cooperating. We really thought really good things were going to happen. We really believed that. And so we've been working around the clock, and the bipartisan negotiations, the relief that this weekend substantial progress was being made on a comprehensive phase 3. Now, let's keep in mind, this is phase 3 we're talking about now. This is the one that I anticipate tonight we'll vote successfully on it. We have to do it, because if we don't do it, people are going to die. This is not like, you know, it's going to cost so much money if it's, or some people are going to be inconvenienced. People are dying. So we had these bipartisan negotiations, and I thought we were doing great work. While the senator has been working here on solutions to this crisis, the Democrat House has been on recess. I'm not really concerned. If they feel they can do that, that's fine. But that didn't stop the Speaker of the House. And this is where the problem came. See, everything was great until last night. And up until the vote time, we were going to vote at 6 o'clock last night. And we thought we were going to be successful in that vote at 6 o'clock last night. But what we didn't know is that the Speaker came back, even though they're on recess, and she threw a wrench into everything that we're doing, all the bipartisan talks. She came to town and decided to make this a partisan exercise. House Democrats are now demanding the far left wish of radical policies be included in otherwise a bipartisan agreement. And I think what their feeling is we're going to spend all this money. We got to get everything in there. If it has nothing to do with the crisis, if it has nothing to do with the virus, then we want it. This is the time to do it. And so the idea was they wanted to spend more. And I think the senator from Indiana did a good job of talking about some of the provisions that we're talking about. But I'm going to ask, is there anybody out there right now who's a conservative? Is there anyone out there who's really kept track of what kind of spending we're talking about here? I've never seen anything like it. The spending, remember phase 1, that was the $8.3 billion emergency supplemental. That was for state and local responses, testing kits, and that's fine. People understood that. That was $8.3 billion, phase 1. Phase 2 came along, and by the way, I have to admit that was the one phase I voted against for this reason. Oklahoma is a little different than a lot of other states. We have a larger number of small businesses in Oklahoma than most other states have. And they're the ones that we've been talking to. We've been talking to because they're going to be recognizing, after all the efforts they've made in their careers and what they've done, they were going to go out of business. And so one of the things that they said that they had to be corrected was found in phase 2. In phase 2, it says there that when they mandate small business do things like paid leave and other expenditures, that's fine for them to go ahead and do that if the federal government is going to refund the expenses for that. And they were going to do it, but not for several weeks. And so our position was, those of us who had a lot of small businesses, our position was that, we want to make sure that when phase 3 comes, that we have a provision in there that will change that, so that if in the event that you end up having to pay for mandated things, paid leave and other things for your employees, that's great. It's great that you're doing it, because there's no other way in this crisis we're in the middle that they can do it. But they're going to change it. And so in this thing that we're going to be voting on hopefully tonight, and I think we are, it's going to change it so that they'd be paid to be reimbursed when that time came. Now, those who are conservatives out there, I want you to keep track of what we're talking about here. And you kind of get a pencil and paper out, write these things down. I want you to know, what we're talking about. The total amount of this phase 3 is going to be somewhere around 1.6 trillion. That's a T we're talking about, not billion. This is a trillion. And if you look at the things that are in there, like the major problems in the corrections that were made in phase 2, that's part of this that's going on. The small businesses, $350 billion, write it down, add it up as we go along here, $350 billion, and that is to take care of some of the problems that came out that weren't addressed in phase 2. We're talking about loans of up to $10 million to individuals through 2020. All employers, that would be employers up to 500 employees are eligible for this. Now, that means that the repayment of these are loans, but that's going to be delayed for 1 year. We don't have to pay back a portion of the loan, but most of that would have to be paid back. But still, that's money that's $350 billion. Healthcare provisions. All right, we have $75 that go to hospitals, $75 billion that goes to hospitals, healthcare providers throughout the country, and these are for mostly the larger hospitals. Then you have a smaller amount, $275 million, that would expand services to rural hospitals. Now, in the state of Oklahoma, we have a lot of rural hospitals. A lot of our rural hospitals have gone under. I can remember one time back when Bill Clinton was the president. We had this great thing, and all my conservative friends were voting to support this, and this was a budget balance amendment that would bring the deficit down, but it was doing it on the backs of rural hospitals. At that time, I was ranked as the most conservative member of the United States Senate, and I voted against it. All my conservative friends said, wait a minute, how can you do that? We can do that because we have to have, in the state of Oklahoma, take care of our rural hospitals. That's in there, $275 million. Add it up, write it down. $3.5 billion, that's for vaccine development. You know, that's what has to be done. We've got to find a cure for this thing. They're doing it every day. You hear new ideas that are coming along. Is it the same thing that can be done for malaria? Is it the same thing that can be done for other problems? And again, but the cost is there. We're going to have to do that. That's $3.5 billion. Then there's a $2 billion item that's for a national security stockpile. How many people knew that there's such a thing as a national security stockpile? They don't know. You know, I'm a member of the United States Senate. I can't even tell you where it is. And the reason I can't is it's classified. People are not supposed to know where it is. But nonetheless, that there are things like masks, gowns, ventilators, and that type of thing. And it's a smaller amount, only $2 billion, but write it down and put it in there. Then there's the $500 billion. That's the support for individuals. This is the one that I hear mostly about from conservatives. So conservatives, listen carefully. There's going to be a cash payment to individuals of $1,200. $1,200. Here's a check for $1,200. Now, that would be for people in categories where they were not wealthy people. But if they're married, it wouldn't be $1,200. It'd be $2,400. That's per individual. If they have kids, for each kid, it'd be $500 additional. So that amount is out there, and that's a part of this thing that a lot of people, and particularly conservatives, look at and they don't like. But see, this is different. This is different than anything else we've done before. We're trying to survive right now. People are dying every day. I hope I don't have to go out and repeat what we started out with on how many people are dying every day. Unemployment benefits. Think of the cost of that, 39 weeks of unemployment benefits for the coronavirus job losses. And that's in addition to that, they have benefits. They've increased by $600 a week. Now, usually that's the states that pay for it. The states can't do it. My state of Oklahoma, we have a great governor in Oklahoma, Governor Stitt, and yet he's not able to do that because we never anticipated the expenses that we're going to have. We'd never anticipated what's happened to our income, the revenues that come into the state that we've always expected since statehood in Oklahoma, which wasn't that long ago by comparing to other states. That's something that we know the cost of, and we've never had to have the loss of revenue in the state of Oklahoma like we're having today. Never happened. Unemployment benefits, 39 weeks of unemployment benefits for the job losses on coronavirus. Student loans that we're talking about there on the loss of on unemployment benefits, $600 a week. As I say, normally that's paid for by the state, but not in this case. Emergency loans for distressed industries in states, $500 billion in total. Now, this is where, and people talk about, the speaker right before me talked about coming here in an empty airplane. I came in on Monday, a week ago. Yeah, a week ago today. And there was only 14 people on a 737 airplane. And obviously, that's something that can't continue. And so we have that, and then we also have to take care of the cargo people. So it's $50 billion for passenger air and $8 billion for cargo air. Now, and I say this because I want you to keep adding this stuff up. And then you have another figure, $17 billion for national security firms. And then that leaves about $425 billion for the Treasury if they determine that something has been overlooked. And so they could take care of that. Now, I say this, and I started this out with saying I want the conservatives in America to be listening, because as of now, GovTrack had me down as the most conservative member of the United States Senate. So I want you people out there who've been adding this up to realize that even I here, with that background, are saying we're dealing with something we've never been dealt with before. And so as we look at, we see the tax credits for solar and some of these things that were a part of the liberal agenda. This is something that is going on, and that's what we're dealing with right now. Everything was great until last night, and we were making great headway. And I was complimenting the Democrats and the cooperation that we had. And we can get that back again. But this temporary thing that came in, where all of a sudden you have the Speaker of the House looking at her liberal agenda and saying, hey, there's a lot of money out there. I've got to get mine. Let's get in line and do that. And so we have, they want money for emission standards. What's that got to do with the virus? It means nothing. It has nothing to do with it. It's not what Americans want, and these things have nothing to do with the crisis. So I have to say that Pelosi is going to have to wake up and take this seriously and stop playing political games. And that's got to happen now. It's got to happen tonight. We don't have time. You stop and calculate every day that we leave, how many people are dying during that time. We've never been faced with this before. So it's time for the political games to quit, and they want us to work together in this package. I think this is what we are going to be doing. So for the last few weeks, I've been complimenting the Senate Democrats for the efforts that they're making, and all that happened came to a halt last night. I've been saying this is a crisis where Democrats and Republicans are putting political policy and politics aside. That's what's going to have to happen, but it's got to happen. Not if we're lucky next week, it has to happen tonight. And it wasn't until 6 o'clock last night that Senate Democrats were fully cooperating until that happened. Now, that came across pretty quick. And let me make one comment. It hadn't been said enough. I know there's a lot of hate Trump people out there. You know, I see them all the time. And I love the guy. He's done a great job. If you stop and think about what he has done in this country, and a lot of people were trying to build a case to some of the hate Trump people that he didn't move on this quick enough. Well, he did. This whole thing happened in January, and the first thing he did was stop the traffic coming into this country from China. He did it. He didn't sit around and wait. He did it immediately. Then he declared an emergency. All of these things he did immediately. He had the daily press conferences. I hope people are watching that, because he's sitting back and having the top medical people in America be talking about the problems that we're having. And so now we have, and this is kind of good news, because we started this thing with the best economy we've had in my lifetime. And you know, even those individuals who are the hate Trump people have to realize that this is the economy is the best economy that we've had. And he did it for a couple of ways that he did it. First of all, the big tax cut. There are two things that caused this. One was the tax cut, and I have a reason for bringing this up right now at the conclusion of my remarks, and that is that when we had the tax cut, it wasn't a Republican idea, it was a Democrat idea. That was John Kennedy. He was president in 1964. And what did he say? He said, you know, with the great society coming on, we've got to get more revenue. We've got to get more revenue, and the best way to increase your revenue is to decrease the marginal tax rates. And he did it, and it worked. And unfortunately, he died and could not reap the benefits of that success. So the revenues came in rapidly at that time. Now, other efforts for reducing taxes have been successful too, but the reason the one of this president, President Trump, was that he coupled that with doing away with the over-regulations. And I can remember mine. I was very happy that mine was the first bill that he signed. It was a regulation. It was put together back during the previous administration. It said if you're a domestic oil or gas company and you are competing for business with China or somebody else, you have to give them your whole playbook on how you calculated your. Well, that was giving a distinct advantage. It was part of the war on fossil fuels that this president had at that time. And anyway, so when this new president was elected, I went ahead and passed a bill to repeal that regulation. So the over-regulations, that's what made it very successful. He's appointed right now 190 new conservative judges. People who are not conservatives, people who don't really feel that strongly about the Constitution, they're not excited about that. 192 conservative judges. We haven't had that many judges in the first term of a president in the history of this country. And then, including, of course, 2 judges of the United States Supreme Court. Pro-Israel. You know, a lot of people don't like Israel. They're sympathetic with others. But how many presidents have said that we want to move the capital of Israel to Jerusalem? Yeah, he's the one who has done it. So we've rebuilt the military. How many people know this? I chair the committee that's called the Senate Armed Services Committee. I have the responsibility of trying to get us rebuilt because we lost during the Obama years, the last 5 years of Obama. He actually reduced the amount of money for our defense by 25%. It's never happened before. So I say this because we now have a great advantage. We're going to correct this thing. I think it's going to happen tonight. I'm really optimistic it will, because if it doesn't, people are going to die. People are dying right now. And when that happens, we're going to go back, when we get this thing rebuilt and we get beyond the crisis that we have all talked about today, that we're in the middle of right now. When that happens, we're going to go back and we will be thanking God that we started this whole thing with one of the best economies we've ever had. So I really believe tonight, you know, when we're looking at the fact of what's happening every day, and I'm not going to go back and repeat it, but we know what's happening, the numbers of people that are dying on a daily basis. Every day that we put this off, people are dying. So with that reason, I really think right now, somewhere in the Capitol, in a room, we've got Democrats and Republicans that are going to come to some kind of an agreement. I don't care when it is. It can be midnight. It can be any time. It's got to happen. We are out of time. It is a crisis. We don't have the luxury of time. It's going to have to be done. It's going to have to be done tonight. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it is so interesting to sit here and to listen to our colleagues, because the thing that touches me most is that we are all talking with, and listening to our constituents, and certainly Tennesseans are talking with us and expressing some of their fears. Today, earlier, I had a call from a small business owner that is in Tennessee, and she said, "I'm going to throw one of your lines back at you." And I said, "Well, what is that?" And she said, "I've heard you say before that sometimes so-and-so was on your last nerve." And I said, "Yes, you have heard me say that." And she said, well, you people in Washington now are on my last nerve. I said, really? She said, oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know, I don't want my children to know that I'm afraid. I don't want them to hear me be fearful. But inside, I am screaming in silence because I need you all to get something done. See, this is a typical small business owner. She and her husband started a business. They struggled until the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act came along. And what happened? They saw growth. And this Main Street business became their embodiment of the American dream. They were excited. Things were good. And today, she is saying, I don't know if we should hang on to our employees. I don't know if we should close the doors. I don't know what we should do. And you all can't make a decision. So I told her I fully understood where she was because it makes me anxious too, and it disappoints me tremendously. I think there's a lot to be said about negotiating in good faith and exercising good faith and honesty to the people that you want to work with. And certainly the majority leader and the task forces felt that they were working in good faith. And what they had structured sounded really good to a lot of Tennesseans. You had a bill that basically was health care assistance, food assistance, and financial assistance. Different pockets. But most importantly, they were components that would meet the needs. And we've discussed some of these. For small businesses and independent contractors and sole proprietors and the self-employed, and I do thank Marco Rubio and Susan Collins for working with me on making certain that we included those entities. You're talking about $250 billion that would be there through unemployment insurance. And these sole proprietors and small businesses would be able to go into that and stand themselves up by drawing that money down, keeping people employed, and then having it serve as a grant. Also, for our rural communities, telehealth, and for our hospitals, $75 billion. But putting this emphasis, it was a good thing. Let's take health care to the person instead of the person having to move to the health care. Great common sense. In this bill that our friends across the aisle walked away from. They walked away from it. They said no to the unemployment benefits, no to small business, no to telehealth. Then, you know, there was also the additional funds that would be there for employers to keep people working so that these jobs would be there. Now, I will tell you this. Most folks, like the small business owner that I've talked about today, they are offended when they hear about backroom negotiations and private negotiations. What they want to do is to see action. They want to see us on this floor. They're probably a little bit amused that there is not one single Democrat coming down here to defend their vote. Not one. They're not down here. They're not speaking up as to why they do not want to help. But what were they willing to do? The House is gone. They've been gone now for 10 days. They're not here. They are not working. But Speaker Pelosi came back, Nancy came right on back into town, threw a grenade into the negotiations, wants to write her own bill. That bill is something, I have to tell you, I looked through it before I came down here because I thought, surely they're not as far off the reservation as I was beginning to hear, but oh yes, they are. Tax credits for solar energy and wind energy. That has no place in negotiating a package to address the issues from COVID-19. It has zero connection to that. Tax credits for solar energy. It's one of their big wishes, the Green New Deal. They have been all about it. But this is where they're going to put their emphasis. Even they had one of their members of leadership saying, the global coronavirus pandemic is a tremendous opportunity to restrict things to fit a progressive vision. There they go. There they go again. Don't let this crisis go to waste. Let's load this up. This is the vehicle that is moving. Here we go. This is a way we can get the Green New Deal. This is how we can realize our socialist dream. This is how we go for government control. You got it, baby. This bill is moving. Let's load this up. Also, they have provisions in here to force employers to give special treatment to big labor. That has nothing to do with solving this crisis that we face right now. It has nothing to do with the small business owner figuring out if they're going to lay people off or they're going to be able to meet payroll. Since I have been down here on this floor, 2 phone calls, one from somebody in the hotel business, another from somebody with a real estate firm. Help me with this. Should we lay them off? Are you all going to get something done? Is there going to be something that will help us? Another of her dreams, early voting. And she wants to have early voting and day of voting. Oh, yes, let's pack the ballot box. Here we go. Oh, and all these states, by the way, California, Illinois, New York, states that cannot manage their affairs, states that are running up their state income tax, states that have more debt than revenue. Come on, let's bail them out. This is the vehicle. We can go ahead and help these blue states, send them the money because they have been reckless with the taxpayers' dollar. Bail them out. New emission standards for the airlines. Let me tell you something. Wanting to make the airline industry carbon neutral by 2025, let's have that debate another day. But I want to tell you something right now. You've heard people talk about being the only person on the plane, one of 14 on the plane, one of 5 on the plane. Right now, keeping the planes flying is the issue. Because until we have answers for this health crisis, people are not going to go back to work, and planes are not going to fly. Common sense would go a long way in these discussions. They also want to micromanage corporate boards. They want total and complete student loan forgiveness. They want $20 billion to bail out the Postal Service. I could go on and on. It is the socialist progressive wish list. Throw it all out there and then blame it on us when they don't get it. Try to force some of it onto the bill. There were Democrat senators that helped to negotiate this bill. They got provisions in this bill, many provisions, that they wanted in this bill. I didn't get everything I wanted. I thought, my goodness, I prefer to see that we would refund all of the income tax you've paid this year for individuals and businesses. System is set up, money could be backed out. I like the payroll tax holiday. That's something as a conservative I've supported for quite a while. Why should anybody have to pay the federal government for the privilege to hire somebody? And why should an employee have to pay the federal government for the privilege of working? Common sense. I also would have liked to have seen us use the employment security system for getting money to employees. It's set up, it's coordinated with the states. These are all things I would have liked to have seen. I knew I wasn't going to get everything that I wanted, but I will tell you this. When I read that there is a letter, a Dear Colleague letter that has gone out in the House from Speaker Pelosi, and she has boasted that the majority leader had to postpone the vote, the motion to proceed. Thanks to the minority leader, they didn't get the 60 votes required. I look at that and I think, what kind of joy do you take in that? Because here was a measure that had bipartisan support in the Senate, a measure that would bring relief to small businesses and to families and to friends who are receiving a diagnosis, a positive test for COVID-19, people that are worried about how they're going to meet payroll this week, workers who are worried if they're going to have a job, small business owners that are crying inside because they do not know what we are going to do. And our colleagues across the aisle are absent from the floor. And the colleagues on the other side of the dome have been away for 10 days, and they're not offering a rational solution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is a tremendous opportunity to restructure things to fit our vision. Opportunity to fit our vision. Now, Mr. President, that's a quote, not from some communist activist leader somewhere in the United States, not from some third world general. No, that's from the third-ranking Democrat in the United States House of Representatives. Let that sink in for a minute, Mr. President. Read it again. This is a tremendous opportunity to restructure things to fit our vision. And I thought a bogus impeachment was shameful enough, but clearly not. Mr. President, people in this country are dying. They're dying literally. People are losing their jobs every day, literally. More and more people are getting sick every day, Mr. President. And that's why senators rushed back here. We rushed back here to pass the House bipartisan legislation that was negotiated between the President and Speaker Pelosi. Then we let both sides work on the next steps. We passed that bill within less than 24 hours of receiving it from the House. As imperfect as it was, we passed it with 90 senators voting for it. That's how bipartisanship works, Mr. President. We worked around the clock and to craft a plan, and we succeeded. And now here we sit, listening to our Democratic colleagues pretend this is a partisan plan, as if they weren't sitting in the room as it was being negotiated. Many of their ideas are in this bill. But why are they doing that? Well, I'll tell you why they're doing it, because when we see a rising body count, they see a political opportunity. Shame on them. The Trump derangement syndrome is accelerating the coronavirus, and they should be ashamed of themselves. They see a chance to impose their vision, their left-wing radical vision on our country, because they think they can force it past us during this crisis. Their extreme partisan obstruction has blinded them. What has happened to this place, Mr. President? Why are they even here? Attempts to work across the aisle, honest attempts by rank-and-file Republicans and rank-and-file Democrats have resulted in our Democratic colleagues creating a revisionist view of what we've been doing and blind political opportunism just to advance their extreme left-wing agenda. An agenda that includes things like the Green New Deal, something that actually had a vote on the floor of the United States Senate, and guess how many of them voted for it? None. It's that nutty. None. And yet now, that's the agenda. That's their vision. That's the opportunity that they see. How about socialism for the entire economy? As though it wasn't enough just for the energy sector. Not enough just for the healthcare sector. Not enough just for the banking sector. Let's just have socialism. Let's debate which Democratic presidential candidate is the best socialist. How about hurting our farmers, our ranchers, our oil workers, our truck drivers, our restaurant owners, our manufacturers, our welders, everybody? Mr. President, we're not even asking them to vote on this plan. The vote last night was not on the bill. The vote this afternoon was not on the bill. It was simply a vote, a procedural vote, to begin the debate, to continue the negotiations on the bill. Not one moment would have been lost, but guess what? Now over a day has been lost while we dither. And we're asking that when they do finally agree to help the American people, that instead of killing the economy as they've been doing and the jobs, that we're ready to act on the bill. But no, not good enough for them. Many of my colleagues have talked about what's in the bill. $4 billion for the Centers for Disease Control. Do you think they could use it? How about $9 billion for child nutrition? Do you care, Democrats, about child nutrition? We've often heard you talk about it. Where is it now? How about $20 billion for veterans, Mr. President? They don't care about that? $50 billion for our farmers I spoke about. How about $75 billion for health care providers? Do you think your health care providers could use a little more assistance, Democrats? I think they could. And they need it now. They needed it yesterday. How about $350 billion for the small businesses that employ all those people that are now getting fired because they can't keep their doors open? But that's not even worth the debate to our Democratic colleagues. Oh, no. And apparently, it's all now back open for debate. Reports today say that the minority leader is holding the $50 billion for farmers hostage so they can get more of the opportunity to restructure things to fit their vision. Apparently, the majority leader either forgot or he never knew that food doesn't come from the deli, Mr. Minority Leader. Food comes from the farmer. There's no sandwich in the New York deli without the farmer growing the grain. There's no meat in that sandwich without the rancher raising the livestock. No, they don't make that food in the deli, Minority Leader. And who started all of this? It wasn't him. He tried to be helpful for a while, or at least it appeared so. No, it wasn't him. It wasn't even an uprising of the rank-and-file Democrats that have been filing in occasionally into this chamber. It wasn't even a breakdown in negotiations between Republicans and Democrats. It was the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, flying in here on an airplane powered by fossil fuels. Maybe those fossil fuels were even made by some oil from Alaska or North Dakota or Texas. Demanding an expansion of what? The renewable energy tax credits and other parts of her extreme left-wing radical partisan agenda. What in the hell does that have to do with coronavirus? The absurdity of it speaks for itself. That's what we've learned to expect from the majority of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the other chamber of Congress. Ever since the freshman Democrat from New York became the de facto Speaker of the House. But that's the House, Mr. President. We're not the House. We're the Senate. We're supposed to be the adults in the room. And yet some of our colleagues are here acting like petulant children when there are people suffering who don't know what to do or where to turn for help. Mr. President, they're turning to us. We're it. We're the help. We're driving the ambulance. All the while, the Speaker of the House tries to steer us into the ditch while the minority leader of the Senate hangs on for dear life in the passenger seat. Why would those people come to us for help anymore? The House Speaker doesn't care about them. She cares about renewable fuel tax credits, for crying out loud. Where is rural America supposed to go? The Democratic leader sees them simply as a political pawn. Hostage, $50 billion for farmers. Let's hold that one up. Maybe we could get more of what fits our vision, our radical agenda. Apparently helping these people doesn't matter to them. Well, I have news for you, Mr. President, and I have news for the minority leader. While Democrats dither, Americans are dying. That's a real fact. Let's get back in here tonight and let's pass this legislation. Let's get it done and get the money to the people who need it most. And I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I stood at this podium yesterday calling on the Senate to put politics aside and to deliver critical relief to the American people, many who are on the front lines of this war. Yet, Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats have turned their backs on them, encouraged by Nancy Pelosi. People are getting sick. They're worried about their families. They're losing jobs, schools are closed, small businesses are days away from shutting their doors, and hospitals are running out of equipment, cash, and room. Doctors and nurses are working around the clock, and they are our first line of defense. Mr. President, people are suffering. A hospital in Tifton, Georgia faces such severe equipment shortages that they're forced to wear trash bags as protection. Many rural hospitals in Georgia only have days of operating cash left. Also in rural Georgia, children go to the bus stop to pick up the local paper. That's their education for the day while their schools are closed. In Cartersville, Georgia, Table 20 was forced to lay off nearly all their staff just to remain open, like too many others. In Athens, Georgia, the virus has turned a college town into a ghost town. And the virus is devastating its economy like too many others. All over the state, waiters, waitresses, car salesmen, mechanics, farmers, shopkeepers wonder, how will I possibly care for my family? For the last 2 weeks, I've been continuously talking with people of Georgia, cancer patients whose procedures have been canceled, families whose entire livelihoods are wiped out, people and businesses that can't pay rent, the mortgage, the car payment, groceries, get life-saving tests and procedures, families forced to cancel weddings and funerals. While the effects of this disease tear through our community, thousands of Americans are infected and also millions are facing layoffs. They are fighting with all they have. But what are Schumer and Pelosi doing? Nothing. Democrats continue to politicize this rescue. How many people must be hurt for them to leave their selfish partisanship behind and get relief to our fellow Americans? While the rest of America comes together like the Savannah Salvation Army, who holds church services outside, or Meals on Wheels, delivering meals to seniors, Democrats are playing games and holding desperately needed relief hostage. America does not deserve this. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are putting solar panels ahead of people. Meanwhile, President Trump and his administration are working around the clock to address this crisis, but the Democrats continue the resistance. I know folks at home see it for what it is. Politicians who won't miss their own paycheck, their own benefits, they won't miss their home payments, their car payments. They're tucked away safely behind their coffee carts in their offices, taking advantage of the moment, pushing ideas that could never pass in Congress. A bipartisan bill was ready to go this weekend. This delay is entirely on their backs. It's the worst of Washington, and it's disgusting. The American people must hold Democrats to account. I will keep fighting for Georgians and all Americans with my colleagues, and I will not leave here until our work is done. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
24 hours ago, we thought we would have this legislation passed and it'd be on its way to the House of Representatives and on its way to the President soon this week for his signature so we could respond to the crisis that we're in. This legislation that you've heard several speeches tonight about is the answer to the crisis. The economic crisis, just like two other pieces of legislation we passed in the last 2 weeks and signed by the President, responded to the public health crisis. America is suffering. I don't have to tell you the stories of personal hardship and the loss, particularly economic, but now real life loss because of this virus. This serious health crisis is quickly becoming a serious economic crisis. Through no fault of their own, Americans have been sidelined to fight the virus, and the economy is unraveling as a result of the public health crisis. Every hour, more people are being laid off. Every hour, more businesses are closing their door. Every hour, families are being forced to figure out how they're going to pay their bills. Without a doubt, this is a crisis. Hundreds of thousands of people this week going to the unemployment office. But you wouldn't know it by watching the Senate Democrats drag their feet on much-needed relief for Americans. Not just for Americans, get the entire economy moving. So how has this evolved to the point that it has now? Last night, number one, and not once today, but twice today, so 3 times. We've tried to get this bill up on the United States Senate floor just for debate. We've been filibustered on procedural votes just to allow us to debate this relief package. It's a package that we've been working on in a bipartisan way for several days now. This sort of activity by the Democrats, senators, is outrageous. They're blocking a bill that includes relief that we all agree is needed for the American people. They say that this wasn't a bipartisan effort. That's what we've heard all day. Really? Well, I've had very good working relationships, very good dialogue, some disagreement, but coming together with my Democrat colleague on the Finance Committee, several of my Democrat colleagues on the Finance Committee, in meetings on Friday, Saturday, to work out a bipartisan bill that we could be voting on now. So they say it wasn't a bipartisan effort, really. Then who were all those people sitting in the same room I was, negotiating around the clock for multiple days? The fact is that we worked with Democrats on this bill. and we worked in good faith together, both sides. And we included many provisions that Democrats wanted because we started with what Republicans thought was a good bill to solve these economic problems. And so we had to change some Republican issues. We had to add some Democrat issues. In fact, they don't want to admit it in the legislation, but many of my colleagues on the other side, just this very day, have come to the Senate floor to brag about the areas where we agree. These are provisions in this bill. But in the same breath, they call this a partisan bill. That makes no sense. Why would they want to say that a bill that we worked in several days, working out differences between Democrats and Republicans, that it's a partisan bill? They also claim that this bill contains so-called corporate bailouts and not enough funding for workers and health care providers. Well, let me say that loaning money to small business and big business, that has to be paid back. In the case of small business under this bill, I have to admit that if they have less than 500 employees and they get benefit from it and they don't lay anybody off, it'll be a forgiven loan. But for really large corporations, let's say like getting the airlines flying again because the public depends on them, because there's millions of jobs connected with the airlines. Giving them loans is a bailout? No, it's not. It's a jobs bill. So those millions of people working for the airlines can continue to work, and the flying public can fly when they want to fly. That's my response to the fact that this is not a corporate bailout like they want you to believe, and no help for individuals. But let's look at the facts for helping individuals. This bill would send $1,200 to almost every American immediately. If it's a family, couples, $2,400. And families would get $500 for each child. And it's meant that this money would be out to these families that need this help just as fast as the IRS can get it out. And it's no different than what we did in 2008 with the Great Recession that we were going into at that particular time. This bill also responds to what Democrats ask us to do: beef up the unemployment insurance program, benefiting those people laid off. Now, all 50 states have a different figure for what unemployment pays unemployed people in that particular state. But whatever that figure is, our bill would add $600 per week for a period of 3 months. And if somebody says, well, that's not long enough, well, if we don't get this economy turned around in 3 months, we're going to be here doing it all again anyway. But beefs up the unemployment by $600 in each of those states on top of what those states are already paying out. And it also, in this unemployment parts of this bill, makes it available to more Americans than ever before. Now, I'm chairman of the Finance Committee. This is just the provisions in the Finance Committee bill. There were 3 other bipartisan groups of people working on other parts of the economy to get this bill put together to help unemployed people. Our bill, though, in the Finance Committee also includes assistance for businesses of all sizes. It keeps them afloat so folks have a job to go back to when they come out of this pandemic. So don't try to say that this bill doesn't help workers. The bill also includes about $100 billion for healthcare workers and helps to speed up delivery of treatments and help to get potential vaccines developed a lot faster. So this bill also helps health professionals, but it helps nobody. Nobody gets any help as long as the Congress sits on its thumb. And that's what we've been doing all day when this bill could have been passed and sent to the House. My colleagues complain that this unprecedented aid package is not sufficient. I don't know what the exact figure is at this point because there's still some negotiations going on, but the last I heard, it was fastly approaching $2 trillion. But somehow that's not enough. They're saying it's not enough help. So while they're saying nobody gets any, it's not enough help, nobody's getting any help. I don't understand it. As I've already alluded to, we passed phase 1 legislation to help 2 weeks ago. We passed phase 2 last week. We're working on phase 3. So if we need more help down the road, we'll have that opportunity when we know for sure what the situation is. We don't have to address for the next 10 years some things in this that they're trying to negotiate now. We can address these problems if this legislation and we don't get the pandemic under control by then. So there's no excuse for not delivering what we can do this very day. Instead, the Democrats are playing politics while the rest of the country suffers, while there's great anxiety out there, while they're looking to their leaders for help and not getting it. If you don't think this is political, just look at the political wish list that Pelosi has put out. Now, the scholar of the United States Senate, Senator Sass, is going to speak about that, I think, coming up here. And you'll see a picture of this great big bill that she put forward. But just let me name 2 or 3 things that I know about, because I haven't read an 1,100-page bill like he probably has. They want to erase the Postal Service debt. What does that have to do with hundreds of thousands of people going to the unemployment office today? They want to require same-day voter registration. What does voter registration have to do with the crisis of unemployment and the pandemic that we're facing today? They want to settle the airlines with crippling new emission standards. What does that have to do with the unemployed today, the people that are suffering, the anxiety that's out there that people have because they don't know how bad this situation is and they know they're losing their job? This legislation also wants to resurrect the Green New Deal. At the same time, families are losing their income. My colleagues, now is just not the time for this sort of horseplay. There will be plenty of opportunities to debate these policies later, not when we have a crisis on our hands. In other words, not now. Just a few days ago, our bipartisan talks were going very well. We made incredible progress over the course of a few days that we put this together, so we have a bipartisan bill. So to my Democrat colleagues, please put your swords away. Please focus on the task at hand. Please stop the delaying tactics and the politicking.
America needs us to deliver. Now's not the time for more foot dragging and procedural delays. I yield the floor.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, my chairman on the Finance Committee, Chairman Grassley, who just left the floor, called me a scholar, and I think he meant it as a compliment, but it doesn't feel like that today. It actually feels like the fact that I've been reading this afternoon is a sign of the fact that this institution is broken in significant ways, and there are not a lot of productive things happening outside a group of 4 people who are renegotiating a car deal again and again and again and again. So I did spend a good chunk of my afternoon reading these 1,119 pages. You might wonder what this is. This is Nancy Pelosi's last-minute additional Christmas wish list of progressive items that she wants added to the coronavirus relief bill that's been being negotiated here over the course of the last 96 or so hours. I wanted to read this because I think we owe it to our constituents to know what's in bills before people pass them. And I want to say in full disclosure, the wish list keeps growing so rapidly and radically that this thing could be like 50% obsolete since 3 or 4 hours ago when I started digging into it. There may be another bill that's another 1,200 pages thick. But this is the one I've been reading in today. And the Speaker has obviously decided that she doesn't want to waste any crisis. The American people face 2 unprecedented emergencies. We face a public health emergency that is genuinely disastrous, and we face a consequent resultant economic emergency that puts at risk lots and lots of families' livelihoods, lots of dinner tables around the country. There are 5,997,000 firms in the U.S., so just a hair shy of 6 million, I think I might have misspoke there, 5,997,000 firms, so just shy of 6 million firms in the U.S., and lots and lots and lots of those, the overwhelming majority of firms, and 47% of all employment, is small business in America. It's firms of 500 or fewer employees. These are family businesses, these are corner stores. Lots and lots and lots of these people live on an average, their businesses live on an average of 16 days of cash. And so when the country is shut down in the midst of something like the coronavirus crisis, there are lots of businesses that only have about 2 weeks before they may cease to exist and just go poof, or do something, go down some other pathway that leads them to become dependencies of the state. So we have 2 massive crises in this country, one public health and one economic. And this place often lies and pretends there's some piece of legislation that can solve every problem on earth. That isn't true. But in this case, both of these emergencies need lots and lots of help and bandage and salve and lifelines, life preservers from this institution. And that's why so many people around here have been working all night, overnight, 3 or 4 days in a row. A number of us have been in this chamber till midnight or 1 a.m. multiple nights. I'm a 4 a.m. wake-up guy, so I'm usually in bed by 9 p.m. When I'm here at midnight or 1 a.m., it's well past a period of coherence. And so when we're working around the clock, it's because there's an emergency. Lots and lots and lots of stuff in this 1,119-page additional bid from Nancy Pelosi have nothing to do with the coronavirus emergency. And so I want to take us through some of what is in this piece of legislation, but I'm going to pull up for a minute as I recognize that the majority leader, who's at the center of this negotiation, has entered the chamber. And so I'm going to yield to him and let him make whatever updates he wants to give us in this chamber, and then I will return to this piece of legislation after the majority leader.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I say to my friend from Nebraska, I'll be very brief here. I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 157, H.R. 748, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to repeal the excise tax on high-cost employer-sponsored health coverage, signed by 17 senators.
Ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Ask consent the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion be waived.
Without objection. Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to be clear. I yield to the majority leader.
Just one further observation. We'll not be having any votes tonight.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to be clear. This negotiation has been messy. There's lots and lots in this bill that I don't like. There's lots in this bill that is also critically important and necessary and urgent for the American people. But there are a bunch of things in here that I think stink, frankly. I don't like firm-specific money in legislation, so I don't like much of the airlines section of this bill. The airlines didn't do anything wrong at this moment when all their travelers fall off because of the pandemic before them, but there are pieces of the way any legislation like this is written when it has specific firms in it that I dislike and I think should be done more effectively over time. But this is following a model of how these portions of legislation have been written around here in the past. I don't like the direct payments that Washington is going to try to renew long after the American people have defeated the coronavirus. There's a lot in this legislation that I don't like. But there are things that we should all be applauding. This legislation tries to turbocharge vaccine development. We need what my friend and your friend, the senator from Montana, calls a Manhattan Project for the vaccine accelerator. We need to go lots faster figuring out how to remove barriers to enable companies at this time to seek to be effective over efficient in ways that pluralize lots and lots of different pharmaceutical firms competing at once and taking 3 or 4 steps of the drug development or the vaccine development process and trying to run them in parallel instead of in sequence, because the American people and the world need this vaccine. There are things that we should be proud of in that part of the legislation. I like the fact that this legislation, not the Pelosi legislation, but the composite compromise bill that the Senate's been working on over the last 4 days, I like the fact that this legislation tries to help small businesses stay alive during this period of zero revenue with well-structured loans. I think that Senators Rubio and Collins and their 2 Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle have done a really good job. It's a crazy, eye-popping price tag at $350 billion-ish, the small business loan program, but it's a necessity in this moment, and it's legislation that people should be proud of. I like the fact that this bill works in the appropriations section, not in the whole bill as I would, or the whole draft text as I wish it would, but in the appropriations section, it works hard to get more than 51% of the appropriation section of the money to governors to allow them to make differentiated spending decisions, which they can make more effectively than we can make in Washington, D.C., where you look out across 325 million people in an undifferentiated way. Our governors are better at building public-private public-private partnerships than the Congress is. In my state, Omaha and Lincoln have different economics than the rural parts of the state, but Omaha and Lincoln are different than Nashville and Memphis. And Nashville and Memphis are different than LA and Seattle. And so this bill works hard to try to take a big chunk, a majority of the appropriation section of the legislation and drive it back to governors. There are things that are good in this bill. There are things that I think are weak and clunky in this bill. But it was negotiated in a bipartisan way, in good faith, on topics and issues that were related to the coronavirus emergency. It wasn't a Republican bill. It wasn't a Democratic bill. It certainly isn't my favorite bill or piece of legislation around here. But it was a good faith, bipartisan attempt that people were negotiating on all weekend. But instead of taking that legislation, urgent, necessary legislation, and passing it quickly, Democrats have now decided to allow Speaker Pelosi to block it through proxies here in the Senate so that she can rewrite the bill with a ton of crap that has absolutely nothing to do with the public health emergency that we face at this moment. So I've been reading the legislation this afternoon. We got families that are suffering. We got small businesses that are closing literally by the hour. We have doctors fighting to prevent their hospitals from being oversurged and overwhelmed. And what is Speaker Pelosi trying to do? She's trying to take hostages about her dream legislation, all sorts of dream legislative provisions that have nothing to do with this moment, and say the American public can't get access to the public health piece of legislation or the economic relief pieces of legislation unless she gets hostages that are entirely unrelated to this moment. We're better than that. Democrats in the Senate are better than that. Many of them are privately embarrassed about this. I don't understand how they voted today to filibuster this bill for a second time when in private, many of them tell us, well, this is just a part of the negotiation and our leaders want us to vote this way, but I'm really uncomfortable with it because I don't think we should be dealing with unrelated issues. I've had multiple Democrats today tell me they don't think we should be dealing with unrelated issues, things not about the health or economic emergency before the nation. But here's why we've stopped. Here's why the bill that's before us, again, not my favorite piece of legislation, not Republican, not Democrat, but a bipartisan, good faith piece of legislation. The reason we're not voting on it is because 1,119 pages of new Nancy Pelosi demands that we should consider. I promise you that every Washington, D.C. lobbyist right now has been combing over this 1,200 pages all afternoon, just like I have, because they wonder what goodies in it they can claim credit for, or they wonder what goodies that are against the interests of their sector they should be negotiating against. We shouldn't be debating anything in an emergency moment like this with another 1,119 pages being dropped in at the last minute of wish list demands. So I decided to start digging through it. I'm going to give you a few highlights or lowlights. Here's page 421. Page 421, line 22. Minimum student loan relief as a result of the COVID-19 national emergency. Not later than 270 days after the last day of the COVID emergency period. Think about what this means. Not later than 270 days, that's 9 months. 9 months after the emergency's over, then the Secretary of Education has to do all this new stuff. Nobody who wants student debt loan forgiveness should pretend that this is about getting emergency cash into the economy for liquidity or solvency, because the Nancy Pelosi demand about loan forgiveness says right here, this is for something 9 months after the emergency. This is something that many Democrats want. As a former college president, I actually think this is a bad idea, but there are intellectually defensible reasons to argue for it. There are reasonable cases to be made, but they've tried to make them in the past and not been able to pass the legislation, and it has nothing to do with the coronavirus. Not later than 270 days after the last day of the COVID-19 emergency period, the Secretary's concerned shall jointly carry out a program under which a qualified borrower, with respect to the covered loans and private education of loans of such qualified borrower, shall receive in accordance with paragraph 3 an amount equal to the lesser of the following: A, the total amount of each loan covered and each private education loan of the borrower, or B, $10,000. So what this says is you can feel the burn with a $10,000 public and private loan cancellation project a year in the future, or depending on how long this emergency goes, this emergency could be with us through a trough in the late summer and another peak in the fall and winter. We may be in the coronavirus emergency for more than a year. And so Speaker Pelosi says, well, the secretaries, the cabinet officials in the executive branch probably shouldn't be burdened with this now, because obviously it has nothing to do with coronavirus. But in the future, we want to bake into law a $10,000 loan forgiveness program that has nothing to do with coronavirus. That's wrong. This institution has been bleeding public trust for a long time. When we pass a $2 trillion piece of legislation in the middle of an emergency, there are going to be lots of things wrong with it. There are going to be lots of reasons why the public looks back and says, why aren't you all more competent? Why couldn't you have done this better? Why wouldn't you have done that better? Boy, this feels clunky. Why would these people be included in the direct payments, but those people wouldn't? You have to earn $2,500, but we're using the 2018 tax returns to be able to determine whether or not you earned your $2,500 to be able to qualify for the $1,200 per family, and it phases out from $75,000 to $95,000. There are a lot of hard policy, mechanical, technical issues that need to be navigated, and some of them will be imperfect, and later the public will say, well, why did you do it this way instead of this way? Those will be fair questions. And we'll have to defend the members of the task forces who wrote that part of the legislation, a bipartisan task force that worked on that piece of the legislation all weekend. But what will be completely impossible is to tell the public, well, the reason we did the loan forgiveness program, which had nothing to do with coronavirus this way rather than that way, was because, why? Because it was a northbound train and people could load it with a whole bunch of swampy stuff. Like, you may believe in loan forgiveness. Make the case and win an argument for loan forgiveness. Don't do it on the backs of a national emergency when in Nebraska I have families calling me from Omaha where spouses have just been put in new institutions in the last 2 or 3 weeks because of declining dementia, because of Alzheimer's, and as soon as they got put in an institution, that institution got put on quarantine lockdown, and a husband only in his late 60s, but who's losing his entire mind and memory, he doesn't understand why he's there, and his wife can't visit him anymore. His kids can't visit him anymore, and he doesn't know what the heck's going on. That's a genuine tragedy. That's not an occasion for Nancy Pelosi to try to get a loan forgiveness program done that she couldn't get done by regular legislation. It's wrong. And the Democrats in this body, most of them know it's wrong. None of them are going to come down here and make an argument. None of 47 Democrats in the Senate are going to come to the floor and say, you know what we ought to do during this national emergency? We ought to do a student loan forgiveness program right now. Somebody might mention it in a long list, implying that the money will have to do with liquidity. But if you actually read what happens in the legislation, there's no loan forgiveness until 270 days after the coronavirus national emergency is over. Page 570. Not even coronavirus can put a pause on our culture wars. Line 14, the Congressional COVID-19 Aid Oversight Panel, in conjunction with SIGTARP, I don't know what that acronym means, shall collect diversity data from any corporation that receives federal aid related to COVID-19 and issue a report that will make publicly available no later than 1 year after the disbursement of funds. In addition to any other data, the report will include all the following. Number 1, employee demographics, the gender, race, and ethnic identity, and to the extent possible, results disaggregated by ethnic group of all corporation employees, as otherwise known or provided voluntarily for the total number of employees, full and part-time, ... I'm just going to skip ahead a couple of paragraphs. And pay equity, a comparison of pay amongst racial and ethnic minorities, and to the extent possible, results disaggregated by ethnic group as compared to their white counterparts, and a comparison of pay between men and women for similar roles and assignments. Paragraph 4, corporate board diversity data, including total number of board members, race, gender, class, ethnic identity, et cetera, et cetera. I'm skipping ahead here. Page 572, which is the next page. Paragraph E, any corporation that receives federal aid related to COVID-19 must now maintain officials and budgets dedicated to diversity and inclusion initiatives for no less than 5 years after blah, blah, blah. None of this has anything to do with the coronavirus. There are all sorts of real racial issues in America that need to be addressed, but none of this has anything to do with the coronavirus. If you want to argue for this legislation, argue for this legislation once people in nursing homes in Nebraska aren't being locked out of being able to visit their family members with Alzheimer's and dementia. Page 681. Line 16, section 325, same-day registration. In general, each state shall permit any eligible individual on a day of the federal election or on any day when voting, including early voting, is permitted for a federal election, to register to vote in such election at the same polling place using a form that meets the requirements under Section 9B of the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, or if the individual is already registered to vote, to revise any of the individual's registration information, and B, to cast such a vote in an election. Paragraph 2, exception, the requirements under paragraph 1 shall not apply to a state in which, under a state law in effect, continuously on or after the date of enactment of this section. You see, what this is about same-day voter registration, because November 3rd is just 225 days away. And if there's anything the American people are worried right now about, it's that they would like Washington, D.C. to take away the authority of 50 secretaries of state and determine the way you conduct local elections in America. This has absolutely nothing to do with coronavirus. Absolutely nothing to do with coronavirus. This isn't a Republican versus Democratic scream. This is nonsense. This is 99% of the American public, if they were in this gallery, would be shaking their head and rolling their eyes and saying, what? You guys are trying to decide that the federal government should, for the first time in U.S. history, change the way local elections are conducted by secretaries of state in America? By the way, there's no one in the gallery for a reason. The gallery is shut down because we're in the middle of a pandemic. So this probably isn't the time to be having a debate about whether the federal government should micromanage the way our 50 states conduct their elections. I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to argue for this idea, let's do it as soon as the pandemic is over. Come and actually make an argument. Quit trying to exploit a crisis. Page 725. There's almost no section of American life or government that can't be touched in an emergency if you want to play exploitative politics. Line 12, Division N, U.S. Postal Service provisions, because of course in the middle of a pandemic, you know what the American people want? They want to have a labor fight about the Postal Service. Section 140001, elimination of the USPS debt, additional borrowing authorities. In general, notwithstanding any other provision of the law, paragraph 1, any outstanding debt of the United States Postal Service owed to the Treasury pursuant to sections 2005 and 2011 of Title V United States Code on the date of the enactment of this act is hereby canceled, and paragraph 2, after the date of the enactment of this act, the U.S. Postal Service is authorized to borrow money from the Treasury in an amount not to exceed, I got to count all these numbers, $15 billion to carry out the duties and responsibilities of the Postal Service, including those under Title 39 of the U.S. Code, and the Secretary of the Treasury shall lend to such amount at the request of the Postal Service. Paragraph B, repeal of the fiscal year borrowing limit of Section 2005A1 of Title 39. The United States Code is now amended by shrinking the paragraph, quote, in any one fiscal year, close quote, and all that follows that period. Please, Senate Democrats, you don't believe that this is good governance. Somebody please come to the floor and defend why we're doing a Postal Service bailout in the middle of an emergency. I know that Bernie Sanders believes in Postal Service reform. I don't agree with Senator Sanders on this, but he's actually pretty thoughtful about it. He spent a lot of time thinking about how you might bail out the Postal Service. So if Bernie Sanders wants to argue for a Postal Service bailout, he should make that case. There's not a single, I haven't been here all day, but I've presided a couple hours. I haven't heard a single Democrat come to the floor and argue for a Postal Service bailout. Somebody please come back to the floor and at least stand in the light of day before the American people and say the stuff Nancy Pelosi's voting for you think is a good idea to do in the middle of this national health emergency. Page 768. Line 7, in general, notwithstanding any other provision of law subject to the requirements of this subsection, the wage rate in effect under Section A1 with respect to an employee of an employer described in paragraph 2, or any individual who provides labor or services for remuneration for such employer, regardless of whether the individual is classified as an independent contractor or otherwise by employer, comma, shall not be paid less than $15 an hour. So while businesses are struggling to make ends meet, and we're seeing lots and lots of small businesses go bankrupt in all 50 states in America today. Businesses are going bankrupt in America today in all 50 of the states that we represent. Speaker Pelosi wants to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. I used to be a professor. I'm a business guy by background, but I was a history professor for a long time. And when I would teach, I taught in the Socratic method when I taught in a seminar. In a lecture class, it's different, but in a seminar, if I had 12 students or I had 15 students in a class, I would regularly try to frame up a given weekly seminar, and I would try to figure out how to map a debate where you could get about half the people in the class on each side of a debate. But if it ended up that the debate was off-weighted, and there was a minority group and a majority group, I would tend to join the minority group regardless of what my view was on the issue, and I would try to fight for the minority position just to help spice up the debate and make it more interesting. I think a $15 minimum wage is really bad economics, but I've argued for it many, many times in class because there are intellectually coherent reasons to argue for it. I don't think it works, and if we weren't dealing with the pandemic in King County, Washington, one of the things we might talk about in this body is how the $15 minimum wage has worked out in Seattle, because their public was overwhelmingly in favor of it a couple of years ago, and now there's a huge move against it because people realize what a $15 minimum wage actually does. It accelerates the marginalization and the casualization and the layoffs of people making between $9 and $14 an hour. That's what it actually does. It speeds automation. So I would love it if anybody who was a primary breadwinner in a house was earning way more than $15 an hour. I would love that to be reality in American life. But here are two facts you need to know. Fact number one, last time I checked the data, 89% of everybody who made the minimum wage in America wasn't a primary wage earner. They were a high school kid. They were a college student getting their first job. They were working part-time while they were in school, or they just graduated high school and they hadn't figured out their long-term path. Maybe they were in trade school, but they were working a minimum wage job, but they still lived at mom and dad's house. Or maybe they're a 65-year-old aunt who lives with a family, but the rest of the house is self-sufficient, but her wages augment the family's income. 89% of the people who make the minimum wage in America are not the primary wage earner or breadwinner in their family. But of the 11% that are, the idea that you can just raise the minimum wage to any amount, I mean, if you just think good intentions are sufficient, then why $15? For heaven's sakes, $15 an hour on a $2,000 work year, 40 hours a week times 50 weeks, that's only $30,000 a year. It's really hard to get by on $30 a year, or $30,000 a year. If you think good intentions are enough, $15 isn't enough. Why not have a minimum wage of $25? Why not $30 an hour? Well, the reason is because it doesn't actually work. If you just raise the minimum wage to a different level than the marginal contribution value of that job, what happens is the firms either cease to exist or people automate more rapidly. But there are reasonable arguments to be made. Certainly there are emotional and humanitarian arguments to be made for wanting a $15 minimum wage. But wanting a $15 minimum wage is an argument you should make. It's not something you do in the midst of a public health emergency, and it's certainly not something you do in the midst of a public health emergency where lots and lots of small businesses are ceasing to exist, because a $15 minimum wage will just drive more people out of business. And so it would be better to have a $15 an hour job than an $11 an hour job, but it'd be better to have an $11 an hour job than no job. And so if you're going to debate a $15 minimum wage, please do it in the light of day. What Speaker Pelosi's doing here is wrong. Page 803. This one goes on for a bunch of pages, so I'll jump across. Line 10, section 704, airline carbon emission offsets and goals, carbon offsetting program. In general, not later than 90 days after the enactment of this act, the administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration shall require each air carrier receiving assistance under section 101 to fully offset the annual carbon emissions of such air carriers for domestic flights beginning in the year 2025. The administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration shall require each air carrier receiving assistance under Section 101(2)A make and achieve a binding commitment to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions attributable to the domestic flights of such air carrier in every calendar year beginning in 2021 on a path consistent with a 25% reduction in the aviation sector's emission levels from 2005 levels by the year 2035. And a 50% reduction in the section's emissions from 2005 to apply by the year 2050. This is like something out of the Green New Deal for the age of COVID, but it's just the technocratic piece for airline emissions, and here we're dealing with the part about airline emissions from the year 2035 to the year 2050. If you've been looking at the data this afternoon, one of the things that Scott Gottlieb has been talking about a lot today is we see that the hospitalization rates and the case fatality rate for the 45 to 54-year-old hospital admissions COVID-19 patients in the U.S. look a lot worse than we thought they were a week ago. There are some things on the Italy curve that are scary and ugly. There are some pieces of it where we might think there are little bits of hopeful signs that as we have a lot more positive tests, but we know we simultaneously have community transmission problems, but we also have a lot more testing. If you get more positive tests, some of that's because you have more positive confirmation of disease, but some of it's just because you're doing more testing. There are some things that might be mildly good news, but Gottlieb has been talking today, former FDA commissioner, has been talking about some really bad news, which is we talk about this disease as being particularly bad for people over 60, but there's been a lot of hopeful signs, besides our love of neighbor obligations not to be transmitting the disease to our grandmas and to our parents and to the elderly among us. But it looks like among 45 to 54-year-olds, if the death rate does look to be, we don't know, but on some preliminary data, looks to be between 0.5 and 0.7% compared to flu at 0.1% across the whole population. That would be a stunningly high case death rate among the 45 to 54-year-olds. You know what none of those people care about right now? Maybe they care about it, but they don't think that we should be legislating on without any long debate. None of them are talking about airline emissions between the year 2035 and 2050. Nancy Pelosi shouldn't be talking about it either. Page 911. I'll stop soon. I see one of my colleagues waiting to talk. Page 911, line 3, section 404, modification of the special rules for minimum funding standards for community newspapers. You wonder what's going to stop the public health crisis? We should talk about the business model of local newspapers right now rather than getting the American people the health and the relief they need. Paragraph A, amendment to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, subsection M of section 430 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as added by the Setting Every Community Up for Retirement Enhancement Act of 2019, is amended hereby to read as follows. Special rules for community newspaper plans. In general, an eligible newspaper plan sponsor of a plan under which no participant has had the participant's accrued benefit increased, whether because of service or compensation after April 2nd of 2019, may elect to have the alternative standards described in paragraph 4 applied to the plan. Eligible newspaper plan sponsor, the term eligible newspaper plan sponsor here means, and then there are like 4 or 5 different definitions of what an eligible newspaper plan sponsor would mean. If the American people wonder why Congress hasn't passed a coronavirus emergency health and emergency economics relief plan, I think it would be great if Speaker Pelosi went out and stood at a gaggle before the cameras and started talking about the newspaper sponsor alternative plan definition provisions of her bid in this negotiation on page 911, subsection B. One more for now. On page 931, rehabilitation of multi-employer pension plans, line 16, paragraph A, establishment. There is established in the Department of Treasury an agency to be known as the Pension Rehabilitation Administration. By the way, there is no such thing. This doesn't exist. It's being created of whole cloth here. So in the middle of a national health pandemic emergency, we're creating new bureaucracies to deal with insolvent pensions. There is established hereby a position and position of director. There shall be a head of the Pension Rehabilitation Administration as a director who shall be appointed by the president to a term in general. A term of director shall last 5 years. I'm going to stop. This is wrong. This ought not to be happening. It's not being done in good faith. Basically, none of this stuff is really going to be considered in any negotiation. It's a guise and a ruse to try to move the goalposts. Once people played 9 innings of a baseball game in a negotiation and somebody decided to use a whole bunch of their pitchers, then the decision was made, hey, let's add 5 more innings to the baseball game. The American people are waiting for this Relief Act, and it's gone on for another 36 hours here for no reason that's honorable and sincere. There are a whole bunch of big and real debates that could be had inside the 4 corners of the 5 task forces that helped write this piece of legislation. There are lots of reasonable debates to be had inside that. Throwing in a laundry list of Christmas list fighting is why this place bleeds public trust. The Democratic whip in the House said it explicitly, quote, a tremendous opportunity exists in this crisis, I'm adding in brackets, to restructure things here to fit our vision, close quote. None of these things, none of these 1,119 pages are about solving the crisis. None of the 9 paragraphs that I decided to read beat the virus. None of these things keep small business alive. I get it. Speaker Pelosi is a liberal progressive from San Francisco. I'm a conservative from Nebraska. We have a different political philosophy. That is fine. It is completely reasonable for us to debate politics and policy and ideology when we're not in the middle of a crisis. Speaker Pelosi could bring her liberal wish list to the House floor for a vote anytime she wants. Unlike most of us, she controls an agenda. But she ought to have the decency to vote on her ideologically driven wish list after this emergency legislation has been passed. We're better than this, and this is not the way to restore the public trust. We should do better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's go. Mr. President, I know we're all talking about the unprecedented times that we're facing in our nation, but I want to talk about something that we have in common, something that's pretty remarkable that I think we all need to remember that we have in common. We represent incredible people, the American people, who are doing so much right now in Alaska, in Colorado, in Nebraska, in Montana, in Connecticut, to help each other. So much. I frequently tell my constituents as we're talking about getting through this crisis, everyone has a role to play. Young, old, business leaders, elected leaders, union members, and everybody is playing a role. So I am very proud of my constituents in Alaska, and I know that everybody in this body is proud of what their constituents are doing right now, the best of our nation. Right now. You know, we talk a lot about how we're teleworking. Well, I like to remind folks that there's some Americans, a lot of Alaskans, thousands, millions, who can't telework. Our healthcare professionals who are on the front lines, our first responders, our truck drivers, port workers, Alaskans who are stocking the grocery store shelves, picking up our refuse, parents who are teaching their children at home, local restaurants who are working day and night to continue to provide takeout food. So many people are doing such good work. There's an incredible outpouring of generosity from all of our citizens, all Americans. We're hearing about it. From our small businesses donating their time and services to help people in their communities, to volunteers, to our nonprofits. So, Mr. President, that's what Alaskans are doing. That's what Americans are doing around the country at this very moment, despite this enormous adversity and challenges that we're facing. One of the most unprecedented challenges in our history. Extraordinary, precarious times right now. People are concerned, obviously, about their health. People are concerned, obviously, about their economic health, their jobs, losing jobs. retirement accounts, life savings, people being told to stay at home, hardworking Americans, Alaskans who have worked their whole lives, who don't know even how they're going to pay for their groceries or rent. And Mr. President, they're taking these actions at a difficult time because local and state governments all across the country are making tough decisions, working with their communities to help make sure that the collective whole of our societies, whether in Anchorage or Fairbanks or other places in America, are going to get through this health crisis. The bottom line is they're coming together, shared sacrifice. And I am so proud of the people I represent, and I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are as well. Something that we have a lot in common. Now, there was an article in the Washington Post just the other day, like 2 days ago, and it said something like, you know, America's gotten through a lot of challenges before. World War II, the Civil War. But this article went on to say, but perhaps the American people don't really have the mettle or the resiliency to get through this one. That was kind of the gist of this article. Classic, clueless, inside the Beltway reporting. We're not the same America that got through other challenges. We don't have the mettle. Well, I would suggest these Washington Post reporters need to get out of D.C. Maybe they should come to Alaska. Maybe they should come somewhere else in America. Come to my state. I guarantee you we have the mettle, Mr. President, Alaskans and other great Americans, to get through this crisis. I always say my constituents are some of the most resilient people in the world. Let me just give you a couple examples. Our Alaska Native communities have been thriving for thousands of years in some of the harshest conditions anywhere on the planet. We are a state full of the ancestors of rugged pioneers who came to Alaska looking for promise and stayed to build a great state. In my state, we've had extreme challenges before throughout our history. Earthquakes have flattened our buildings. Tsunamis have wiped out cities. Floods have swept away our homes, entire communities. Wildfires have singed our cities. Volcanic eruptions have dimmed the sun. The price of oil and the markets have dropped before, like we're seeing now. And now we have another unprecedented challenge, a pandemic facing my beloved state and my beloved country. So, Mr. President, as I mentioned, we have a lot in common here. And I think a lot of us, all of us, take pride in what our constituents, our fellow Americans, are doing to come together to fight this. And we will fight it. And we'll emerge stronger and more resilient. And those Washington Post reporters who doubted the will of Americans, maybe in a couple years they'll be writing a story about how wrong they were. And Mr. President, until about a day ago, I was actually proud of the work of this body in responding to this crisis. The past 3 weeks, we have come together, putting together bold, bipartisan pieces of legislation to address this pandemic in a quick amount of time. So what we were calling phase one was just 2 weeks ago, where Congress passed an $8.3 billion package. I won't go into all the details, to address the health care needs that we were starting to see with the spread of this pandemic. Phase one. Phase two, just last week, again, members of the body, this body coming together. It wasn't a perfect bill, that's for sure. Came over from the House that provided federal funds so individuals exposed to the virus can get healthy and that our hospitals have more resources to combat this health crisis. The president passed it the day we passed it here in the Senate, just last week. Bold, bipartisan work. This legislation, for example, expanded emergency food assistance, including for children who rely on free and reduced lunch lunches for school cafeterias who could no longer access those meals because the schools are closing, new paid sick leave, 100% dollar for dollar that would be paid and reimbursed by the federal government. So we acted, Mr. President, we acted. These weren't perfect pieces of legislation. I didn't like every provision in them, but we got together, Democrats, Republicans, and we acted quickly and boldly. And that's what our constituents want us to do. But we knew we had to do much, much more. Much, much more, because every day there's a new development that we're seeing, not just on the health side, but on the economic side. So what did we do? The last week, everybody here rolled up their sleeves around the clock. And again, I was proud of the work that we started on. And by the way, this was bipartisan work. I was talking to Democratic senators all weekend. When you listen to the chairman of the Finance Committee, he talked about the task force that we had, Democrats and Republicans, putting together legislation, big, bold legislations coming together like we had on phase 1 and phase 2 to really focus in 4 key areas, Mr. President. Putting cash directly in the hands of hurting families in Alaska, throughout the country, delivering rapid relief to the small businesses that are being crushed by this pandemic and laying off their workers, stabilizing key industries to avoid massive layoffs that are now very quickly coming on the horizon and starting to happen in America, and sending new resources to medical professionals who are on the front lines. That's what our goals were. And we needed to do it in a big way. We completed this, the Senate, Republicans and Democrats, in less than a week. Why? Because we knew, all of us knew, the people that we represent were hurting, are hurting, and they need hope. And they're looking for us for that hope. Again, wasn't perfect. This bill isn't perfect, but it's pretty remarkable work to do in less than a week. And this bill represents a huge and massive effort to help the people we represent. Now, a lot of my colleagues have been coming down on the floor talking about what this bill will do for the people we represent. I'm not going to go into all the details, but let me just name a few, because some of them were ideas from our Democratic colleagues. Some of them where we had certain amounts in the bill, they came and said, no, we want more. Okay. All right, we worked with you, just like we did on phase 1 and phase 2. So I'll just mention a few. I've been talking to a lot of the elected leaders throughout my state, making a lot of calls. What do you need? What's happening? How can we help? I had a phone call just a few days ago with the mayor of Anchorage. That's my hometown. And everybody's working hard. The mayor is, the governor, who's doing a good job, a really good job, and his team. We're all working together. Mayor's a Democrat, governor's a Republican. I'm reaching out to everybody. It doesn't matter party at this moment, that's for darn sure. What did the mayor say to me? Priority has to be people need cash, Senator, to pay the rent, to get food, to get a car payment. There's so much uncertainty. Can we do that? Yes, we can do that. We did it. It's in the bill. $2,400 per couple, $500 per additional child. That's going to help. That's going to help with families who need cash. That's one thing. We did a massive increase, another thing, to the unemployment insurance program. $250 billion, $250 billion. Why? Because we're seeing massive layoffs. Now, I'm going to give my colleagues, a couple Democratic colleagues, friends of mine are on the floor right now. This was a big idea that you wanted to push. Big number. big number, $250 billion. This is going to significantly expand the number of individuals who are eligible to receive benefits. This is really important for my state, particularly the self-employed, the fishermen who have never been covered under the UI programs in the past. And what's more, the bill provides a flat increase in benefits, $600 per week to all state programs in the next few months. So workers who are forced onto unemployment, which unfortunately we're seeing hundreds of thousands across the country, have the financial security to pay their bills and stay afloat. So this is another big element of this bill. Let me provide one more. I think one of the most important. And I think there's really strong bipartisan agreement on this one. I know it, because I talked to my friends who are Democrats. A small business rescue package and relief package of about $350 billion to enable small businesses to access credit and have the liquidity to stay afloat and weather this storm. Not creating a new bureaucracy, but an expansion of the Small Business Administration's 7A loan program so you can do it through local banks in your state. The idea here, Mr. President, is to make sure the worker and the employers of our small businesses stay connected. Small businesses can take out a loan of up to $10 million under this program, and if they use that loan to pay for payroll and rent and other fixed costs, this loan is going to be completely forgiven. Whenever I describe this to my fellow Alaskans, they say, this is exactly the kind of thing we need, Senator, right now, as businesses are closing. So that's in. That's in the bill. Cash in the hands of small businesses so they can keep workers employed and be ready to get back up and grow and prosper again when we get through this pandemic. That's in the bill. Everybody agrees with that. And finally, another element, and I'm just describing some of the elements, Mr. President, but I wanted to highlight some of these things, is getting more resources to the men and women on the front lines of this pandemic who are every day out there in the healthcare industry trying to keep Americans, Alaskans, healthy and alive. How much? There's a lot in it, but the number's $100 billion for hospitals, for healthcare providers. Let me say that again, $100 billion. Now, the minority leader was on the floor the other day. I was kind of stunned when he said something along the lines of, this partisan bill, by the way, it's not partisan, okay? This was written by Republicans, Democrats. A lot of these ideas are from both sides. Doesn't do anything to help hospitals. We need a Marshall Plan to help them. Well, I think $100 billion is a pretty good start. That's in the bill. So, Mr. President, as I mentioned, I've been proud of the work of this body. I've been proud of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle. No one's got wisdom on how to fix all this. No one knows what's coming in the future. But I think all of us know that we need to act, and we need to act boldly, and we need to act in a bipartisan way. And we did it. We did it. Again, in less than a week. It's not a perfect bill, that's for sure, but it's going to provide help to my fellow Alaskans, to Americans. It's massive, it's bold, it's bipartisan, it's timely. And as of yesterday, I thought we were going to go another bill out to the American people quickly. Hope. That's what they need. Yes, the Senate's working. And then for whatever reason, and I'm not going to point fingers, the wheels started to come off on this one, the one that we really need. And the bill has been filibustered. That means we can't even get on the floor to debate it. Can't start debating it. Now, look, I've been listening to my colleagues, both sides of the aisle. There's been a lot of anger on this floor, a lot of back and forth. My good friend from Nebraska just talked about this idea that somehow my colleagues on the other side filibustered this bill that the Senate has been working on to make room for Speaker Pelosi's bill. I really, really, really hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. I don't think there's one member of this body, Republican or Democrat, who could defend that, what Senator Sass just read on the floor. And then there started to be talk about, well, the bill that we had that we're focused on is all about bailouts. That's a charged term, Mr. President, as you know. But you could talk about the 2008-2009 TARP bill. I wasn't a member of the Senate then during the financial crisis as a bailout. I think that's a good description. Why was that a bailout? Because you had people on Wall Street taking risky actions that eventually cratered the financial system. By the way, they made a ton of money doing it. Cratered the economy. And then they had to be bailed out because the banks were going to go under and it was going to ruin the U.S. economy. That's a bailout. That's a classic bailout. But, Mr. President, what we're seeing right now is much more like a natural disaster, much more like a war. There's no one to be blamed right now. The airlines shouldn't be blamed for what's happening right now. This is a pandemic. So this term being thrown around, oh, it's a bailout, what we're trying to do is help the American worker, help the American family. It's not a perfect bill, but we are dealing with a natural disaster. Something came over from overseas onto our shores, and we're now all trying to deal with it. Mr. President, I'm going to conclude by saying I'm on this side of the aisle. I'm a Republican with principled views on certain issues. I certainly have strong views about protecting my state. But I've also tried to work throughout my time in the Senate with my colleagues on both sides. Some of my closest friends are my Democratic friends, and I'm proud of that work. That's how you get things done in this body. Some I've been working with all weekend. This issue should not be about partisan politics. So my point was not to come down here on the floor and make this a partisan speech. We are facing one of the most unprecedented challenges in the history of the United States of America. We certainly need to move beyond politics. And if you looked at what was going on in the Senate until yesterday, that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 3 weeks. Are there areas of compromise in this bill that hopefully can unlock things? Sure. 2 that I've been working on and supporting, again, with my Democratic colleagues, pressing my colleagues on. Could we have more transparency on this federal facility program? Sure. Absolutely, I would be very supportive of this. Are there ways to help shore up distressed pensions for the great working men and women who build things in America? Yes. But, Mr. President, we're running out of time. We are running out of time. We need to pass this bill now. And why do we need to pass this bill now? Because it's going to help the people we represent. It's going to help people in Connecticut and Virginia and Colorado and Montana and Alaska. And they need hope. They need hope right now. And again, this bill isn't perfect, but it's got a lot of hope. And once we pass it, then all of us are going to need to do the hard work to making sure that the implementation of this bill goes as effective and smoothly as possible. And then when we see mistakes in it, which there will be, we need to come back here and act to correct those. That's what we need to do. These are exceptional times for our country, Mr. President. We had an influenza outbreak in 1918 that ravaged the world, and it particularly ravaged my state. As Senator Murkowski said earlier today, one of the things that's got a lot of us troubled in Alaska was 100 years ago when the influenza came through, it did finally get to some of our Alaska Native villages. I have over 200 communities not connected by roads with very limited healthcare facilities. And during the Spanish influenza, many of these communities were completely wiped out. Scary time. Scary time. But we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it stronger, more resilient, and the way we're going to do it is if we're all working together, which we had been until about 24 hours ago. So I think the provisions outlined in this bill, while not perfect, are what the American people are looking for. They can help minimize the damage done by this pandemic, and I certainly hope that we come together the way we have been for the last 3 weeks in a bipartisan way to get this voted on, passed as quickly as possible, because every hour delay imperils the incredible American people that we represent. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to follow my friend and colleague and fellow Marine from Alaska. We are separated by about as far a geographical distance as can be in this nation, Alaska and Connecticut. And I'm also pleased to be followed by a colleague from Colorado who is almost smack in the middle. And we are united, despite our geographic differences and despite our political differences. And I want to assure the American people that the contention they have seen on this floor in no way reflects the reality of our hope and desire to move quickly and to move big to address this unprecedented historic crisis, a healthcare emergency and an economic emergency in this country. The reality is that right now, less than 25 yards from us, the minority leader, the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, and perhaps the Secretary of the Treasury or his representatives, and also representatives of the White House, are literally working on a better bill, a bill that better protects workers. Workers and families should come first, not corporate interests. Small businesses should be a priority. They are the economic backbone and major employers in our country. And it will be a better and a bigger bill in addressing the medical surge that this country must confront. The imminent soaring of numbers of cases, the potentially fatal infection that are about to deluge our hospitals and healthcare facilities, and the need for ventilators, masks, tests, gowns, all kinds of equipment that will help to save lives. I think all of us could do well by listening to the American people about the need for a bigger, better, bolder bill. And I have been inspired by how resolute and resilient the people of Connecticut have been. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, I have talked to them around the state of Connecticut before we were restricted in our meetings, and then by talks on the telephone, by teleconferences, and conversations. I have spoken within the last few days to the Greater Danbury Chamber of Commerce and small businesses that they assembled, and large ones. The Northwestern Chamber of Commerce, meetings of small businesses from the Hartford area, the federally qualified health centers of Connecticut, hospital executives, doctors, and professionals who are dealing with this crisis now on the front lines, and of course, local officials. Just today, the South Central Council of Governments with mayors and local officials from up and down the coast of Connecticut, great nonprofits, AmeriCares, food banks like Food Share. And what they are telling me is, do it urgently, do it big, but do it right. We need to do it quickly, but we need to get it right. And that is why this additional time is absolutely the right thing when we're talking about almost $2 trillion in taxpayer money and a crisis that demands the kind of careful and deliberate thought. I was a critic of the last bailout because it insufficiently protected workers and consumers. And we know that we can do better than they did then, and we will, because we are putting workers first. And what I have heard in listening to the people of Connecticut, talking to small businesses who are fearful about closing their doors and going broke, workers who are scared about losing their jobs, and nonprofits who are frightened about failing in their missions for lack of resources, is that they are hurting, they are fearful about being crushed by this healthcare and economic crisis. And that's why we need to work together to protect the men and women who own those small and medium-sized businesses with a generous loan and grant program. And we should take care of their workers with an expanded unemployment compensation program and guarantees that those small businesses will in fact maintain their payrolls. And if we're going to provide money to big industries like the airlines, we must include conditions, strings attached, that put workers first. No layoffs, no salary cuts for workers or salary increases to the corporate executives, and no stock buybacks, and treat consumers fairly. That should be the set of principles. Right now, all across America and in Connecticut, working families are worried about whether they're going to see another paycheck. They're worried about how they're going to pay their rent and utility bills, put food on the table, clothe their children. And small businesses are watching years of hard work, years of risk-taking and entrepreneurial energy potentially teeter on the brink of absolute collapse. We face calamity and catastrophe, not the fault of any of them or workers or large or small executives, but we must respond to the magnitude of this moment. I spoke on a radio program this morning, Chaz and AJ on WPLR, and I was asked, will it be bipartisan? Can you be bipartisan? The answer is clearly yes. We have been on 2 relief packages, and we will be on this one as early as tomorrow or the next day, because no partisan plan will pass as the creation of one party or another. Storefronts and inventory lists aren't the backbone of our economy. It's the millions of men and women who go to work every day and even tomorrow, will do their jobs, even in the face of the uncertainty and the fear that they confront. Doing right by our economy means doing right by them, working families of America. There's much that the president could do if he uses, for example, the Defense Production Act or similar kinds of power that so far he has resisted invoking. He could provide the medical tools that we will need to confront the coming crisis by taking advantage of the offers he's received from GM and other major companies to produce the ventilators or the private protective gear that will help to save lives. There is much that we all must do in continuing to observe the restrictions that will help save lives. Not only restrictions physically in our homes, but also the perspective that we must have, that we are in for a long fight against this invisible foe. And it will be much longer than 15 days. It will be a matter of months, not weeks. And we must have the resilience and resoluteness that I have heard from the people of Connecticut in their voices as I have spoken to them. We live in no ordinary time, as Eleanor Roosevelt said about her era. And we must muster the same kind of determination, grit, and courage to face it. I know there is that transcendent sense of urgency to do it quickly and to do it right, and a shared sense of purpose that ultimately will get us to the other side of this crisis. And we will be better and stronger and a bigger nation. Not only in our economy, we will be a bigger nation because we have come together in meeting this crisis. So shared sacrifice must mean truly sharing the benefits with workers, with families, and with small businesses who will ultimately help us to save our nation and our economy. And my hope is that we will do it quickly, but we will do it right. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
The Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank my colleague from Connecticut for his remarks tonight and for the hopefulness that he has expressed. I've been here now for 11 years, and I can't predict success here, but I can't say it's assured, but I think it's very likely that we're going to come together in a deal. I hope we come together in that deal today, and I think the American people are going to be able to assess the progress that's been made for workers as a result of taking a little bit extra time, for hospitals as a result of taking a little bit extra time, for state and local governments who are going to benefit mightily because of the work that we've done. So I rise tonight really not to get into this back and forth about this, because I think we are going to address it. And I think we are going to address it in a way that's meaningful and in a way that's bipartisan, in a way that can help give the American people a measure of confidence that we're doing our job. And for those of you that have heard me over the years on this floor, I don't always come here with a report that optimistic. But tonight, given everything that I've heard over the course of the day, I want to say this is a serious problem. It's an unprecedented challenge. We have to rise to this challenge together, and I believe that when the votes are counted on this bill, it will have been a better bill for the work that's been done, and the vote will be a big bipartisan vote, which would be a shot in the arm for the country and for the American people. I want to talk not about this back and forth. I want to talk about something that's confronting us, and that is the worst pandemic in a century, just a month ago, just 30 days ago. Nobody here would have imagined 30 days ago we had 30 confirmed cases in the U.S. Today, there are over 41,000 cases, the most anywhere outside of China and Italy. The president's right. He goes out and says there are 140 some countries that have this. That's true. We're in the top 3 of those countries. 379 Americans have died as we're here tonight. And in the middle of the worst public health crisis in a century, our medical community doesn't have the basic supplies and equipment they need to respond. This matters, Mr. President, because if we don't get our doctors and nurses protective gear, they're going to get sick. And if they get sick, they can't help everyone else who's sick. That is a huge problem. And our medical professionals in Colorado, as in the Commonwealth of Virginia, all across this country, have been begging for us to pay attention to this for months. 4 months. The chief medical officer at Denver Health, which is our fabulous public hospital in Denver, one of the leading hospitals in this country, the chief medical officer there says they do not have enough tests or swabs to keep pace, and the turnaround time for tests is taking much too long. Our ICU right now is full of patients awaiting test results, she said. We need faster testing, and hopefully that's coming, but it's been a long time getting here, and every single healthcare worker who's tested in this country but doesn't get a result for 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 days, even if they don't have the coronavirus, can't go back to work. And as a result of that, we face a severe shortage of healthcare workers in this country. At Denver Health, they say we're burning through our professional protective equipment to the point that we're on short supply, as is every other healthcare institution in Denver and likely in Colorado. If this continues, she said, we're going to have to put 2 patients on a single ventilator. That's not how it's supposed to work. In Colorado, our nurses are sewing masks because they don't have masks. My wife was sewing a mask at our home in Denver yesterday. In the United States in the 21st century. We have doctors who are getting just a single mask and being told to use it indefinitely. I was on the phone this evening with doctors from and administrators from our hospitals who are telling me that they are having to ration swabs for tests. It's a 2-swab test, but they're only using 1 swab because they don't have enough swabs to do it properly. There are doctors that are having to use the same mask patient after patient when the mask is designed for it to be only 1 patient. That's the way it's supposed to work. They are violating protocols of the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control because they are rationing equipment. That there's no excuse in this country, the richest country in the world, they should be rationing during this public health care crisis. Gowns, masks, shields, clothes. America's health care workers don't have any of it. And you know what they spent today doing? They spent today scrolling through ads, not all of them, not the ones with patients, but the ones who have to equip our medical professionals, scrolling through ad after ad after ad. From where? China. Saying that there are masks for sale in China. They have no idea whether these are fly-by-night organizations. These companies are requiring Denver Health and other hospitals to put the money up front and said you'll get the masks 3 or 4 weeks ago. From now, they don't even know whether those masks will come. They don't know what the quality of those masks will be. We were told yesterday by the president that China was sending us masks, and now all of those seem to be being sent to Italy. I saw a quote from a doctor in California who said, it's like we're at war with no ammo. That's not their fault. That is not their fault. And they are on the front lines of this war. We should be ashamed. We should be ashamed. I am. So the question is, how are we going to make sure our medical community has the supplies and equipment they need? Perhaps it would be useful to be honest about where we are, to start with. The Department of Health and Human Services estimates that we are going to need 3.5 billion masks to fight this pandemic this year. And when you hear me tonight use the word mask, just in your own mind, add the word gown, add the words gloves, add the word shield. Because they need all of that. 3.5 billion masks to fight this pandemic this year. When the administration first came with their first supplemental, requesting $1.8 billion. Today, we're at $2 trillion in just the last month. Just the last month. They came and said $1.8 billion. They said, we're going to need 350 million masks. We need 3.5 billion masks. Billion masks this year. Today in America, we have exactly 35 million masks. That is 1% of what we need. Not 80%, 1% of what we need. Nationwide tonight, our hospitals have 160,000 ventilators, among all the hospitals we have in the greatest country in the world. Johns Hopkins estimates that we're going to need another 40,000 ventilators by the time this is done. And you know what I heard tonight in Colorado? This might be of interest to the other senators that are here tonight, because New York represents half of the cases in this country right now. The concern from Colorado, and I'm sure from your states as well, is all those ventilators are going to go to New York. As they should right now, because that's where the greatest need is. What's going to be left for the rest of us? What's going to be left for the rest of us in 7 days or 10 days or 20 days? How can we be this foolish? How can we be this blind? The administration hasn't taken this crisis seriously enough from the beginning. And when it comes to the equipment that people on the front line need, the ammunition, to use their words, that the people on the front line need, they're being ignored or dismissed with a bunch of happy talk about how we're going to solve this problem. If we can even admit that there is a problem. And the result is something I never thought I would see in the United States of America, the country I grew up in. States like New York and New Jersey are literally being forced to outbid, or states like New York are being forced to outbid New Jersey and California to secure critical supplies while they're fighting throughout the worst public health crisis in a century. Yesterday, the president said during his press conference in the White House, he said, we want them to be on that market, on that open market, because we might lose money if we're not on that open market. Exactly the opposite of what he thinks is happening is happening. Governors like Andrew Cuomo are being forced to pay $7 for surgical masks that just a week ago cost 85 cents. My doctors in Colorado told me tonight stuff yesterday that was 5 times the cost of what it ordinarily is, today is 7 times the cost of what it ordinarily is. In Colorado, our children's hospital is paying 70 cents a mask, 10 times what they were spending a month ago. Ventilators that used to cost a few $1,000s now cost up to $40,000 because the president won't act. He will not provide the national leadership that we need. 10 days ago, he said, on the test, I don't take any responsibility at all. That's what he said. He may think that he doesn't have the blame for everything that's gone wrong, and I'm sure he doesn't. But he does have a very profound responsibility now that only the President of the United States have. When governors from across the country raised the supply shortages with him last week, he told them to, quote, get it yourself. He told them that the federal government is not, quote, a shipping clerk. He said, quote, the governors locally are going to be in command. We will be following them, and we hope they can do the job. Quote, we are there to back you up should you fail. We are failing, Mr. President. We are failing to address the seriousness of the public health crisis this country is facing. And we are going to rue the day that we said it was the hospital's problem to solve, that it was the governor's problems to solve, that it was the state's problems to solve. And I want to say this to the American people tonight because it is really important that you know what the facts are. It's important for you to know that we don't need tens of thousands of masks or millions of masks. We need billions of masks. And all the other equipment that I talked about earlier, gowns, shields, swabs, the elements of tests, the reagents that are necessary to take those tests. And when I say we, I'm talking about the healthcare professionals that we are relying on to be the front line in this effort. And what is the president's response to this? He's touted the shipments coming out of our national stockpile. I'm coming to think this national stockpile must be more like a really small national warehouse. Colorado received that shipment yesterday. We're grateful for it. We are grateful for the shipment we got from the national stockpile. But I want my colleagues to hear me. The Department of Public Health in Colorado estimates that those supplies will last for a single day of statewide operation. One day. When the president comes out and talks about the tens of thousands of masks that, are going to New York or California, as if that can make the difference, it won't make a difference when you need millions of masks. And then at the press conference yesterday, he suggested that new commitments by private businesses will somehow be enough. He said the numbers are quite large, and we have tremendous numbers of companies making equipment. We have respirators, we have ventilators, we have a lot of things happening right now. We have millions of masks that are coming, millions of masks, not billions, They will be here soon, he said. They will be shipped directly to the states. He failed to mention that soon actually means 18 months from now. That's not going to help us. We don't have 18 months. It's literally life and death. And it's for all of these reasons, Mr. President, that we ask the President to invoke his authorities under the Defense Production Act, which gives him and him alone the ability to mobilize private industry so we can ramp up production in a coordinated and coherent way, so we can have a national approach to fixing this broken supply chain, to fixing the empty storerooms, and to putting these critical supplies and equipment on the front line. And I was so pleased that he invoked those authorities 5 days ago. But instead of using them, he's equivocating. He said things like, we have the act to use in case we need it, the President said, but we have so many things being made right now by so many. He didn't finish the sentence, but he meant in this voluntary effort, which I deeply appreciate, by the way, don't get me wrong, every single mask and every single gown and every single shield that can be manufactured, and every single respirator that can be manufactured or lent to the people on the front lines, that's important. But it's not going to solve this crisis. It's not going to keep us in a position where we can actually flatten the curve. He said yesterday, we're a country not based on nationalizing our businesses. Call a person over in Venezuela, ask them, how did nationalization for their businesses work out? As every senator here knows, the Defense Production Act doesn't nationalize businesses. It is our tool. It is a mechanism to create a coherent strategy for our public sector and our private sector to produce goods based on an urgent national need. And the government pays market value for those goods and has a strategy for how those goods will be distributed around the country as the epidemic moves from place to place. It is unacceptable that we're in a situation where states are having to bid against each other, where the hospitals in Colorado are having to bid against each other. They said to me tonight, Michael, if you could just get us 5 million masks and send them to Colorado, we can distribute them, but it makes no sense for us to be looking up the yellow pages in China to buy masks. And I said to them, I wish that were enough. I wish that would be enough. But as long as Colorado is going to have to compete with New York, is going to have to compete with New Jersey, or compete with Florida, or compete with Texas, it won't work. And it's not just the price, although that is shocking. And the fact that there are people gouging, at a moment like this is appalling. It's not just the price, it's the availability. The nurses and doctors in Denver, Colorado, or in any city in this country tonight should not be using one swab for a test that takes 2. They should not be wearing one mask all day long, with a mask that's designed to be worn just with one patient. Donald Trump said, the president said yesterday, he looked into this, and as a businessman, he was shocked at all the masks being thrown away. We ought to be able to sterilize the mask. There are important reasons why we have those rules. to protect our healthcare workers, and so we don't spread disease. By the way, I said, look, does it solve your problem that the president has said we can use construction masks now in our healthcare facilities? And they said, we're grateful for the additional masks that we're getting, but it's not remotely helping fix the problem, the scale of the problem. And a lot of these masks actually aren't appropriate in a healthcare setting. They'll do anything. They're not looking their nose up on it. I had somebody say to me today, one of the people on the call said they'd gotten masks from a fingernail salon. And that they had no idea what quality the masks were. There was Asian writing on the outside of the package. They don't know what it is, but those masks will be there when they've run out of all the other masks. That's what they're going to use. That is what we're using in the United States of America tonight. That's what we're telling the people we're asking to save our lives, to save our parents' lives. That's what we're saying. I'm sure the other senators have had the same experience that I've had, which is I've been in touch with companies all over my state that stand ready to help produce supplies and equipment. The president said yesterday one of the problems he had with this, one of the challenges that he had was you wouldn't have any idea where to begin. Don't know who makes ventilators. Maybe they made them a long time ago and they've forgotten how to do it. But surely he doesn't believe that we can't figure that out. That we couldn't figure that out in a split second, where the manufacturing capacity is in this country to do what needs to be done. But these companies have said to me that nobody in the administration has been in touch to tell them what to make, how much to make, or where it should go. And the truth is, and the truth needs to be understood. I say to my colleagues, thank you for your indulgence. I think this is a moment in time when we have to get this right, and we're getting it so wrong. The truth is, as much as we welcome all of the citizens and businesses who are stepping up on their own, it won't be enough. Hanes can't produce 3.5 billion masks. They are a great company. They are involved in cotton products, as the president said yesterday. They can't make 3.5 billion masks. They can't do it in the time we need it done. GM and Tesla can't manufacture 40,000 ventilators. The 2 million masks that the vice president trumpeted yesterday from Apple, we appreciate it. It's an infinitesimal amount. Sounds like a big number. That's why the president actually said yesterday, the reason I come out and read these big numbers is so you'll know that we're sending out lots of stuff to the... He said that. And I think that gives a complete misimpression that somehow this is handled, or that we got it together. We are one nation under God for a reason, Mr. President, and that is to respond to a challenge just like this one. It cannot be one hospital at a time, one state at a time, or one business at a time. That won't work. It's not a strategy. In fact, it's making matters worse. Because not only are we not fixing the supply chain, but the pricing is getting completely distorted, and people are competing with an incredibly scarce amount of goods. This is not a substitute, Mr. President, for a coherent national strategy to figure out how we're going to meet these critical supply and equipment shortages across the country. And every single day it gets worse. You can hear the panic in the governors and in the people working in our hospitals and in the people that are working with people who are having to go in under unsafe conditions, willing to do it. On the front line of this war, with no ammunition. With no ammunition. And as much as the president may not want to make these hard decisions, for whatever reason, because he hopes for the best, because maybe the medical thing will work itself out, maybe instead of 18 months it'll be shorter for a vaccine, maybe the hot weather will make things better. He's literally the only one with the authority to call America to this challenge. The president is portraying himself as a wartime president, but he's leaving it up to Haynes to plan D-Day. It won't work. He needs to give the front line of this war the ammunition they need, and he's the only one who can do it. No one else can do it. This Senate can't do it. So there's been a lot of back and forth today about, a brief delay in passing this economic package. And as I said, I hope very much it will pass. I hope very much we'll have a deal soon. I hope very much it will be bipartisan. We should do our work, and we should get that done. But I beg you, my colleagues in the United States Senate, every member of this body should be calling on the White House and asking why, after weeks, months, there is still no plan to make sure our doctors and nurses have the gear to protect themselves. Why our hospitals still don't have the ventilators they need to treat people, and why it's not obvious where those ventilators are going to come from. Why we still don't have a clear strategy from this administration to arm the front line that is waging this war while we're here tonight. This is perhaps the greatest challenge our country has faced since the Second World War. It probably is, and it is scary. But we've risen to the challenges before, and I think we can rise to this one. I may not have voted for the president. I may not agree with much of what he does, but I urge him to act. I urge him to use the authority that's granted to him uniquely in America. Out of 330 million Americans, only the President of the United States has that authority. He won that election. He has that authority. We can't do it without him. Lives are literally at stake in Colorado and across the country. We need him to lead, and I beg every single member of this chamber to do whatever you can, if you have influence on him. You get him to understand the gravity of the situation we're facing, the scale of the situation that we're facing, the scope that we're facing, and the lack of preparedness that needs to be addressed by invoking his authority under that statute. With that, Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for their patience, their indulgence, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleague for his impassioned words that were right on the money. Now, Mr. President, the Senate is going to adjourn shortly, but that doesn't mean negotiations are slowing down one bit. Secretary Mnuchin just left my office. We've had some very good discussions, and in fact, the list of outstanding issues has narrowed significantly. We are going to work on into the night. I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia. Mr. President, I rise. I had not intended to speak today, but in my office, as I was alternately talking to Virginians, and talking to colleagues about our goal to find an economic package that will backstop workers in the American economy, I had the TV on and I was watching what was happening on the floor. And I decided I would come and just speak for a few minutes because I frankly think that what's been happening on the floor today is sort of artificial, and it doesn't really show to the American public what is truly going on. There were a lot of speeches that were taking place where it was sort of a blame game, and I don't think that's what Americans wanted to see today. There was a vote just as yesterday, another vote today that failed, a vote that was destined to fail, and I don't think that's what Americans deserve to see today. What Americans didn't see yesterday and today is the intense dialogue and debate and discussion around the third coronavirus response bill, by far the largest. It is important to get the details right. We spent time to get the details right in a bipartisan way to pass an $8 billion supplemental appropriation just 2 weeks ago. We spent time to get the details right to pass an extension of paid child care and unemployment insurance that had a cost of about $100 billion. We are now talking about an economic stimulus package that could be as high as $2 trillion. The American public wants us to get the details right. As I look at the stimulus discussions, it's sort of 5 pillars, is the way I describe it to Virginians. It's workers and their families. It's small businesses, it's large businesses and industry sectors, it's state and local governments, and it's our healthcare network. Workers, we're all hearing from people in our states who were so significantly affected. They're without salary and wages. How are they going to pay their rent or their mortgage? They're in danger of eviction and foreclosure. How are they going to pay child care and other expenses? This has to be the heart of this bill. I think the White House accepts that, and we should too. This package has got to be right for working people, and the details matter. Only about 26% of American workers are covered by the unemployment insurance system. So we can't just rely on that old system if we really want to backstop all the people who've lost income and protect them and their families. I saw that the government of the United Kingdom over the week has decided to just make a guarantee to all working people. We will backstop you for 80% of your lost earnings during the time period of this national emergency. We should hold ourselves to that standard and try to provide a package that backstops workers and their families, those who were low and middle income. That's pillar one. Pillar two, small businesses. I think there's huge agreement on this. Small businesses are the engine of the American economy, the employer of first resort for Americans, but those small businesses, including nonprofit, cultural, and service organizations, have significant challenges, and we need to get them through this tough time. If we get them through the tough time primarily with loans, and then we come out of this public health challenge into a challenged economy and they just have more debt on their books, we're not really going to help them. And so the small business pillar of this is very important to get them through this challenging time and do it in a way that does not just saddle these small businesses with more debt. Third, large businesses and industry sector, of course we need to provide protection for them. That's not the issue. And frankly, the issue is not even really the amount of the protection that must be provided. It must be significant. However, we learned through the stimulus package in 2009 and through the tax bill in 2017 that dollars given to many of the large businesses without conditions can be spent in very economically unproductive ways. So it's important to get those details right. Limits on using these federal funds for executive compensation, limits on using the funds for stock buybacks. We can get the details right so that the dollars that are provided to our large industry sectors and businesses are used to protect their employees. States and local governments, we're all on the phone with our governors and with our mayors and with county health officials. We've all watched them close down school systems, close down universities, deal with extra health care challenges, deal with skyrocketing unemployment insurance applications in every jurisdiction in the country. We should provide them resources to deal with those challenges. And my hope as a former governor, and we've got other former governors in the chambers, when we provide assistance to state and local governments, we'll do it in a way with maximum flexibility so they can use those funds in the way they see fit to meet the local needs that they've experienced. The last pillar, and I'll close here, and this is to continue my colleague from Colorado's passion and plea on behalf of our healthcare industry. The last pillar is the key important one, and that is the appropriate level of resources to our healthcare infrastructure. There won't be any amount of economic stimulus that'll work if we don't handle the public health crisis in a very smart way going forward. Nothing we could do. We could make it $3 trillion. We could make it $4 trillion. We would be pouring the money away if we do not get the public health crisis right. And if we get it right, that will be the single most important thing to restarting the economy. And so the last pillar of the 5 pillars that we're spending time on is support for hospitals and community health centers and other health clinics and healthcare professionals, and also supporting childcare for them. We've got to keep our frontline healthcare workers at work, but many of them have children in schools that have now been closed. We don't want them having to stay home with their kids because there's no childcare when we want them at hospitals and clinics. And so part of that 5th pillar has to be to protect these healthcare workers, not only their physical health, but their ability to go to work every day. I believe we are close on the negotiation. I don't like watching stem-winding speeches from the floor blaming who's responsible for not being able to pass a vote, when I know 20 yards away, the White House is sitting down with Democrats and we're getting closer and closer and closer to come up with a package that can gain bipartisan acceptance, as it should. The American public needs action. The American public needs big action. But if we're going to spend $2 trillion and we spend it the wrong way, we will regret it for years. If we spend it the right way, we can get through this crisis in a way that will do minimum damage to our economy. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say thank you to my colleague, the former governor of Virginia and senator from Virginia now. As a former governor, we have a real interest in making sure that there is a good cooperative spirit between the federal government and state governments. But this evening, as we've gone through an entire day, which is rather unusual in the Senate to have one senator speaking after another with others here, at a time in which we should be exercising separation, as they say, to have had as many colleagues on the floor shows just how serious the United States Senate is taking this issue. Perhaps the frustration laid out by members of my conference is that we really want this to move forward as quickly as possible, and we understand that it's very difficult to put together the resources in order to buy those additional pieces of equipment that our friend from Colorado laid out, unless we have a long-term plan here in which to also pay for it. So what I'd like to do is to share a little bit within this, just in terms of a summary of what's in the proposal right now, and that we believe is an appropriate major step in taking care of funding to respond to not just the medical emergency, but also the economic emergency that we have in front of us right now for men and women that are worried about where they're going to get the next paycheck. First of all, under the appropriations section, we have $75 billion for hospitals. That's included in the proposal. $20 billion additional for veterans' health that's included. $11 billion more for vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, and other preparedness needs. There's an additional $4.5 billion for the CDC, the Center for Communicable Diseases, CDC. And the reason why we've put that in there is because we want to be ahead of the game when it comes to making sure they have the resources to take care of the emergency needs that we know are showing up right now. There's also an additional $1.7 billion to add new medical equipment to the strategic national stockpile. As my colleague from Colorado was suggesting, this is an area where we need to beef it up, and we need to be able to provide that additional equipment. That's included in this bill that right now has been here for 2 days. Also, we understand that at the state level, there are other needs as well. There's $20 billion in here for public transportation emergency relief. There's $10 billion built into the bill right now for block grants to the states. That's the broadest type of resources that we provide to the states today. And there's an additional $5 billion to be added to FEMA's disaster relief fund. Remember that FEMA is now at a level 1, which is basically their highest level. They're coordinating now on a 24-hour basis with every single state in the nation directly, back and forth, to provide an avenue of communication and logistics so that when parts are found or equipment is found in one area, it can be coordinated to get to an area where it is needed. Not so much because we always have all the supplies that we need available right now, but because we want the supplies that we do have to get to where it is needed as quickly as possible. That is in operation today. Now, there are other pieces to this that are also really important, and one of the reasons why you've seen the frustration on the Republican side of this discussion is because there's men and women right now that don't have a paycheck coming in. They've been laid off. Through no fault of their own, they're being laid off because of COVID-19 and because their businesses have been asked, or in some cases directed, to close. And when that happens, we feel an obligation to try to at least allow them the opportunity to make it through the next few months to get ready for the recovery that we're convinced can happen if we properly manage the emergency before us. I'd like to just go through them briefly so that after an entire day of discussion, there's at least an understanding of what's in the bill today, just for men and women that are hurting today. On a per-person basis, we're offering about $250 billion in additional resources. For a child, there's $500 for every child in a family, but that's on top of $1,200 for a mother and a father. And what we're suggesting with that is that it doesn't mean that you've got to have made that much. This is a refundable tax credit, and it's available to individuals regardless of if they even made that much or paid taxes on that in the last couple of years. This is really important because this is an immediate upfront payment from the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, back to individuals. And the sooner we pass this legislation, the sooner those dollars can get out to people who right now are hurting, and they need this additional assistance at this time. Not a month and a half or 2 months from now, but as soon as we can get it to them. Additionally, we have an unemployment proposal that increases the amount of money that goes into the unemployment funds in the amount of about $250 billion as well. Now, how does that break out and what does it mean to an individual? If an individual is on unemployment today, what we're offering, besides what they're getting from the state, is first of all, first dollar coverage with no 1 week wait period. And second of all, we're adding an additional $600 per week for the first 9 weeks that they're eligible for. Now, that doesn't mean that unemployment stops at that point, but there's $600 additional during that 9-week period of time. This is very important for individuals that have no place else to go and have already been laid off of work because we've told those businesses that they have to shut down. Now, another piece of this product right now that I think is an excellent piece, and one that I think not only offers emotional support for men and women that are struggling, but it also shares through small businesses an amount, about $350 billion, that goes to small businesses, businesses that are under 500 employees in size. And when we define an employee, we're talking about an FTE, or full-time equivalent, of 40 hours. So if you've got 2 half-times, you have 1 FTE. But what we've offered to small businesses in this is a very simple loan and loan forgiveness program that they can go down to their local lender and apply. And the local lender is the person that puts the papers together and so forth. But what it allows them to do is to go down and say, look, I just have been told that my business is shut down. I don't want to lose my employees. And what they can do is borrow the money to continue to pay the payroll and benefits for those individuals that they would be laying off otherwise. And if they keep them on for a period of up to 8 weeks, we forgive the loan. It becomes a grant. But the reason for that is if we don't do that, those same individuals are going to be on the unemployment rolls. So why make them go through that emotional distress? And why have it in such a position that they may not get the benefits back that the small business is offering today? But we've done something else as well. We've said for that small business owner, we know many of you have mortgages, you have ongoing payments, so we'll also let you include your mortgage payments as well, and your ongoing rent, lights, and so forth. And if you keep open, you can also apply to have that part forgiven as well, up to a grand total of $10 million per business. Why? Because we want stability in the marketplace, and we think that's what a lot of employees want. We'd like to have that out this week. That's one of the reasons why you see the frustrations and the irritations on the Republican side of the aisle here, because we really thought that these items that we thought we were negotiating in good faith with members of the other side, with working groups that had both included, in such a fashion that we could move through this fairly quickly. And in fact, I think you've heard members on the other side of the aisle talk about the fact that they're not disagreeing with those things. Now, there's another part, too. There's larger businesses, over 500 in size. When we have businesses that are bigger than 500 in size, what we said is, look, we're not going to give you a grant program. We're not going to be in the position of bailing you out. But what we do want to do is to make liquidity and loans available to you, loans that you can afford. We're going to ask some conditions of that, yes. But the idea here is to allow them to survive and to be ready to go back into business. Now, this seems to be the place where we have the most dissension and disagreement among the two parties, because while we are proposing that they can't use this to buy stock back, I think some of our Democrat colleagues thought we had to strengthen it. Fine. That shouldn't take 2 days to work out. They think we should have some more guidelines. Fine. But that shouldn't take 2 days to work out. The goal here is to keep as many people employed and to keep those businesses operational so that as we move through this health emergency, that those businesses continue to do business in the future. There's a larger portion in this, which we also talk about, which is for the airlines and so forth. We have a frustration as well with our Democrat colleagues because of some of the suggestions that have been made. We don't think that they should have to remake their board of directors if they're going to get a loan. We think that the airlines are critical, not just to save the airlines, but because business relies on airlines and people rely on airlines now to get from one place to another throughout the United States. We've also included about $17 billion to take care of those separate industries on which we have national defense specific issues. We think this has been well thought out. It doesn't mean that there isn't room for more negotiations, but time is of the essence. As we sit here this evening, more people will die, more people will get sick, more men and women will find themselves wondering where they're going to get their next paycheck. Every single day matters. So our request to the members on the other side of the aisle who have twice now said, no, we don't want to take the first procedural step to get onto the bill. What we say is look, you've got to push hard on your leadership to come to a consensus. And please, this is emergency legislation. This should not be a Christmas tree. It should not be a piece of legislation that, since it needs to pass, that we can now put a wish list of other things that one party or the other has been trying to get in law, but does not have consensus on. This is where the areas of contention are this evening. So, to the men and women that are out there that are concerned, I can share with you that I think we have a very good plan, one that will come close to $1.9 trillion in terms of what we are offering. But at the same time, it needs to get out as quickly as possible. And it's got to be as simple as possible for those men and women to be able to apply for it in an unemployment line, or the businesses to apply at their local bank so that they can keep people employed, or for that larger business to understand that liquidity is available to get them through a very difficult time, but it's not going to be a grant. It's going to be a loan. And finally, an area which is important that perhaps can have some additional thought put into, And that is that not just the hospitals at the local level need our support and our assistance right now because they can't do this by themselves. But we're going to find state after state is going to be in, knocking on our door saying, you've shut down businesses in our state, you've told us that we need to in order to quell this emergency. But in doing so, the revenues that are generated because of those business activities we don't have. And so you're going to find state revenues that are down significantly. They're going to be coming in, they're going to be visiting. I'm convinced that between this package and perhaps the next package, we have to also recognize the impact to state governments who provide so many of the services that men and women rely on a daily basis. So I'd like to thank you for your time, Mr. President. I think this is important, and I think the message that we have to have as responsible individuals, members of this body in which today we truly did have debate and discussion on the floor, we have to finish this, and we have to do it in such a fashion that it reaches men and women who are counting on us as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of Executive Calendar 632, that the nomination be confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. The President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following nominations: Executive Calendar 238, 451, 453, 571, and 630.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the nominations en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc with no intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table en bloc, the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, the questions on the nominations are en bloc. All members say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nominations are confirmed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session for a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 24th. Further, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, following leader remarks, the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 748.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Firefoxnews Online has presented the United States Senate's ongoing insanity as, unfortunately, handed to them by the Democratic side of the aisle. I don't know about anybody else, but this lunacy by the Democrats to include other items into the bill in question it creates more problems than is decidedly necessary. Now, of course, thanks to the Democrats' decision to delay things with with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's ridiculous additions to the bill that have zero to do with combating coronavirus, and especially those parts of the bill that would help businesses that are right now in a very bad way because they cannot run as they should, as they normally would. It is, for me, also very difficult in that a lot of the businesses that I do business with, as many of you may do business with, now have an even bigger problem on their hands. Some businesses are ultimately going to have to file for bankruptcy. Others lay off their employees or outright terminate their services. You know, I've always been of the mindset that as Americans we can weather any storm, and we can. But I've got a message for the Democrats in the United States Senate, especially Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Chucky. What the hell are you and your fellow Dems doing? Are you out of your ever-loving, pea-picking minds? Phase 3 is about helping the American people, about helping businesses during a time of crisis. Instead, what are you doing? You're adding things like debt forgiveness for the post office, same-day voter registration. What do these two things have to do with a bill that is designed to help businesses, that is designed to help the American people, so to hopefully avoid economic issues that could ultimately lead to bigger problems? So, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but maybe you and your fellow Democrats could stop acting like a bunch of partisan idiots and actually do your job. Hey, I live in New York. Okay? I'm a New York person. You're supposed to represent New York, but you also represent the American people. Well, guess what? Your form of representation is going to lead this nation into ruin. And who are you going to blame then? I almost said Republicans. Democrats? Who are you going to blame? Oh, I know exactly who you're going to blame. It's President Trump's fault. No. This time it's your fault if things don't happen the way they're supposed to. The government is offering to help the American people to try and avoid major problems with the economy. Instead, you're going to make things a lot worse. A lot worse. This is not fair to the American people. So to every Democrat in New York, to every Democrat across America that is registered to vote, I got a message for all voters that are in the Democratic Party. Look at what your leaders in the Democratic Party are doing in the United States Senate and the U.S. Congress. Nancy Pelosi has no business getting in Senate business. Her cohort, her, how can I put this? Oh, yes. Her partner in crime. Because what they're doing is a crime against humanity, as far as I'm concerned. Chuck Schumer is getting his marching orders from the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and his fellow Democrats in the Senate are listening. Negotiation. Well, we know what happens with negotiation, don't we, folks? It's the Democrats' way or the highway. That's the way they negotiate. And it's apparent, since there will be no vote tonight on Phase 3, a stimulus package that would have helped all of us, whether we own a business or we work for someone, or people like myself who are on tight incomes that could certainly use the extra help. Well, we can thank Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Senate Democrats for delaying what is necessary. What is the right thing to do for the American people? You see, I believe that if you're going to sit there and make problems for the American people, do it on a grand scale. Do it on a grand scale. Why not? Follow Chuck Schumer's misguided beliefs. Follow Nancy Pelosi's misguided and drunken foolishness. She dismissed the Congress last week or thereabouts. So now she comes back from California and acts like she can run the Senate. I don't think so. Firefoxnews Online aired the United States Senate proceedings. We picked it up in progress. This broadcast was done as a public service to the American people in the public trust. The views and opinions expressed in this broadcast during the editorial opinion, the viewing of the Senate, and the editorial opinion that followed, which you just heard. The views and opinions expressed are that of myself and myself alone, and do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of anyone else or these video broadcasting services. Also, it is important to note the Fair Use Clause, and I have a declaration to express as well regarding the feed that you just seen. Now, the use of media materials is protected by the Fair Use Clause of the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, which allows for the rebroadcast of copyrighted materials for the purposes of commentary, criticism, education, and news reporting. Firefox News Online Productions and its news division adhere to the criteria of the Fair Use Clause 100% across the board. As it relates to the feed, you just saw the United States Senate in. This was a live direct feed from the United States Senate using their own cameras and microphones. No news organization can claim copyright infringement of this feed, as it was not anyone's feed except that of the United States Senate. This applies also to the feed that we use for the United States Congress and when the President of the United States holds a news conference, rally, what have you, when he's able to have a rally again. That feed is the direct feed of the White House. The White House feed, the congressional feed, and the Senate feeds are all public use, and any news organization may use them. That includes Firefox News Online. And no news organization can claim copyright infringement as a result. I'm George Sinzer. Thank you for tuning in to Firefox News Online's live coverage of the United States Senate. And I ask you to also remember that Firefox News Online would like to hear from you on what you have seen today and what you have heard today. Write to us. Comments at firefoxnewsonline.com. That's comments at firefoxnewsonline.com. When you write, please be sure to put down March 23rd, 2020. Coronavirus bill, U.S. Senate. Let us know who you are and where you're writing from. And on a future broadcast of Firefox News Online, your email may be chosen to be read on the air. And, ladies and gentlemen, one final thing before I close this for the evening. And that is that Firefox News Online as always can use your help to stay on the air. And the best way to help us do that, and the quickest way, by the way, is by using PayPal. Firefox News Online is asking for your help to keep broadcasting. It's expensive because of the services used. So send what you can via PayPal. www.paypal.me/FirefoxNewsOnline. That's paypal.me/FirefoxNewsOnline. As you can see, and it is a fact, donations are not tax deductible, so just keep that in mind as well. But if you like what you've seen here, and you're very much a supporter of the broadcasts that we do, whether it's as a viewer on the video platforms, a listener on the internet radio platforms, well, we can certainly use all the help we can get. When I say we, I say Firefox News Online. Firefox News Online is the culmination of a dream and dedicated to the matriarch of my family, my mother. When this broadcast, Firefox News Online, first started, I was taking care of my mother. She had Alzheimer's at the time. It was ultimately what took her life. A further dedication goes to my brother Bill, who passed away 2 years ago. He was young. He was only 60. This broadcast is dedicated to them. And this broadcast is dedicated to sharing news and information, discussing topics related to the daily headlines that we deal with every day, whether those headlines directly or indirectly affect us all. Please be generous. www.paypal.me/FirefoxNewsOnline. And remember to send your comments to the email address on your screen, comments@firefoxnewsonline.com. Again, that's comments@firefoxnewsonline.com. I'm George Sinzer. Thank you for tuning in. And during the next month or so, this broadcast may be very sporadic. It may not be on the air at all until after May 1st. It depends on what's happening. But I am going to do my very best, my due diligence, to keep this broadcast going as much as possible, as I am preparing to move from my current location to a new studio location / home. And since I'm doing this all by myself, I've got a lot of stuff to go through, get rid of, and all that good nonsense. It ain't easy, but I'm doing it. And I will let you know what's going on with that. Also, please take the time during the course of your day to drop by the Facebook page for this broadcast, facebook.com/FFNOIBN. That's facebook.com/FFNOIBN. There you'll find the links to the broadcasts when they're happening, when we're on the air. You may want to check periodically because you never know when we're actually going to be on the air live. And if you want to catch some of the op-eds and some of the past broadcasts in archives using the video, hey, there's one place where you can do that really well, and that's periscope.tv/FFNO. That's periscope.tv/FFNO. Take care, America, and thank you for tuning in. I have no closing to play, as I did not turn on the clip computer, but I'm going to put up the closing credits, which is necessary. So long, everyone. We'll catch you next time. And if a Senate vote for the coronavirus bill, Phase 3 stimulus package, is announced, if it will be happening, Firefoxnews Online will air the vote. Hopefully. So long for now.